Greetings, one and all, and welcome to I'm not sure which annual Jamaica Read-a-thon this is, but it is probably the third or fourth one that we are doing virtually. My name is Greg
Third or
Mays.
fourth one that we are doing virtually.
My name is Greg
Third or
Mays.
fourth one that we are doing
Okay,
virtually.
yeah, there we go. Um, yeah, I think I had too many windows open. So this is the third or fourth one that we are doing virtually. So it is my pleasure to host this Jamaica Read-a-thon. So let me back up. Greg Mays is my name. I started an organization almost 16 years ago called A Better Jamaica. We are a locally based and focused nonprofit organization that is engaged in any activities that we believe will strengthen the set of Southeast Queens communities that are commonly referred to as Jamaica. Um, so, our very first program, I guess we started in the summer of 2007, I think it was. No, the summer of 2006. I went over to Forest Park with a couple of nephews of mine, plus a next door neighbor, and we saw The Wizard of Oz in Forest Park. And we had a pretty spectacular time. And what can I say other than it was awesome? And I left there saying to myself, wow, why do I have to leave my neighborhood to have such an awesome experience? The answer was that I did not need to. I just needed to start a nonprofit organization that could do, among other things, show movies right here in Southeast Queens. So that's what I did. Our very first program was Family Movies in the Park. I approached one of our electeds, a city council person at that time was Mr. Leroy Comrie. And I said, Brother Comrie, we are trying to raise some money to show some movies in the park. And he allocated $5,000 to us. And in doing so, we were able to just sort of pay um, an outfit called Fresh Air Flicks to exhibit two films for us. They exhibited, what did they exhibit? Oh, I forgot the name of the movies that they exhibited, but it was really spectacular. It was exactly how I had envisioned it. Um, we were able to just show two movies and we hung up the banners and people just showed up. And I don't know whether people thought I was going to bring my TV out to the park or something like that, because this was at the beginning of the outdoor movie, just sort of juggernaut, if you will. But we hung these banners up, and folks showed up, and it was absolutely awesome. And that next summer, what happened the next summer? Hold on one second. Let's see. I want to make sure that we are live on YouTube. I hope we are. If we are not, then we need to figure that out. Okay, let's see. Behind the scenes, we have our awesome technical person, Brother Chris Teal, also known as Teal. Teal, I'm going to ask you to check and see if we are indeed live on our YouTube channel and therefore live on Network for Good. So I'm going to let you do that in the background because it should be, but I'm not seeing the feed. Let me know via the text box if you are seeing the feed, my friend. Um, so yeah, so that's how it all started. We showed two movies, Happy Feet and Pride, in the first summer in St. Albans Park, and then um, we were able to do what? The next summer, so several electeds came by and saw what we were doing, and they said, "Oh, this is awesome! You know, we want to do that, and I want to do that in my park next summer." And so we were able to get some additional funding, and we actually added Baisley Pond Park to the mix for that second summer, if you will. So that's how it all started. If you go to abetterjamaica.org, you can see all of the lovely programs that we have going on. Let's see. So after that, what did we start? We started Jamaica 311, which is a website that we have that does nothing but feature. What do we feature? Um, we feature events that are happening in in and around Jamaica, and those postings are free. If you visit Jamaica311.com, you can see all of the events that we have featured there. And hold on, let me put up another screen so I can remind myself of all the wonderful things that A Better Jamaica is doing. Okay, let's see. So we started out with family movies in the park. Um, our second program was Jamaica 311. And then after that, uh, we did Classic Film Fridays, which is awesome. That's a series where we curate films around a theme, and we show those films at Rufus King Park. So let me back up the family movies in the park. We show basically 16 movies spread across 4 parks for family movies in the park, and then we show an additional 5 movies in Rufus King Park. So during the summer, on Mondays we are in Cambria Park. Tuesday we are in Brookfield Park. Wednesday we are in Baisley Pond Park. Thursday we are in St. Albans Park, my favorite park, maybe because it's closer to me, but also it's a beautiful, beautiful park. And then finally on Fridays we are on in Rufus King Park for Classic Film Fridays. So we started out with family movies in the park. We segued to Jamaica311.com, and then we moved on to Classic Film Fridays. The program after that we started was the Jamaica Reads program. Jamaica Reads program is still going strong, a wonderful, wonderful program. And for that program, we actually deploy senior citizens, and they go into a couple of elementary schools 3 mornings a week. So basically, we walk into the school and we say, hey, give us the bottom third of your readers in your first grade population. So we say, again, we want to see the bottom third of the readers in your first grade population, and we're going to provide for them an hour and a half of one-on-one tutoring, so that we can bring those struggling first grade readers up to the appropriate grade level. And that really is what this entire Jamaica Read-a-thon thing is about. It's about raising some funds for our Jamaica Reads program. So currently, we're in 2 schools, and we have a wonderful program manager for that program. And I think we have maybe about 10 seniors, if you will. And I'm happy to report that I'm a senior citizen, so I include myself. I'm in good company. So that's the Jamaica Read-a-thon, Jamaica Reads program. After that, we started a program called Jamaica Solutions. And Jamaica Solutions, we haven't had one of these in a while, but basically it is a best practices conference. So on for Jamaica Solutions, the very last one we had, I think we had a community gardening Jamaica Solutions, and we had basically a room full of like 50 people, and they were talking all about community gardens that they run. So there's some rather large community gardens here in Southeast Queens. I want to say the largest one is at where is that? The largest one is at Roy Wilkins Park. And I think a little later today, we're going to have a good brother, Jermaine Sean Smith, who is now the lead administrator at Roy Wilkins. So we had all these different folks who are who do community gardens. That was the last Jamaica Solution. Before that, I think the very first one we had was they were the leaders of youth sports organizations. And that was pretty awesome also. There's some really great youth sports organizations that are here in Jamaica, including the Metro Eagles, which is a phenomenally successful track program we have here in Southeast Queens. What else? The Jamaica Bulldogs is a football program. The Rosedale Jets is another football program. The Springfield Rifles is another football program. What else? So all of those for sure. And I'm trying to think what else. So that was we had that one. We also, I think the next one that we hope to have is, we want to pull together the leaders of youth development organizations here in Southeast Queens. So that'll be pretty awesome. So stay on the lookout for that. After that program, Jamaica Solutions, we started the Jamaica Ball as we were coming up on our 5th anniversary. What we found was that we didn't think we had enough just sort of natural constituents to have a celebration, if you will. So we reached out to a whole lot of other nonprofits that are here and in Southeast Queens. And we said, look, let's do a collective fundraiser. And we did exactly that. And it was absolutely awesome. Again, I'm not sure whether folks knew what to expect, but it was nothing but a big old party. And it was a party with purpose. So it was to benefit all these different nonprofits that are here in Southeast Queens. After the Jamaica Ball, and then of course the pandemic kind of, kind of got in the way for the Jamaica Ball. But 2 summers ago, not this past summer, but the one before, we developed another great program called the Last Breeze of Summer. And so the Last Breeze of Summer, which will be coming back in the summer of 2024, is an outdoor version of the Jamaica Ball. Still a collective fundraiser where we bring different nonprofits together. But this time we were partying outside. It was in St. Albans Park. It was a pretty spectacular night. Again, I'm not sure what people expected. I wasn't sure what to expect, but it was a really fantastic night. So we'll bring that back. Other than that, let's see. Then we introduced a program called Jack's Holiday Music. Basically, I was always down in the subway or whatever and wondering why no one was ever performing at the Jamaica Center train station. It was like, what's going on here? Why is there no one ever performing at the Jamaica Center train station? So I said, okay, I'm going to give, singers mostly $100 to, sing down in the subway. And we did exactly that. And it was pretty spectacular as well. One of my favorite singers, Petula Beckles, to this day, she still sings with us. She is someone who does the Music Under New York program, which, as you know, is the sanctioned folks who just sort of perform down under in the subways. So we are going to turn around. And I'm going to put a pause on the description of our programs because I see one of our very first readers looks like she is ready to go. I'm assuming, yes, she sent a text talking about good morning. She's excited to be here. So at this moment, I'm going to introduce to you and bring to the stage someone who I've known for quite some time, who I actually met through my mother when my mother was on the board of directors at the Jamaica Center for Arts and Learning. I think the lovely and talented Miss Anita Warren was there at that time. So come on, Anita, come on board, and we can talk more about you and what book you're going to read and that kind of stuff. So there she is right there, the lovely and talented Miss Anita Warren. How are you?
Good morning. How are you today?
All right. In those true Zoom, words, I think you're muted.
I'm muted. Oh, boy.
But let's see. It doesn't say that you are muted. So I'm not really sure what's going on. Let's see. Maybe it's just me. Hold on, because it could be me. Oftentimes it's who you think it is. So I've just sent a message. Oh, okay. So maybe it is just me. Hold on. Why can't I hear? Hold on 1 second, Anita. I think it's something on my end. Hey, hold on. Okay. Why can't I hear? Oh, wait. Hold on 1 second, Anita. I think it's something on my end. Hold on. Okay. Why can't I hear? Oh, wait. Hold on 1 second, Anita. I think it's somewhere. Yes.
Now I can't hear anybody.
I hear you, Anita.
Yes. Now I can hear.
Okay, now you can hear. I hear you, Anita.
Yes.
Oh,
now I can hear.
Okay, now you can hear. I hear you, Anita.
Now I can hear.
Okay, now you can hear.
Okay, I'm not really sure what's going on, but there's a serious echo that
Yes.
is on repeat.
Maybe I should log back in.
What's going on, but there's a Okay, let's see.
How's-
Okay, can you hear me now, Anita?
I can hear you.
Let's see.
Okay, I don't know where this little recording feedback
Okay,
thing is
can you
coming
hear me
from.
now, Anita?
I can hear you.
Let's see.
Okay, I don't know where this little
Do you want me to exit and log back in?
Okay, yikes.
I don't know where this little.
Do you want me to exit and log back in?
Okay, wait.
Yikes.
Chris is telling me what I need to do. I may
Do you
be
want
jacked.
me to exit and log back in?
No, stay where you are.
Wait. Chris is telling me what I need to do. I may
Do
be
you want me
jacked.
to exit and log back in?
No, stay where you are.
Wait.
Hold
Chris
on,
is telling me
hold
what I need
on,
to do. I
hold
may
on.
be jacked.
Exit and log back in?
No, stay where you are.
Hold
Chris is telling me what I need to do. I may be jacked. No, stay where you are.
Hold on, I think I'm getting it together.
Hold on, I think I'm getting it together. I think I'm getting it together.
All right. Okay, can you hear me, Anita?
I can.
Okay, all right.
Me?
All right.
Don't you love technology?
I
hear
love
me, Anita?
technology.
It's so
Okay,
wonderful.
all right.
Wait, I still think I
Don't
got
you
something
love
funky.
technology?
I
Oh,
love-
you
Oh,
still
this
have
is crazy.
it. Oh, it's back. Oh, you still
Oh,
have
this is crazy.
Okay,
Oh,
hold on.
it's back.
Oh, this is crazy.
Okay, hold on.
Back.
Too many browsers open and all the rest. Get it together. Get it together, baby. Okay, might it be together?
Get it together.
Oh, nope, I still
Get
hear a
it
little
together,
echo.
baby.
Okay.
Okay. Might it be together? Get it together.
Oh, no. Okay, did I solve it? Okay, wait, I think I may
Okay,
have.
did I solve it?
Oh. Okay.
Okay, wait, I think I may have. Did I solve it? Okay, wait, I think I may have. Did I solve it?
All right. Okay, I don't hear any echo. Do you guys? Can you hear me now,
I don't
Anita?
hear any echo. Do you guys?
Okay, let me.
Can you hear me now, Anita? I don't hear any echo.
Hold on.
Do you guys?
Hold on, I think that may be it.
Okay, can you hear me now, Anita? I don't hear any echo. Hold on. Do you guys?
Hold on, I think that may be it.
Okay, can you hear me now, Anita? I don't hear any echo. Hold on. Do you guys?
Hold on, I think that may be it. Okay,
Can you hear me now,
I
Anita?
swear.
Hold on, I think that may be it.
Okay. Echo. No echo.
Okay.
Oh God.
Echo. No echo. Okay.
Oh God.
Echo. No echo. Okay. Echo.
All right, Chris,
No echo.
what if I leave the studio and come back? I'm going to try to do that.
Echo.
All right, Chris, what if I leave the studio and come back? I'm going to try to do that.
Echo.
All right, Chris. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Okay. What is that weird?
Can you guys hear me?
Echo thing.
Okay.
What is that weird?
Can you guys hear me?
Echo thing.
Okay.
Okay, this is what tech support said.
Can you guys hear me?
Echo thing.
Okay.
Okay, this is what tech support
Can
said.
you guys hear me?
Echo thing.
Okay.
Okay, this is what tech support
Can
said.
you guys hear me?
Echo. Okay, I'm not hearing an echo. Are you guys hearing echo? Okay, I'm not hearing an echo. Are you guys hearing echo?
So
I'm
all
not
the
hearing
tabs
echo. Are you
closed.
guys hearing echo? Yeah.
So I didn't hear my feedback.
Yeah, this is crazy. I am not sure where this recording thing is. Yeah, this is crazy. I am not sure where this recording thing is. Yeah, this is crazy. I am not sure where this recording thing is. Yeah, this is crazy. I am not sure where this recording thing is. Yeah, this is crazy. I am not sure where this recording thing is. Okay. I'm going to the host has muted your mic. I'm going to me off the stage and see if Anita can just get on the stage.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Miss Anita Warren. I am a longtime resident of Laurelton, Queens. And I am so happy to be here to read to you today a book called Layla's Happiness. And this book happened to be written by a very good friend of mine, a Carrie Talley. So I hope you enjoy it. So let's get started. Layla's Happiness by a Carrie Talley. Let's see. My name is Layla, and I am 7 years old. Let's see. Layla means night beauty, and I love the night. That's the picture of the night. The dark sky is pretty. It's the color of dark purple plums. And that's Layla eating a plum. And let's see what Layla does next. And the full moon, well, it's my favorite. It sits in the sky like a wish flower's sister. If I could reach the moon, I'd blow on it and wish to play the trumpet well without ever having to practice. See the big moon? I think happiness is climbing a tree. How many of you like to climb trees? Or wearing purple. I agree, because purple is my favorite color. And Layla looks fabulous in purple. Or eating spaghetti. Layla and I have a lot in common because I love spaghetti too. It's my dad when he talks about growing up in South Carolina. Okay. Oh my goodness, these pages. And my mom when she reads me poetry. Happiness is planting a tomato seed and watching it grow in my favorite place, the community garden down the block. Did you know Laurelton has a community garden? It's called the Garden of Resilience. In the garden, I can dance with the ladybug on my finger. You see the ladybug on her finger? Oh, wait, I'm going the wrong way. It's Layla. She looks so happy. See butterflies and chase my friend Juan. I can feed chickens and give them all trees names. Give all the trees names. I can even pick vegetables to sell at our farmer's market. Do you recognize some of the vegetables? You got lettuce, tomatoes, carrots. Yummy. Eat your vegetables, kids. You'll thank me when you're older. You see the picture? It says Jamaica Jams. That's a festival that we have every year on Jamaica Avenue. Have you ever been? You should come. It's in August. I think happiness is hearing Juan's parents laugh after they dance salsa, oh yeah, under the magnolia tree. See them dancing salsa? Wepa. And when the sea reaches into her pocket to give me a sand dollar. It's at the ocean, one of my favorite places. I think happiness is showing my mom the outer space flowers in my kaleidoscope. That's what I think. Do you think so too? What is happiness to you? Look at Layla. She's so happy. She's a happy little girl. I hope you enjoyed that story and think about what makes you happy. Maybe you can make a list like Layla did of all the little things around you that make you happy. And I hope books is one of the things that makes you happy because it opens a whole magical world to you. So enjoy. I hope you enjoyed Layla's happiness. Thank you.
All right. That was like that book had references to Southeast Queens in it.
Yes, yes. It's written by, do you remember Dominic Sinde Yuganza?
Yes, he wrote
Yeah,
that book.
that's his wife. His
Oh,
wife wrote that book.
yes, yes. I forget
Yeah.
his wife's name.
A Carrie.
Okay, okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I'm like, wait a minute. For a second, I thought you read it, but you wrote it. But I was like, wait, but no, she
No,
didn't say
no,
that.
no, no. It's an amazing book. It got a lot of awards. I think
Wow.
I'm not sure if it won a Newbery, but it got a lot of love.
Oh, that's
So it's
amazing. That's amazing.
definitely on Amazon.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, yeah. I know Dominic well because he's such
Yes.
a lovely person. You know,
Yes,
Mr.
he's a beautiful.
CD.
They're a beautiful family. They live in Rhode Island now. I miss them
Yes,
a lot. Yeah.
yes, yes. Because wasn't she getting her PhD or something like
Yes.
that from Brown or something?
Yep.
Or
Yep.
yeah, yeah.
Yep.
You've
They
reminded
went
me. I
there.
need to give that good brother a call. And
Yes.
it's
Yes.
funny because he shot a couple of my corporate headshots for me,
Yes. Yes.
and just did a really, really beautiful job.
Well, can I tell you a quick story
Sure.
about that? So when when they were at JCal with their two beautiful girls at the time, um, we didn't have any money.
Right, right.
So I bartered with him as
Mm,
far as the girls taking classes
yeah.
and him taking pictures because he had just gotten the camera.
Wow.
And I saw some of his photos and I'm like, you have an incredible eye.
Yes.
And I feel like his photography comes from within. Like he's such a beautiful person.
Yes.
So his photography is beautiful. So he credits me for getting him started.
Oh,
Um,
okay. So he wasn't even a
yeah.
professional photographer at that point?
No, he wasn't. So he became the JCal official photographer.
Wow.
We did a lot of our recitals and other events and stuff for many years. And I've hired him many times since. So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
such a, I'm so proud of that.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. He did this one series, if I recall properly. It was up at a lake or something like that.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and
Isn't
just
that
the
beautiful?
yes, the imagery is so strong.
Yeah.
I can just see the pictures, and I
Yes.
don't know whether people were standing on stones that were in the middle of the lake or
Mhm.
something like that, but it was, it had a very
Yeah.
spiritual kind of vibe to it and stuff.
Yeah, the juxtaposition of nature and the people, it's like they became part of it. It's
Yes,
really beautiful. So
yes.
yeah, but I love this book because it's a hometown story.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. The
Yeah,
Jamaican
like I said,
story.
look, I think next time we might have to have, his wife,
Yeah,
come on
yeah.
and read it, or maybe she's done even some other books, you know?
Oh yeah, yeah. Definitely invite her. I'm sure she'd be happy to join.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
tell us where can we get a copy of the book? It's
It's
on Amazon?
it's on Amazon called Layla's Happiness.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's right. That's his daughter, one of his daughter's name. I think
So yeah.
that daughter is like, isn't she like in high school or out of high school at this
Yeah,
point?
she's probably getting ready to graduate high school because
Yeah.
it blew my mind. They came to Weeksville one time, and she was going to hang out with a friend while he worked. And I
Right.
was like, "What happened here? Like, when did she become a full-fledged teenager?"
Right, right, right. And if
Um,
I recall, did she go to boarding school or something like that?
yeah, one of them got is it the older one? I'm not sure, but they have three girls now.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Indigo is the baby. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I don't think I
Yeah.
met the baby and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
A
Well, look,
beautiful
I'm
family. Yeah.
yes, yes, yes. I'm so sorry for that technology, and it was all my fault, people.
What happened? It's
You
gone.
know, I am, a multitasker, and multitasking oftentimes gets me in trouble. Brother Teal behind the scenes, he was saying that, he was over the house one time, and I
Yeah.
had maybe 15 windows open, and
I'm I'm the same.
so
Guilty. Guilty as charged.
it's not the technology, it's not the
Yeah.
technologist, it is Greg Mays and his quest to do everything all at once. I may have had 5 different windows open and they were all talking to each other. So, there's nothing worse than looking
No
at,
worries.
you
It
know.
was
So,
it all worked out.
yes, yes,
So,
yes, yes.
yeah,
So
but
tell me, remind me, how long were you at JCal?
uh almost 15 years.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
not including the 2 years I worked with the first two jazz festivals
Okay.
as the first coordinator for it.
Okay. Was
So,
Tyra Emerson involved?
oh yeah,
Yeah.
so I was hired by Tyra and Veronique
Okay.
actually as event planning consultant.
Yeah, I think it was
Mhm.
Veronique Lamel or something like
Yep,
that.
yep,
Yeah,
yep.
yeah.
The
Do you know
executive
where she is these
director.
days or?
Yeah, she's actually back in Louisiana,
Okay.
in Baton Rouge.
Okay.
She's consulting. She was in Texas for a while, so she's back at her roots in Louisiana.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I remember she being a
Yeah.
lovely person. I think my mom was on the board at that point, so I kind of.
Yes, yes. Oh, your mom was a beautiful person. It was
Oh,
such a wonderful board, so supportive and wonderful. I have
yeah.
great memories of
Yes, yes.
those
I
days.
think one of the links involved at that point as well.
Mhm,
Yeah,
mhm. Yeah, they donated money every year. They had the men's cooking event set
right.
for a while and other links events and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And then so after that, is it did you go over to Weeksville just after that, or was you somewhere else?
Yes, so I went straight to Weeksville. Then I left there for a little while and I
Okay,
was on the Lower East Side at the Clemente as
okay,
the ED there. And then back to Weeksville. And now I started my own consulting company. So I'm working with about 5 or 6 nonprofits right now.
okay.
Yeah,
Awesome, awesome. And
yeah,
what
including JCal. JCal's one of my clients.
oh, awesome,
We're
awesome.
doing strategic planning with them.
Okay. And that's primarily what you guys are doing, strategic planning?
No, I do. I basically, I'm a veteran of like 30 years of small nonprofits.
Hmm.
And one of the things that always bothered me because small nonprofits have such few resources,
Yep.
planning is a luxury because they're constantly in survival mode.
Yeah.
So I like to work, the core value of my company is to help them thrive
Mm.
instead of just survive.
Yes.
So yeah, so that's could be through capacity building, through gap analysis, through strategic planning, all different things, event planning.
Okay.
It depends. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess because you've done it all.
Yes, I have out of necessity because you got to wear a million hats.
Oh yeah, you got to wear a million hats. That's for sure.
You do it all.
Leads to technology insanity because
Everything you got to fix it all. You got to do it all. You got to be a jack of
it's like
all trades.
it's like call tech support, and you're like, "Hey, Greg."
Exactly. Exactly. Like back when all this stuff came on they're like, Anita, you know how to do that? Oh,
Right,
now you're head of IT. It's like,
right,
what?
right,
How
right,
did
right,
it happen?
right. It's crazy. It's crazy.
No, it is. It
Yeah,
is.
yeah,
But it's a labor of love because, just like with your organization, these are like people who work tirelessly for their
yeah,
communities.
yeah,
Like really, I don't think people understand
yeah,
how
yeah,
much time and effort, you
yeah,
know.
yeah. My favorite question is, is this what you do full time? I'm
Yeah.
like, this is
When you
more than
spare
full time.
time too.
Right, right. But then, I just sort of accept some of the blame for that. It's like, okay, well, Greg,
Right.
if you don't let folks know
Right.
all that you're doing, then, folks don't know,
Right. That's
So,
true. That's
you
true.
really have to. And then that
Mhm.
just introduces the whole problem of communication. I want to
Mhm.
send an e-blast out once a month, just sort of what we're doing. But,
Right.
it takes time to put an e-blast together.
Well, everything in small nonprofits is a high priority,
Yeah.
which means,
Yeah.
it doesn't get bumped to the bottom by choice. It's
Yeah.
a pecking order. So
Yes,
yeah,
indeed.
yeah,
Indeed.
yeah.
All right. Well, look, I am
Well,
not going to hold you. Thank you very
it
much
was
for
a
joining us. Thank
pleasure.
you
Thank
for
you.
working through my little insanity there and all
No
the rest of it.
problem. No problem. This was a lot of fun.
Yes.
All right, and I'll talk to you soon.
Okay. All right. Be
Okay.
well.
And we'll see you next week, right?
Next week. What's next week?
At December 7th, the holiday party.
Oh, yeah. The holiday party. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. If I don't look at my calendar, I don't know what I did yesterday.
Okay. Take care.
All right, Nita. Be
Thank
well.
you. Bye-bye.
All right. Good people, good people. All right. Again, apologize for that horrible technology, thing. And that was again all me because I am crazy. All right. So I see our very next guest is ready to join us. Brother Jermaine Sean Smith. Let's see a brother. You know what I'm saying? There he is, right there. Right
Hello.
there. How are you, my friend?
I'm blessed, highly favored. Today is Giving Tuesday. What a very special day in the nonprofit world.
Yes,
And
it.
I'm so honored to be here for this reading.
Oh Lord, I think I've received 500 emails thus far from nonprofits talking about it's Giving Tuesday. So yes,
Yeah,
I do know it's Giving Tuesday.
yeah. Don't worry,
Um,
another one's coming your way soon.
oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm sure I'll be receiving
Oh
those,
man.
past midnight. But it's
Right?
all
Yep.
good. It's all good. So by way of introduction, man, I think it's important for folks to know just sort of, I first met you when you were actually running for the District 27 New York City Council seat, with that really, really just wonderful, wonderful mix of people who were out there trying to serve the community in that capacity.
Yeah.
And it was such a joy for me. For folks that don't know, I actually ran for the city council seat. I guess it's probably 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Um, and I will say this, my decision to join that race, to me felt more like a defensive kind of move as opposed to an offensive move. There were some folks, and I was like, no, wait, come on. Now, I've been out here, toiling in the fields, and we need to just make sure that the right person gets this job. And in
Yeah.
my mind, I was the right person. Now, I didn't apparently convince enough people that that case. But nonetheless, and it was my first just sort of, political outing. And it was a phenomenal just sort of experience, because it just sort of reconnected me to the community in a different way. And it forced me to just sort of ask some questions about, really what were the issues that were just sort of, facing the community as I tried to put together a platform that said, these are the things that I'm trying to just kind of do. So I may have jumped in there thinking about nonprofits and the discretionary funding that was given out and how important that was, but it forced me to say, okay, well, Greg, what's going on, and the interesting thing is that I really landed at this mass incarceration thing, and the impact that incarceration has on Black communities.
Right.
And I said to myself, okay, if you have conservatively, 1/4 of Black men who are politically, but more importantly, economically disenfranchised,
Mm-hmm.
what does that mean? If they can't provide for themselves and or their families, again,
Right.
1/4 of them. And I said, okay, well, if that represents, 1/8 of the population, if just sort of chopped off 1/8 of the economic well-being of any community, institution,
There
the
it is.
country, that's like devastating,
Yes. Yes.
on a community,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
it affects, if brothers in particular, can't take care of themselves, then how could they possibly take care of, their children? How could they possibly take care of, their spouses to the extent that you're contributing to that? And it was just amazing, and as I was out here just sort of meeting cats, who had spent time, just sort of disenfranchised, including, immediate family members, but it was just like, it was just like, wow, this is huge. And then I read the Michelle Alexander book, blah blah blah, in mass incarceration in the Obama years or whatever it was, and it really, that just sort of drove it home for me. I don't consider myself, just sort of a conspiracy theorist, but
Yeah.
sometimes, it's not a conspiracy, it's just, it's facts.
Right.
It's
Right.
it seemed like a de facto conspiracy, but I digress. But I did meet you and those other phenomenal just sort of people who were running for that position. And I was just like overjoyed that there was so much I didn't know we had that much talent on the bench, and it was just amazing and stuff.
Well, I mean, just to share a little bit about that experience, I will say that I feel like in many of the other city council races across New York City, there wasn't that level of talent, on the bench, as you say. And just to sit there and listen to the stories and the visions that everyone had for the community, I kind of came in as talking about nonprofits.
Mhm.
I understand like the value of what nonprofits mean to our community and what it could mean for every issue. You go down the line, every issue, nonprofits can actively address it if they're properly empowered. And so that's what I talked about. I like to refer to myself as like the Bernie Sanders, Medicare for all. It was like nonprofits. So in doing so, you do hear a lot more of what people's visions are for the community and how we can get stronger. And so I was encouraged just knowing that, I said, let me throw my hat in the ring. Nobody really knows me in the neighborhood, but here's my message. Can we talk about it? Can we start to push this forward? And that's why, people like yourself, that's why I have to sometimes just listen to a lot of what you're saying, because people like yourself that are dedicating yourself to the upliftment of community, this is what I feel like we have as a culture. And how do we promote that? How do we make that is uplifted so that the next person, the next generation, the next set of young people are benefiting from that knowledge and that wisdom and of community and community empowerment. So it was an exciting experience. I'm so happy I did it. I kind of walking in. Yeah, you hope you win, right? But
Right.
if that's not the case, then hey, guess what? Somebody's hearing my message.
That's
And
right.
somebody's understanding that, there are people out there that understand the value of nonprofits.
That's right. And like you made reference to Bernie, Bernie had tremendous impact,
Right.
on the dialogue, on the
Mhm.
conversation,
Right.
and continues to.
Mhm.
I don't think that we'd be talking about, just sort of what do you talk about the 1% or whatever, the
Exactly.
extent that we do without him just sort of bringing that message forward. And in the beginning, honestly, he may have seemed a little crackpottish because he was the only person just sort of talking about these
Right.
things,
Right.
about these things that just sort of weren't spoken about in polite company, if you will. But it is about way more than polite company.
Right.
And in my mind, there are so many issues, like you were saying, that need to be addressed.
Mhm.
And I said, people, this is not a popularity contest. This is not so and so's been around for 50 years, and no.
Right.
These are real issues, in our community. And if we care about these, then it's all about just sort of, supporting people who are willing to just sort of step up, because
That's
it
right.
takes a lot to step up. And so I applaud you for that, man. So real
Thank you,
briefly
sir.
before you read this book, man, so tell me a little bit more. Where did you go to school, man? I know that you are, and don't shoot me if I get this wrong, I think I know you're not a Q, an
No, don't do
alpha,
that. Don't do
or
that. Yes.
okay,
Alpha
okay,
Alpha fraternity.
okay. See, I got it
Oh
right. I
my
got it
gosh.
right. You know what I'm saying? I knew that
Yeah.
wasn't
So
it, but I was like, no. And I know Clyde is a Kappa,
uh-huh.
and look, as a Howard person, representing for Howard,
Yes, yes.
I know
HMU.
about all these cats,
Yeah, yeah.
and it's just like, but a proud alpha man. I appreciate
Yes.
that, man.
So we have a little joke at my school. It's like we go to the real HU, which is Hofstra University. Oh man. So I went to Hofstra University undergrad, then really started to hone in on my professional side. And so went to Fordham University for an advanced certificate in nonprofit leadership.
Okay.
From there, loved it some more, went to some professional development at MCNY, proud to be, a graduate of that school. And then my master's from NYU Wagner School of Public Service.
Oh, okay.
That really rounded out education. I'm still kind of having that bug because learning is so much fun. So
Yes.
figuring out what path I want to take next with relation to learning some more. I think it's a lifelong journey,
Oh, yeah.
and I'm just getting started.
Oh, oh man. Well, look, I'm a convert, man. I love the acquisition of knowledge, man.
Yes.
And I love schools, I love going to them. I love
Uh-huh.
just sort of understanding them. And it's such a powerful thing, man, And I also have a bias, for young people, younger people, because, to me, they're just, they're still some of my older friends. I'm like, come on, man, what you got to do something new.
Right, right, right.
What? Let's mix it up,
Uh-huh.
and let's continue to mix it up. And I tell people all the time, for me, growth comes when you're uncomfortable, in uncomfortable situations, that's when you reflect, that's when you just, all of that, man.
Yeah.
So I hear that loud and clear.
I
And
feel
look,
like
now there are three HUs.
telling you, preacher, because you're really talking, that talk. That's a
Yeah, man.
fact.
Yeah. So now there's three HUs. There's Howard U, there's Hampton U, and now I know there's the real HU, Hampton U.
Oxford University. That's right. Shout out to the Pride.
That's right. Now, were you there when Simone was there? Simone Price Whitfield?
No, probably
Okay.
not.
Okay.
Yeah,
So she's probably a little bit
no idea. But the Alphas, that's where I joined my great fraternity at
Okay.
the Zyside chapter, running the yard, doing the community service,
Awesome.
doing the work of bringing enlightenment to the campus, and
Right.
it's experience 22 years ago now.
Okay. Wow.
And it's just looking back on it, it was really foundational to the leader that I am today, and the work that I'm doing.
Yeah, yeah. And that Wagner School, man, I ain't trying to hold you. That Wagner School thing, I had, A Better Jamaica had a Wagner team. I guess it was about a year and a half ago when we were doing this, the Southeast Queens Music Education Task Force, So I grew up here in the neighborhood. I went to IS 59 back in the day, where literally every single middle school student who entered a middle school in New York City was either given a hard case with an instrument in it or was pointed to the choral room. And that's why, we ended up with Luther Vandrosses of the world and all these other brilliant people, from the different hoods, throughout New York City.
Yeah.
And obviously, all of that has changed. When the city had its financial difficulty in the 70s, the first thing ripped out, were the arts, tragically. And so I look around and I'm like, this is horrific. The people that I remember teacher wise at IS 59, my favorite teacher, because she had, among other things, a beautiful set of legs. And yes, I said that, Miss Anne Marie Hudley, was my choral teacher, Miss Hudley and Miss Chavis. And we sang our little hearts out, it was a part of the day. And she was a phenomenally talented person. So we had this thing. So I was like, okay, we got to figure out what's the state of this music thing. So we set up the Southeast Queens Music Education Task Force. We pulled together, I think it was 6 music educators, people who combined had like 150, 200 years, literally, of experience teaching music. We add these people and their experiences. And then, so all we did was pull them together, and they just talked about what existed in that then, what exists now, what changed, blah, blah, blah. And we had a crew of, I think it was 3 or 4 Wagner students, and it was their capstone project. So they coordinated and captured all of this wisdom of these music educators and put together, and then they did the research that showed, literally all the music reports, downloaded them, from the DOE site that said, this school has a music classroom and has a certified music instructor. And long story short, man, it just showed as clear as it can be that the presence of melanin and the absence of music education are positively correlated in Queens, in the Southeast Queens. It was like,
no, I as a proud Wagner alum as well, I had to do a capstone as well, and just like the knowledge that you get from doing the deep research, the deep work of analyzing a problem from so many different angles, and then trying to find solutions. And the beautiful thing about the process is that you don't know if your answer is going to be correct, but you want to make sure that you're giving yourself as much information to make a reasonable hypothesis, a reasonable solution, a reasonable path towards that,
Yes.
that influences my work today,
Yeah.
absolutely. And so I'm appreciative. And to be quite frank, why I still have that learning bug, because there is so much more deep dives that we can do into the correlation between African American teachers and music classes, and like the oversaturation of kids into gym alone as being the thing, and what that means for their academic success in the future. Last thing on that, my wife just got put on the PTA at PS360 as the representative for my daughter's pre-K class, and they just took away music. And so, we're starting the fight right now, because we understand where music plays in the part of learning. And that's why, here at the Southern Queens Park Association, one of our biggest things this summer was music through coding. How do we get kids into music and into computers, encoding into one, so that they're starting to bud with that interest, that's going to last with them a lifetime learning journey, their education experience, really around how the music can influence them, and how it can be a part of their educational journey.
Absolutely, man. And I mean, if you think about it, just and it's at its most basic, just sort of form, reading music is all fractions. A whole note, a quarter note, a third note, an eighth note, a 16th note. I mean, that's the first time for me that that we were just using fractions.
Yes.
You were using them,
Mhm.
and I mean, just I could go on, man. It's just crazy. So look, fight that fight,
Yes.
because the numbers are there. They ain't giving up music over in Forest Hills.
Right.
It's still a
Oh.
very robust curriculum,
Mhm.
and we need the same, not only music but the visual arts and all of that stuff. So
Indeed.
yeah, man. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna stop, man. I'm gonna let you read this children's book. What are you reading for us today, man?
So today is one of my absolute favorite books to read my daughter. It's a set of 4, but we're going to go with one today.
Right.
And it is Ada Twist, Scientist.
Okay.
We love this book, and it means so much to us, because I want my daughter to explore, and I want all the children that I listen to explore. Always explore, because that's where we get to learn more. And this is by Andrea Betty. Are we ready to go?
We're ready to go. I'm gonna step off the stage, do your thing,
All
and I'll
right.
be back at the end, man.
Thank you so much. Ada Twist, Scientist by Andrea Betty. Illustrated by David Roberts. Ada Marie, said not a word till the day she turned 3. She bounced in her crib, then looked all around, observing the world, but not making a sound. Look at that room. You see that? She learned how to climb and made her big break with a trail of chaos left in her wake. She ran through the day, chasing each sound in sight, and didn't slow down till she conked out at night. That's Ada's parents. Her parents were frazzled, but tried not to freak. As Ada grew bigger, she still did not speak. Clearly, young Ada, with lots in her head, would have something to say when it ought to be said. There she is, looking at the toys, playing with the toys. That's just what happened when Ada turned 3. She tore through the house on a fact-finding spree and climbed up the clock just as high as she could. Her parents yelled, "Stop!" as all good parents would. Ada's chin quivered, but she did not cry. She took a deep breath and she simply asked, "Why?" See that right there on the top of the clock? No, Ada. Why does it tick and why does it talk? Why don't we call it a granddaughter clock? Why are there pointy things stuck in a rose? Why are there hairs up inside of your nose? A lot of questions, Ada. She started with why and then what, how, and when. By bedtime, she came back to why once again. She drifted to sleep as her dazed parents smiled at the curious thoughts of her curious child who wanted to know what the world was about. They kissed her and whispered, "You'll figure it out." Her parents kept up with their high-flying kid, whose questions and chaos both grew as she did. Look at all these questions. What does it do? What is it for? Will it be the same? What if? Why? All questions she's asking her parents. Even Miss Greer found her hands were quite full when young Ada's chaos wreaked havoc at school. But this much was clear about Miss Ada Twist. She had all the traits of a great scientist. Ada was busy that first day of spring, testing the sounds that make mockingbirds sing, when a horrible stench whacked her right in the nose, a pungent aroma that curled up her toes. "Zowie," said Ada, which got her to thinking, what is the source of this terrible stinking? How does a nose know where there's something to smell? How does it still stink if there's no nose to tell? She ratted off questions and taped on her chin. She'd start at the start where she ought to begin. A mystery, a riddle, a puzzle, a quest. This was the moment that Ada loved best. Ada did research to learn all she could of smelling and smells, both stinky and good. One hypothesis Ada thought could be true: the terrible stink came from Dad's cabbage stew. She tasted and tested, but soon Ada knew it was time to come up with hypothesis 2. Then Zowie, the stink stunk again, just like that. Hypothesis 2. It's caused by the cat. The cat couldn't make such a stink on its own. It needed perfume and some fancy cologne. So young Ada tested. The test was a flop. Look at the test. She has the cat, the smell, all the perfumes. She started again, and her parents yelled, "Stop!" Ada's putting the cat in the washing machine. Ada Marie, to the thinking chair now. By the time we count to 3, enough, said her mother. That's it, said her dad. Her parents were frustrated, frazzled, and mad. Why? Ada questioned. Her mother said, no. What? Ada queried. Her father said, go. You've ruined our supper. You've made the cat stink. Enough with your questions. Now sit there and think. She looked at her parents. Her heart turned to go. Poor Ada Twist didn't know what to do. She sat alone by herself in the hall, and Ada once more could say nothing at all. Poor Ada. And so Ada sat, and she sat, and she sat, and she thought about science and stew and the cat and how her experiments made such a big mess. Does it have to be so? Is that part of success? Are messes a problem? And while she was thinking, what was the source of this terrible stinking? Ada Marie did what scientists do. She asked a small question, then she asked 2. And each of those led her to 3 more questions. And some of those questions resulted in 4. As Ada got thinking, she really dug in. She scribbled her questions and tapped on her chin. She started at why, and then what, how, and when. At the end of the hall, she reached why once again. Look at Ada writing on the wall. Oh, she's going to be in trouble. Her parents calmed down, and they came back to talk. They looked at the hallway and just had to gawk. No patch of bare paint could be seen on the wall. The thinking chair now was the great thinking hall. They watched their young daughter, sighed as they did. What would they do with this curious kid who wanted to know what the world was about? They smiled and whispered, we'll figure it out. Look at Ada's work, asking questions, drawing it out. Love it. And that's what they did, because that's what you do when your kid has a passion and a heart that is true. They remade their world. Now they're all in the act of helping young Ada sort fiction from fact. She asked lots of questions. How could she resist? It's all in the heart of a young scientist. And as for that smell, what can Ada Twist do but learn all she can with her friends in grade 2? Will they discover the stink that curls toes? Well, that question, and someday, who knows? And that is our book today. Ada Twist Scientist. Keep asking questions.
All right, Ada Twist Scientist, man, that's an awesome book.
Oh
Awesome book.
man, my daughter loves it. I love it. I love going through it. And every time she asks a question, I think, yes, keep doing that, young lady. Keep
Yes.
doing that. Ask the questions.
Yeah. How old is she now?
She is 4, going to be 5 in January.
Okay.
And she sits through Ada Twist, Sophia Valdez, Future Prez. These are all
Okay.
books that she really dives deep in, and I enjoy reading it to her.
Yeah, man. That's hardcore. You know, there was a book I was going to recommend. It's called I Am Truly. And again, it features this beautiful Black girl and all of the things that are just sort of career options for her. You know, she's going to be an astronaut. She's going to be, I don't know, a philanthropist. She's going to be, whatever. And it's an awesome, awesome book. It's called I Am Truly. But
Well,
you dig in.
definitely, yeah, looking into that, because I know that my daughter figured out pretty young, if she brings another book, she doesn't have to go to bed right away. We're up to 10 books a night.
Oh my God.
We're up to 10 books a night, and anything not to go to sleep. So I enjoy the time though.
Yeah, but that's just so extraordinary, man, to just sort of, get her into books at such an early age. You can't turn back from that. Any minute she's going to start reading them, to you.
Yes, I look forward to that.
Yeah, man. All right, so before we let you go, man, just briefly, SQPA, what do y'all got on the table? What's going on?
Sure. So the Southern Queens Park Association, I'm really privileged to be the executive director here of this historic organization. It's been around since 1976. It is the only Black-run park in New York City. Additionally, it is the only park that does human services and green space. These are two big things for the organization. Right now, we serve over 600 young people in after school. Our big thing is to make sure we're giving them academic enrichment and also activities. You have to put the medicine with the candy. Yes. And the work that we have going on here is that, we really want to see Roy Wilkins, because we use green space a little bit differently, really Roy Wilkins as a hub for all things that are happening, for the community, for our after school, for our young people, for our older people. We just recently had a character day for, the end of October, and then our turkey giveaway that happened for Thanksgiving. And, right now we're gearing up for the holidays. We have a Christmas gift giveaway, and we're partnering with Black Spectrum Theater to bring a winter festival on Saturday, December 18th.
Okay. And what's going to be in the winter festival?
Oh, so we're going to have all the fun stuff, the rides, performances outside. We're going to have all the giveaways that happens with some heat. So because it's going to be a nice chilly day, but all the good stuff that goes over there, vendors are going to be there as well, and a lot of performances, on the big stage here, at Roy Wilkins. So we're partnering. Showing Hearts Foundation is also going to be having their float that's going to be stopping by. So it's just for the community, a good time for our kids in after school, their families, just making sure that, we're setting them off. And oh yes, and I forgot, because Carl Clay at Black Section would kill me, the lighting of the largest menorah in the world is here at Black Spectrum. So those Kwanzaa candles will be lit.
Now wait, that's the lighting of the largest Kanara.
Kanara, yes.
All right, because I think you said menorah. I was like, wait, hold up.
We'll see. Yeah, see, okay, so he is going to kill me, but the largest one, in the world is right here at Black Spectrum here at Roy Wilkins.
Okay.
So SQPA and Black Spectrum, we're going to be lighting that day. So we're looking forward to that fun day. And really doing the work.
Yeah, that's amazing, man. And then this community center thing, the new one, where is that on the horizon? Still happening?
So SQPA, through the diligent work of now Queensborough President Donovan Richards, former council member Idanique Miller, Mayor de Blasio kind of started the process, and now it's really being brought home by Mayor Adams, also Queensborough President now, Donovan Richards, and City Council member Natasha Williams, bringing $147 million facility here to Roy Wilkins. It's going to be a brand new recreation center, all state-of-the-art equipment, and it's going to be on Merrick and Foch Boulevard. That's where the entrance is going to be. They're going to be starting work at the end of next year with a completion in 2027. And if it was the New York City Parks Department that was running this project, I'd say they're probably not going to make that date, but it's going to be happening by city planning. They're the ones that are, leading this process on design and build specifically. And right now they're looking to make sure we have MWBEs that are the vendors for the different projects that have to happen for this building. But it's so exciting because these are well-needed resources in our community. This building will stay here. This building will stay SQPA, and our goal is continue to put a footprint over there as well. And really, just to sneak behind the curtain, a full-time art space right there in Roy Wilkins, for Black artists. So, we're really excited about the future on that side. There's a lot of work that's happening, with city planning, with design and build, and, it's all needed resources for our community.
Right. Awesome. All right. Well, look, man, you've been very generous with your time. I appreciate all the conversation. It's just so rare that we get a chance to just sort of hear from folks locally about all that's going on. And there is a lot going on. I tell people, SQPA is, top 3 important institutions, here in Southeast Queens, between York and you guys and, it's it's huge. So glad to see that such a talented brother is at the helm.
Thank you, sir.
And man,
I'd like to say, definitely, one of my inspirations for running, and it was seeing your logo at the store at the bodega years later, and I'm like, the work doesn't stop. Right there. And then to actually, meet you and see the great work that you're doing at A Better Jamaica. This is what community looks like. So I applaud you for your efforts today with the Jamaica Read-a-thon and having it every year, despite all the challenges that come along with it, as I'm aware of, all the challenges that come along with it. It's that fortitude that helps make our community strong. So thank you, sir. Thank you for all that you do and all the hard work. We appreciate you.
You're welcome. And thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
All right.
So,
right. Have a good
all right,
one.
Brother Smith. We'll talk, man. Be well.
Right. Be well.
All right. All right. So we are back, having, hosted the lovely and talented Miss Anita Warren, who is a Southeast Queens fixture in that she was at the Jamaica Center for Arts and Learning for God knows how many years doing her thing there. And then also the very talented brother Jermaine Sean Smith. Just so happy to have him at the helm of SQPA and doing his thing there. And as a new father, a relatively new father, his daughter's not even 5 years old yet. It's just lovely to see cats so invested in the future of their children and the future of the community and all of that good stuff. So I'm gonna, until our next guest arrives, I'm gonna just sort of talk even a little bit more about A Better Jamaica and the stuff that we are trying to do here. For those of you who are just joining us, I am Greg Mays, and I started this organization, A Better Jamaica, 16 years ago. In the summer of 2006, I went over to Forest Park. We watched a movie with a couple of nephews and a next door neighbor's child. Shout out to Adjoa, who lives 2 doors down, who's now in college, which is just scary. And we saw The Wizard of Oz and just had a great time. And I said, look, why do I have to leave my community to have such a wonderful community building experience? And the answer is that I did not, So I started A Better Jamaica. And our first program was Family Movies in the Park. We now show 21 movies spread across 5 parks in Southeast Queens. and that is run by a very talented brother um, by the name of Chris Teal, commonly known as Teal, and we'll meet him later today. And then we have Jamaica 311, which just sort of lists different events that are happening here in Southeast Queens, knowing that nonprofits don't have a whole lot of marketing dollars. So that is free, those listings that we just sort of post on Jamaica 311. What else? What else? What else? Yeah, so then after that, we had the Jamaica Ball, which was kind of, put on hold because of COVID. But that's okay. That's why we launched last year the Last Breeze of Summer, which is our outdoor Jamaica Ball in St. Albans Park. So we'll bring that back. Jack's Holiday Music. I think when I was before Anita came on, I was talking about that particular program. So we just give a little something to artists who perform down at Jamaica Center around the holidays leading up to Christmas. And then actually on New Year's Day I'm sorry, not New Year's, Valentine's Day as well. So we bring artists, mostly singers, down in the subway, and they sing for the people. And it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And then what else? The Air Train Jazz Festival is our presentation of 34 live jazz shows at the Air Train Jamaica station in downtown Jamaica. That has been a little difficult getting started because we're looking for the Port Authority to sign off on it, and they put us to a new department, and that new department doesn't know exactly what we do, and blah, blah, blah. But we're still working on that. Hopefully we can start that, within the first week or two of December. Let's see, the Delightful Festival is a wonderful program that we had that also was just sort of put on hold by the pandemic. But I think we might be ready to gather in small places. Again, those were these afternoons and evenings of food, music, and a movie, all tied to an immigrant population here in Southeast Queens. So we did everything from Jamaican delights to Bangladeshi delights to Indian delights to Haitian delights to whatever, Puerto Rican delights, Cuban delights, and they're really, really just lovely events for like maybe 100 people or so. And again, it was food, it was music, and a movie tied to an immigrant population. And the target was not only the immigrant populations themselves, but everyone else who was curious and wanted to just kind of learn about their neighbors. So that's the Delightful Festival. After that, let's see, ABJ's CASA. So our CASA programs, we are fortunate enough to receive some CASA funding from a couple of city council representatives. And what we do with those funds, we do two things, and each of two schools. We had percussion classes that we were offering free of charge, sometimes in the morning before school started, and sometimes during the day or after school. And so those are the hand percussion classes, djembe mostly. And then the other thing we were doing was we were deploying a weaver, a very good brother named OK, who has become a wonderful weaving instructor. He has been a practicing artist for quite some time, and now he is becoming an expert instructor in all things arts. So those are the two things we do in the CASA program. We introduce drumming to young people, and then weaving as well. And they're both very successful. And then after the CASA program, let's see, Sukasa. We haven't had a Sukasa allocation in a while, but again, it's deploying artists to a local senior center where they are able to learn different arts as well. What else? The Jamaica Dance Festival. The Jamaica Dance Festival happens every June on Saturday evenings. There are 4, sometimes there's 5, when there are 5 Saturdays in June. And we bring professional dance companies and offer this beautiful artistic offering free of charge to all comers, if you will. So that's a fantastic thing, the Jamaica Dance Festival. So look for that back in June, or this coming June. What else? One of our newest programs is one of my favorites. It's called Civic Duty. And civic duty is a hands-on civics education for, I think, 10 or 11 young men who either go to school here in Southeast Queens or live in Southeast Queens, and they're 11th grade young men. And it's a hands-on civics program. So rather than talk about civics and civics education, we participate, or we introduce them to civics. And we start off by going to, what do we start off by going to? We start off by going to local neighborhood association meetings, and so that they can just kind of see, what people like their parents do in the evening on behalf of the community. We go to a committee meeting for those civic organizations. And then we move on from there to the community board, so that they can see just sort of the role that community boards play in promoting civics. And then from the civics community board, we'll go to a committee or two for that. What else did we do? We didn't spend as much time at the city council as I would have liked, because the timing was a little off. But we certainly met with different city council people, and that was wonderful, and participated in their activities. Let's see. The borough, went to a borough board meeting, and that was interesting. And more importantly, I started to say council member Richardson, but borough president Donovan Richards, invited us to Borough Hall for a really, really fantastic sit down and chat. First, he sat down and chatted with us around a beautiful conference table there. And then we went to, where'd we go? We went in his office, and he just sort of pointed out just all kinds of really interesting things. So the young men were really excited about that. Then we went up to the state. We went up to the Black and Puerto Rican, or Black and Hispanic Caucus now, Black, Asian, and Hispanic Caucus. So we did that for a day trip. And then we ultimately went to Washington, D.C. And as we went to these different places, we tried to, the other component of the program is exposure to different colleges. So the first college that we visited was York College, right here in our backyard, that wonderful institution. Then we went to St. John's University, because one of our program leaders is a St. John's alum. So he was able to give us some insight about that particular school. Where else did we go locally? We went to Columbia University. We went to FIT, spent a little bit of time at FIT. I went to NYU. And then when we went out of town, when we went up to Albany, we visited UAlbany. When we went down to DC, we went to Howard, we went to Georgetown, and we went to Maryland. And that was a wonderful trip, because they got to see an HBCU. They got to see, a boutique, if you will, not that Georgetown is a boutique, but smaller, just sort of competitive school. And what else? And we went to University of Maryland, so they could see what a Big Ten school, looked and felt like. And the whole idea was just really to give them a feel for different colleges, so they could figure out what made sense for them. And then we partnered with the You Can Go to College Committee. We poured our young people into their HBCU tour in the spring. And that was a real eye opener, not just for, the civic duty citizens, which is what we call them, but it was an eye opener for me as well. Although I went to Howard, I had not been to, many of the other schools that we went to. I hadn't been to Norfolk State, and I have friends who went there. I'd been to North Carolina, A&T, not AT&T. I've been there before, and that was wonderful. So we went to all these different HBCUs, and that was a real eye opener. So we do the civics institutions. We visit the colleges whenever we go someplace. What's the other component? We do some cultural outings, and we do some fun stuff. One of the fun things we did was we went to Coney Island, and that was toward the end of the summer, and that was totally insane to go to Coney Island, but we had a fantastic time at Coney Island. We've really done so much with these wonderful young men that we've had a great time. And then finally, we do some volunteer efforts. So we were able to just sort of pour ourselves into Councilwoman Natasha Williams, her Christmas party that she gave for youth. We were able to be the volunteers for that. The prom dress giveaway that one of the precincts, I want to say the 113th, but maybe it's the 105th, or maybe it's all of them. They do a big prom dress giveaway activity. And we poured ourselves into that by just sort of helping to prep, for all the young people, young men and women. They give away suits and tuxedos as well. So we were able to help prep for that event. But Civic Duty, if you want to learn more about it, go to civicduty.nyc. It's a fantastic program, and we need to raise some more money so that we can do a second cohort of that. But I see, I'll get back to talking more about A Better Jamaica, and eventually I might even read a children's book. But I see one of our adult citizens, as opposed to a young citizen in the Civic Duty program, is with us, and he's going to hop on this stage, and his name is Mr. Ronald Turner. So Ronald Turner, there he is right there. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum salam, King.
There we go. All right, we got you half cut off, Brother Ron. So tilt down or up or something like that. Yeah, that's perfect. So, just by way of introduction, this distinguished brother right here, Ronald Turner, I met when my nephew and Ron's son were students at Merrick Academy Charter School, which at the time when we met, Merrick Academy Charter School was on Jamaica Avenue. That was Jamaica Avenue, right, Ron?
Yes.
So Brother Ronald had, a son, Shafiq, who was there, and my nephew Douglas was there, and we just kind of connected.
And I thought you were Douglas's dad.
Yes, you know, I was Douglas's
for a long time.
Because I had to represent, as the uncle.
You represented because you were always there. Every time I saw Doug, I saw you. So
you
definitely represented.
Back in the heavy parenting days. Whoa, yes. I'm glad those are over. But it was good. And so that's why I met Brother Ronald, and we have stayed friends, since then. And more importantly, Ron is one of the adult citizens in the Civic Duty program. So I think I mentioned that there are 10 or 11 of these young men in 11th grade in Civic Duty. And then thankfully there are 3 adults, me, Brother Ronald, and Brother Chris Teal. So we could just sort of, share the burden of love, of just sort of mentoring and just really opening the eyes of these very lovely young men. So it allowed me to, if I couldn't do something, then I knew that, they were in good hands with Brother Ronald and Brother Teal, taking care of them.
At least with Brother Teal. At least with Teal.
And I will take credit, for reintroducing Brother Ronald Turner to the New York City subways, because he is not a subway kind of person. But we got him back on the subway as we just sort of, went all around town.
Sure did.
With these young folks and stuff.
And never had any real, delay issues, thank God.
That's right. And, I remember that one trip that y'all went on where y'all traveled far up into the Bronx.
The Bronx.
That's right, because of you and Brother Teal, going up.
But even that trip went well. We didn't, to the Bronx, it took us about an hour, maybe a little bit more, but it wasn't.
Man, that was at least an hour and a half up there now. Come on.
Nah, it wasn't an hour and a half. It might have been an hour and 15.
Okay. Wait.
Yeah,
Brother Teal has 6 million hours down here, But that was far. And I know it was far because back in the day when my brother used to drag me up to parties in the Bronx and like Co-op City and stuff, it would take us 2.5 hours to go into Manhattan and then get on the 6 train and, blah, blah, blah. So yeah. So it was, so I'm grateful that these brothers are on this journey with me and the young people, so that we don't just sort of, wear ourselves out individually and collectively. So yeah. So Brother Ronald, what are you going to read for us today, sir?
We got to read?
See, you know what? And Ronald's also the source of considerable stress when he does things like that. There we go. Who Am I? Okay, who's that
by brother Jacob L. Carter.
Okay. And who is brother
No
Jacob L.
relation
Carter?
to no relation to, say it again.
Who is brother Jacob L. Carter? Do you know this person?
No, I cannot say. Let me see. Does it say? No. No context about brother Jacob L. Carter in the book.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, it's all good. It's all good, you know. And
But
how did you
I
find
see
this
we
book?
have carterbooks.com on here. So
Okay.
he
Okay. It's
must be, I'm
always
not
good
doing
to
a good
see
job with the
somebody
camera. Okay.
publishing their
Here we
own
go.
books, you know?
Yes, for sure. But yes, Jacob, excuse me, Who Am I by brother Jacob L. Carter. All right. Did you get a good look at the illustration too? Let me see if I can do a better job.
You know, I would refer to that person, you know, affectionately as a blockhead, you know, because his head is looking kind of
A
blockhead.
blockhead with a serious question.
With a serious question, a blockhead with a serious question. Yes,
Melanated blockhead, by the way.
Sorry?
Melanated blockhead.
Okay.
A melanated
melanated
blockhead.
blockhead. Yes,
Yes, with a serious question.
With
All
a
right.
serious question. All right, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, so let's jump right into it.
All right, I'm gonna hop off the stage so you can, you know, jump right into it for us.
All right, brother. So once again, Who Am I? By Jacob L. Carter. At school, Jacob sat confused. History class had shared its views. Europe was great, so was Rome. America was best, a place he called home. But through the pages of his book, he could not find many faces that looked as he looks. Only 1 month did they pool, the black faces, and things they did or what they proved. Some were scientists, some freedom fighters. Many were slaves, but he felt their history was brighter. Asking his teachers, "We come from Africa. Where are our faces in Egypt? That is in Africa." Teachers had no reply. They had no patience or any time. They couldn't even think to deny. His questions were good, but his next would be better. He would ask it to mother and father. They know better than any teacher or book. Plus, they look as he looks. So home he went, excited to ask a question so powerful that few dare ask. Into the kitchen he burst. Mother was there, cooking dinner, as she did every day of the year. Jacob asked his mother, "Who am I?" Quick as a whip, mother replied, "You are Jacob, son of mine." Jacob said, "No, no, mama, but who am I?" Too busy raising his siblings, cooking that meal. Mother replied, "Go ask your father, who am I?" So to father Jacob went, off to where mother sent. At his chair, paper in hand, which father read beginning to end. "Sorry to interrupt, father," Jacob said, "but I have a question in my head." Father stopped his reading and he said, I'm all ears, Jacob. Go right ahead. The same as before, Jacob asked, Who am I? As did mother, so did father reply, You are Jacob, son of mine. To Jacob's dismay, he replied, No, no, father, but who am I? Too busy relaxing from a hard day's work, father dismissed his question. Jacob's feelings were hurt. To his room he went, asking himself, How come they don't know what I meant? I know I am Jacob, son to them, but who am I is what I meant. He thought and thought and felt and felt. He still needed this answer. He needed some help. For a young man, he was wise. He decided it was best to look inside. Something within told him, Look to thyself. You must know thyself. With this, he began to read, as he had done in school. Books hold knowledge, and knowledge is power. This is known, even by the likes of a fool. He read books on history from all different lands and began to see the flaws in their plan. To deceive enough will make a lie seem a truth, but believe in thyself, and you can see to the truth. From America to Europe, Asia to Africa, he saw distinction. The faces like his were voided, somehow extinguished. Then he read harder. His research evolved. He used not only books, but the internet to solve. And he listened to men speak their theories of nature and man, the gods and their fury. What was beyond and what was below? How greed and distractions had weakened our soul. You were revered, young Jacob, at a time and a place. You thought no rule, but shared your grace. Planet to planet, you touched time and space. But somehow on earth, you fell from grace. You must look within to reclaim your place. He smiled, for his question had been answered. Who am I was no longer the question. But now, how can I change their perception? The end. It looks like we got a little autograph on this book here. I didn't even realize that. Can you see that? Yeah.
A little autograph. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what it looks like.
where'd you get the book, man? Did you go to a reading at Barnes and Noble or something?
Listen, brother, just like I told you, man, we got a ton of books in this house from back in the day when the young man was I tried to encourage his reading as much as possible. So I go and search and always come up with something that I think is suitable for this occasion.
Okay. Okay. So when the young man was a youngster, I hear that. So, what was your favorite book, man, when you were growing up? Was there a favorite or no?
Wow, good question. I can't say that I had one growing up. I was not a big reader. I was, I was outside child. I was always out doing things, riding my bike. I only read when I had to. From being honest, I was
Right.
not a big reader growing up.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
wanted to be
Was
outside
there a
riding my
book?
bike.
Yeah, was there a book that was that was a moment for you that you read, or what was the first sort of big book that you read?
You're coming up with these really great questions, Gregory. Um, the first big book outside of school, man, I would say, well, to jump
Or
to the
even in
chase,
school?
well, nothing that the book that had the most impact on me is, and something that I've read twice already, was a book by Ivan Van Sertima. They Came Before Columbus.
Mm-hmm.
That's what really got me into reading. Or I would say, you know what? No, I'm sorry. Now that I think about it, there was a book. What was the name of that book? I can't remember the title, but it was the first book I read, and it wasn't a textbook. I think I got it from the library, and it was about the slave trade. I can't remember the name, but it was about the
Okay.
slave trade, and that
Okay.
just kind of, that was before Roots. Really, just reading about slavery in textbooks. This was a library book that talked about the slave trade, and it just kind of opened my eyes, because I think, for the most part, if I remember, textbooks kind of, if it's possible, sugarcoated slavery.
Right.
This book was very graphic, um, in detailing that whole experience, um, almost like a first person
Mm-hmm.
telling of that experience. Um, and that just was just impactful,
Hmm.
not necessarily in a positive way, but it just kind of opened my eyes, and I wanted to know more about the real history of it, what it was really like. And like I said, this was before Roots, and so everything before that was like kind of sugar coated and kind of dressed up, and so that was pretty impactful.
Yeah, yeah. Man, Roots was huge,
It was.
just in terms of just sort of opening up, black people, white people, and everybody in the middle, opening up our eyes and our minds,
Who was your favorite Roots character?
oh gosh. Kunta, you know, um, disrespectfully known as Toby, you know, and my God, I think that was probably in middle school, and just that thing was incredible. I just remember to this day. Who remembers the names of the characters from some movie you saw, a miniseries you saw, in middle school, if it was not phenomenally impactful, and Roots
Right,
was obviously that, when they were beating my man, and he was tied to the post or whatever, he was tied to the tree, and, they were talking about, say your name, boy, and he was just like, coon,
defiant. Yeah, yeah.
just
He was
continued,
defiant.
to say Kunta, and I think, and to the point where he says Toby, and then he just dropped off the tree, um
Right. My mom actually has it's actually my shirt that I gave to her with it's a Kunta shirt. It's a
yeah,
picture of,
yeah,
picture of him in chains on the shirt.
yeah,
So
yeah. And
yeah, I had that
obviously
shirt
that
for a
was
long time.
LeVar Burton, just
Right,
uh
right.
and then went on to have a tremendous impact in both Star Trek, um, you know the years that
Right.
he spent in that series, and more importantly, reading Rainbow.
Yes. Very
Um,
much so.
I
Very
mean,
much so. My
I,
favorite character, I have to say though, was Kizzy.
yeah, you took the words out of my mouth, man. Kizzy was, she was a
Yeah.
beast.
Yeah.
Leslie
Kizzy was
Uggam,
my favorite.
yeah,
Kizzy, like she didn't care. She was so defiant,
yes, she
but
was.
but graceful about it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, yeah,
Defiant but graceful, smiling all the time, but
yeah,
plotting
yeah.
while she's smiling. You
Yes,
know what I mean?
yes,
She's
yes.
smiling, but she's plotting.
Right, right,
You
right,
know?
right. And that was
So
Leslie Uggams, right?
yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
yeah,
Yes, sir.
yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir. She yeah, Lex, and then Chicken George, I also enjoyed
Yes,
it too.
Chicken George with Ben
Yeah,
Vereen.
Ben Vereen. That's right.
I mean,
Yeah. So
again, who remembers, the names of these characters and the actors that played them,
yeah.
all this time ago.
And John Amos as an adult, Kunta, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Um,
After he got his foot chopped off.
yes, Jesus Christ, man.
Right, right.
So it's funny, man. You mentioned that, Roots was probably the first big book that I ever read.
Mm,
And that thing
okay.
had to be a good, 3 inches, at least 2.5. And that was
Right.
the very first book, and obviously it came after watching just sort of that show. But that was just, I mean, that was extraordinary. It was absolutely extraordinary.
For
Um,
sure.
so yeah. Then I'm trying to think. Just sort of Roots was probably probably the first big book that I read. Recently, a book that I've talked a lot about, and I'm sure I've mentioned to you, is "The Warmth of Other Suns," the Isabel
Yes, you have.
Wilkerson book. Um, you know, just an extraordinary book, man. And as a man of Caribbean descent, you might find it even more interesting, than I found it. Because obviously my parents are, my father was born in Harlem, but is of Southern, descent, and my mother was born in Virginia. Um, and the challenge for me is just sort of being disconnected, from my Southern heritage, because my father was born here. And his people were not really trying to make a whole lot of trips down south, although I do recall that they did spend a little bit of time down in Florida or so, going to visit different relatives. And then my mother, as I've told people, my grandmother was married to what I could only imagine was the original Mister from The Color Purple, because she packed up, her 8, 9 kids and headed north, without him. So, I can't imagine that was a happy relationship, you know.
Right. Right.
Um, and so therefore
It was 9 of y'all?
no, this was my grandmother.
Oh, your grandmother. I'm sorry. I'm
Yep,
sorry.
yep, yep. So there were 8 of them, because I think my mother always referred to 7 brothers and sisters. So my grandmother, brought all 8 of her children out of Virginia, Harriet Tubman style, you know, up to New York, you know.
Right.
And she wasn't looking back. So I never was one of those, young people who went, down south, for the summer.
For the summer.
Um,
Right. Right. Right.
right.
Right.
So reading this book, The Warmth of Other Suns, was just a phenomenal journey to me, because it just, there's another book from what I understand that said, all Black people from the South. But just fascinating, to, really put, the outmigration of Black people, out of the South into these northern and western cities. When I lived in LA, it was like, okay, all the Black people here are from Texas and Louisiana. What's this about? And literally 90% of the Black people you met in LA, they're, who had been born there, whatever, their parents were from Texas and Louisiana. My
Okay.
cousin, my cousin's wife, was from Louisiana. And then the fascinating thing, and all the, most of the Black folks up here in New York and Pennsylvania, whatever, all are from, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida. And then the black folks in the Midwest, you know, in the Illinois and the Michigans of the world and the Nebraskas of the world and all the rest of that, you know, are coming out of, you know, the middle kind of deep South states. So it just really put our entire journey, you know, in context. And it was absolutely, you know, fascinating book to read, and one that I recommend to anybody who wants to
Now,
just.
is that going to be, is that something that you're still going to try to achieve, is to have that be a group book, or is that
Yeah,
off
for
the table?
specific duty citizens, you know, it would be interesting. You know, there's some other books that I might just kind of go to first, you know,
Okay.
but it would be awesome, you know, to get to that book. I mean, I might go to a book like, you know, Malcolm X,
Okay.
um, you know, which is just another fascinating, brilliant book that really
And I have
just.
that book somewhere here too. I have to look
Yeah,
for it.
yeah, just, you know, talks about the trajectory of an individual and how his life, you know, expanded as a result of the experiences that he had. Obviously, you know, one of the most significant of them, you know, his journey to Mecca, and how he then, you know, came to understand that, you know, Islam, you know, was far bigger than what he'd seen here, you
Hmm.
know, in the
In
United
the
States,
U.S., right?
and just included, you know, the world and its people, you know. So that book is just, and I mean, his journey, I mean, you know, he was a pimp, you know, in Harlem at some point. I think I got that right, you know. But you know, just amazing.
He lived a very seated life. I don't know if pimp was
Yeah,
one of
yeah,
his
yeah.
many professions, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was.
Right, right, right. You know, and maybe I don't want to disparage Brother Malcolm like that, but there was something, you know, something interesting like
Like I
that.
said, it was a seated life. It was, you
Yes,
know,
yes, yes,
was
yes.
if it wasn't a pimp, it wasn't far removed from one.
Right, 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 right. So that was a fascinating book, you know, that I might have the citizens read. I'm trying to think what else, you know. Um, the Colin Powell book, you know, was an amazing book as well. That's another one of those big books, you know. And it was amazing because it dissected his life, you know, his public life, and it you saw how step by step this brother, you know, built this career that led to his becoming the Secretary of State, you know. And he talked
Hmm.
about how the first time, I guess, he met the Queen of England 3 times, you know. The first time he was carrying the bags, you know, for some general or something like that, you know. The second time was probably when he was uh what was he, Joint Chiefs of Staff, Secretary of Defense. I don't know if he was ever Secretary of Defense. And then the third time when he is Secretary of the State, you know. And you know, the fact that that brother was an immigrant, you know, and went to City College, you know, and
Right.
had all
And
of that.
ascended all the way up to that position.
That's right, right. That just speaks to, you know, the opportunity that is there for cats to take advantage of, you know, should they decide to, you know.
Hmm.
So that was a phenomenal book. Another book was Parting the Waters, America in the King Years. Taylor Branch, you know, just an awesome, awesome book that just dissects the entire civil rights movement and just kind of, you know, moves it from being this little simplistic kind of thing to one that allowed you to appreciate all of the strategy that was, you know, being, you know, deployed by Black folks as they fought for their own freedoms, you know. So an extraordinary book, America in the King Years.
It's funny that you mentioned that, and I'm looking around because I have that book here somewhere close by.
Oh yeah.
I don't see it right now, but I have
Oh,
it.
that book is just, you know, a beast of a book. And there were what, at least 2 volumes of it and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
It just put, you know, you read these little simple stories about Rosa Parks, you know, getting on the back of the bus and defying. And then you learn that, you know, that Rosa Parks had been a fighter for quite some time, you know, and the extent to which, you know, she was chosen, and that these acts were very deliberate, you know, planned out, and they just weren't random. That book, the Nelson Mandela book, you know, A friend of mine got married in South Africa, and I was like, let me read this book before I go over there. So that was a phenomenal book to read. To again,
Right.
just sort of put some context, around things. And again, you had like this ridiculous child's idea of who Nelson Mandela was. My man was an attorney, and to become an attorney in the environment in which he became an attorney just really speaks to the level of extraordinary, that he was and stuff. So yeah, man.
Yeah, I saw some. I saw some. Sorry, I saw some old interviews. What was this brother's name? I forgot. He was one of the long-standing journalists on ABC. I forgot his name.
Max
But,
Robinson.
who?
Max Robinson.
No.
Okay.
No, it was a white guy.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, he did a town hall with Nelson Mandela. And I think this was after he and so some of the questions he asked him were very profound and kind of spoke to current environment based on things that are going on in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that he was very adamant about was the fact that an enemy of the U.S. is not necessarily my enemy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Speaking specifically to Russia.
Mm-hmm.
So that was interesting, and he kept the host. I'm seeing his face. I can't remember his name, but he kept trying to ask these leading questions to, I guess, encourage Nelson Mandela to, I guess, disavow or, and he stood his ground. He was like, listen, they have never, done anything that I have, that just because they, done something that you disagree with or goes against your policy, doesn't mean that I have to feel a certain way about them. And then he pointed out the things that they've done to benefit South Africa, and how they've aligned themselves with them. So it was just, it was kind of, and the audience responded to it because they knew basically what he was doing. What was the you probably know the answer to this question. What was the there was a guy that used to host Nightline for many years. You remember his name?
Ted Koppel. Ted Koppel.
I think it was Ted Koppel.
Yep.
I think it was Ted Koppel. Yeah, and like I said, it was town hall setting, and he just kept trying to lead him, into like, well, how come? And he was like, and he's a very calm, methodical thinker. Very, doesn't rush, takes his time, and at one point it stood out because he pointed out, he made it very clear that he understood what Ted Koppel was trying to do with his line of questioning. And he was like, you can continue to try to do that. You're not going to dissuade me. I feel. Say it again.
No, I just, look, Ted Koppel was a beast of a journalist. And I think oftentimes, that was his tactic, regardless of who you were, he was going to be a very effective devil's advocate, and he didn't present it as, let me play devil's advocate. He presented as someone who genuinely, had this different set of beliefs, and I think it was an effort to just sort of evoke a genuine response, / ire, from his guests, and really to see how solid, they were in their terms of their commitment, So no,
but Mandela was all over it though. He was like, because he made mention of it several times. He was like, again, I see that your line, and he's very slow and methodical, and I see that your line of questioning is going in a certain direction, in his accent, of course.
Right.
And he was just like, however, I'm standing my ground. I said what I said, basically. you
Yeah,
know.
yeah. He was a
So,
phenomenal human being, that's for
but
sure.
it was good stuff. It was good stuff. And this is from I say this was from early '80s probably.
Okay.
Early
Yeah,
'80s. This town hall was, and it was quite interesting. I have to say.
yeah, yeah. And then I'll throw another book out there before I let you go, man. This book, King Leopold's Ghost.
Oh my
Um,
gosh.
did you read that book?
No, but just the mention of King
Oh,
Leopold,
oh my God, man.
because a lot of
Um,
people don't really, even today, don't know the history of King
no,
Leopold.
no.
No.
And in the Belgian Congo, and that book was recommended to me. Now I've only spoke with Harry Belafonte, um, you know, once, maybe twice in my life when he was alive,
Okay. Okay.
Um, and one of the things that he shared, when I spoke with him, was this book, King Leopold's Ghost. And I was like, okay, well, if
Wow.
Harry Belafonte is
Right.
telling me to
Right.
read something,
You
you
better
need to
read it.
read it, you know.
Right. Right.
And I read
Right.
that book and it was absolutely fascinating, you
I
know.
can imagine.
And it was really around the time where the Congo was having, its, big, huge problems. And
And continue to do so today.
but this book was crazy because it put all the actions of the people into a context. When they were, cutting off people's hands and the rest of that, it was like, well, what kind of barbarism is that?
Right.
And
Right.
then you read King Leopold's Ghost and you found out that they was cutting off people's hands and limbs and the rest of it. It's like, oh, this ain't nothing but some mimicry, you know, some, learning from, the insane master, about barbaric behavior,
Correct.
and the
Correct.
tragic thing being that, you've incorporated that barbaric behavior because that's what you learned, um, you know, as a child, but
Yeah, I
incredible.
gotta check that out. I hadn't heard about that book before,
Oh my
but
God.
because it was recommended by Harry Belafonte, HB himself, to
Yes.
someone that I know personally, I'm definitely gonna have to look that up.
Yeah.
And the Warmth of Other Suns too, because you made that
Oh
within your
God, that book
background
is so
reference. I'm
beautiful.
gonna have to
Isabel
check that out.
Wilkerson, but King Leopold's Ghost was just like, oof, the atrocities, man, that were just sort of done, just insane,
And
um,
again, it's crazy. Well, I don't know if crazy is the right word, but the fact is, a lot of people of color
yeah,
have no idea who King Leopold was and what that
right,
history was in Congo. They
yeah,
just don't know. They're just not aware.
yeah, yeah, that's for sure.
You know.
And
Yeah.
then it's interesting because I saw Killers of the Flower Moon, I think that's the name of it, the Scorsese film. I saw it this past weekend, and it was an extraordinary film. Um, and again, about, in this case, I mean, the scale of the atrocity was much, smaller, but about folks going up, into Osage country, who were at the time were per capita the richest people in the world, according
Hmm.
to the film.
Is that
Um,
right? In the
yes,
world?
in the world, according to the film, and all
Okay.
because of the oil that was found in this territory that they were pushed into by the United States government, and
Wow.
and interestingly happened in the same time frame as uh uh oh, where they were killing all the black people and
There've been a few of those.
right, yeah, this is true, this is true. In Omaha, what's the uh oh
Uh,
God,
uh, Tulsa.
yes, in Tulsa.
Yeah.
So same time frame, and the movie makes reference to it, but this movie is extraordinary in that basically Robert De Niro and Leo DiCaprio are tricksters, and that they're going into and they're plotting and successfully stealing, the land of, the Osage people,
I didn't realize that's what that film was about. I
Oh,
saw the coming attractions, but I
oh,
never really picked up on it.
a beautiful film from a filmmaking point of view, but just and I'm not giving anything away. You know, they're going in and they're marrying natives for the money so that they can inherit,
Wow.
the
The land.
wealth of the
Wow.
natives.
Wow.
And quite a few people fell for the okey doke,
Right.
and then they're going in and marrying and then picking off the relatives who might have some claim to the wealth. And
Wow.
man, it is as sad as that sounds, it is a beautifully done film.
Now, and this is based on
It's true.
historical
Yes,
events.
it's true.
Yeah. And you know what's
Based,
so crazy? Every now and then I will see instances of similar situations occurring today.
yep.
Not in that context, but just of people who have rights to land,
Yep.
people of color who have rights to land, who own land.
Yep.
It's been in their family for years and years and years, and then for whatever reason, a
Yep.
developer is coming in trying to,
Steal it.
steal,
Right.
finagle,
Right.
whatever the land from them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's still happening in
With deed
2023.
theft, all over the place,
Right. Not to mention all these corporations that are buying up all these in mass single family homes,
yes. Yeah.
buying up these single family homes and then leasing them,
Mm, mm,
leasing them. So
yeah.
gobbling
Still
up
owning the asset.
all the inventory
Yeah.
and forcing people, creating a situation where folks can't necessarily have home ownership. They
Right.
can just rent.
Yeah.
So
Incredible, man.
but yeah, brother, I know you got to keep the show going.
Yeah,
Appreciate the
but
time,
definitely
appreciate the
go.
opportunity.
Yes,
Say
yes.
again?
Appreciate you, man,
Yes.
for volunteering in this fashion for quite a few years now,
Yes. How long has it
you
been
know,
since we
uh,
started in right
man,
there, Jamaica Center Parsons?
that's
Was that
right.
the
That's
first one?
right. Started underground,
Right.
just reading children's books in the man, I don't know when that was, but I know it was well before the pandemic,
Yeah, it had to be. I'm thinking 2017.
God, that would be crazy.
Yeah, I
And
think
that
it
was
was 20.
insane.
But it was dope though. I mean, I like that format actually. I mean, this is obviously more convenient, but
Right.
I like that format in the fact that people would be walking by just like, what the heck are they doing over there?
Yeah. What the hell
So
are they doing over there?
right.
Yeah. All right, we got to figure that out, man. Got to figure that out
Yeah,
for sure.
for
It
sure.
might be the turn. It might be time for the return of the live.
Yes,
Anyway,
it just might be.
so, Brother Ronald, thank you again. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
And
Appreciate it, man.
see you sooner rather than later.
All right, man. Have a great day.
Yes, sir. Thank you, man. All right. Much gratitude to Brother Ronald Turner for joining us for God knows how many years at the Jamaica Read-a-thon. All right. I think our next reader, if you will, is ready for action. Hopefully, he hadn't fallen asleep waiting for me to stop running my mouth. And that is Brother Jordan Kennedy. Brother Jordan, you there? Or you up there? I see Brother Jordan got his camera on, and bam,
How are you?
just like that.
I was there for you all's conversation, so it was kind of interesting to hear what books you guys have read.
Yes, man. So do you care to share with us some of your favorite books of all time, man?
Well, I'm the sort that likes to dabble in a lot of different books. The books that
Okay.
I grew up on, though, if we're talking about children's books, besides a
Either
plethora of
children
the
or
books that
adults,
you
whatever
all,
works.
yeah, besides the plethora of books that you go, because you all have read some good books actually, and you know who my mother is, so that's already instilled in me. So, but children's books wise, I guess it was more so Harry Potter and like Lord of the
Mhm.
Rings, more like detective based, or just kind of in my own world. It kind of, I guess books for me And I would, venture to guess for a lot of people, it's just kind of a way to escape. So if if you're watching a movie, it's a different world you go into. If you're playing sports or something, it's it's community. Or if you're drawing something, it's just kind of a way to escape from reality or whatever your reality is at that
Mhm.
moment. So as a kid, it was just all the Harry Potter series. I have to get the next one each year. Have to get it, try to get it signed. No Lord of the Rings, all of that. So
Yeah,
reading was, it's very fundamental. You kind
yeah,
of need it
yeah,
for
yeah.
for different reasons, for a lot of different reasons.
Yes, 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 and that escape thing is huge, you know.
Yeah,
To me, that's what movies do for me, you know, just allow
right.
me to just totally escape really easily, you know.
Hmm.
Just sit down, lights come down, and
Right.
just, you know, just learn
Set the
about
mood, set the atmosphere. Yeah.
yes, yes,
Hmm.
yes, yes, and learn about different worlds. Because I mean, that's what this movie, Killer of the Flower Moon. I'm mutilating the name of it.
Mm.
It was just like
Right.
oh, like wow,
Yeah. Mm.
just like
Yep. Yep.
I mean, obviously, I've known about the massacre of Native Americans, over time,
Right.
whatever.
Right.
But this was a
But
very, very
it
specific story.
puts things in a different lens too.
Absolutely,
It's like
man.
what you thought you. Yeah. Hmm.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so what you got for us, man? Wait, before I go to man, you're telling that story just about the books that you loved reminded me of and I shared this story with folks before, my nephew Douglas, whom one time we're trying to get out the house and in the morning try to get to school and
Yeah.
his brother's in the shower. I'm like, what in the world is shower? Like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
And I rush up to the bathroom, like, come on, man, we're trying to go. I pulled out the
Right.
shower curtain, and he is sitting there with this damn Harry Potter book.
And it was like that everywhere you went. You had to
Yo,
bring it with you. Yep. Hmm.
standing up in the shower, water
Hmm.
running down his back, and he is reading the Harry Potter book. And
Hmm.
I wanted to be pissed, but how you gonna be pissed at something like
He's
that?
he's reading. He's in
He's
there reading.
reading,
Yep.
you know,
Hmm.
and this is someone who started to read late as well. It was just like, okay, you know,
Hmm.
you can't be but so mad,
Right. Right.
And he just turned into this reading animal, which was
Right.
amazing. Again, he started to read very late. And when he
Hmm.
started reading, though, it was just like, it was insane,
Yeah. Especially once you find a piece of literature that you are invested in and that interests you, I feel like it kind of catapults you from there.
Yes,
I feel like,
yes,
yeah, I feel like a lot of people would kind of shy away from, well, I read, but you're reading like a McDonald's menu, or or
right,
you're reading things
right,
along your
right,
day to
right.
day thing. But yeah, I think if people just find that one thing, it'll kind of catapult you and kind of get you interested. It's
Absolutely,
the
man.
things that you don't know about,
That's right.
just
That's
try
right.
it out and see.
And that's why I have no problem, with children reading um uh uh oh, what's my book? Um the not Diary of a Wimpy Kid, but the other one, Dogman.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, 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 yeah. I used to
Dogman.
love Dogman too. I used
Oh,
to love Dogman, Diary with all of those, Captain Underpants, all of those
oh,
things.
Captain Underpants. That's what I meant.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was
Mm-hmm.
before
Captain
Dogman.
Underpants. Yep, I used to read all of those books,
Oh
except a
my
few, but
God, man.
yeah.
I introduced, for some boys love those damn books.
Yeah, I don't know what
Um
it is either.
I don't know what it is, man, but it just some Captain Underpants. I mean, and for folks who don't know, you from time to time, and then sometimes all the time, are part of the Jamaica Reads program where you
Right,
actually go in. You're not a senior citizen by any stretch of imagination, but you're an
right,
excellent substitute for when we
mm,
miss, when a senior citizen
right,
has issues or whatever, you come in
right.
and read, with the young people. So tell us a little bit about that experience, man. What has that been like? What have you found, challenging, compelling, rewarding? I think you were in one of the schools earlier today.
Yeah, I would mostly be inclined to say that it's mostly been rewarding. I don't really see a downside to helping. Well, just keep it at that, to helping. So in this case, it's reading. But I guess it's been more of an outlet for me because I feel like I can help children in a way, like you kind of, just to reiterate what you said, I'm not a senior necessarily, but I'm in that space. So I'm able to kind of teach kids from a different standpoint. Whereas if I'm younger, I kind of, depending on the life you've lived, I can kind of relate to the children more. So I get that you may not always want to read, that this is hard at the moment, that, I'd rather be coloring, I'd rather be doing other things, but kind of get them to at least have a, good foundation and know where they're coming from so I can catapult them so they can do everything else. Yeah, it teaches me a lot about myself, and it teaches me how to help other people.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, that's what I found as well, man. And in particular, I think when I was doing more tutoring on day-to-day basis, at one time I think I was the only male, tutor.
Yeah,
Although
yeah,
that's not the case now, but we had, and I'm thankful for the, the older women who were just sort of part of our crew.
right.
Shout out to them, to Miss Cole and Miss Shepherd, who recently stopped tutoring with us, but
The
they were with
OGs.
us from the beginning. That's
Mhm,
right, the
mhm.
OGs. But the kids, their response to me, as a male tutoring was just so interesting. They were like, well,
Right,
what the hell is this? What are you doing here? Uh,
right.
but it was just, it was good. It was good because it
Especially
kind
because they don't see that a lot either, whether it be
that's right.
teachers, a lot of just male presence in general.
That's right.
So
That's right. That's right.
it's
So
kind
I
of
think it was just kind of, kind of new for them and stuff.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, man. So what are you going to read for us?
I'm actually going to be reading a book called The Little Prince. It's a read aloud storybook based on the masterpiece by Antoine de Saint Exupéry.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let me leave the stage, man. Do your thing. We'll talk at the end.
Alrighty, alrighty. Let's see. When I was 6, I gave up my magnificent career as an artist. I had to choose another profession, so I learned how to fly a plane. I lived all alone without anyone I could really talk to until 6 years ago when I made a crash landing in the Sahara Desert. Something had gone wrong with the plane's engine. On the first night, I fell asleep on the sand, 1,000 miles from the nearest civilization. So you can imagine my surprise when, at sunrise, a funny little voice woke me up saying, "Please, draw me a sheep." Huh? Draw me a sheep. I leapt to my feet as if I'd been struck by lightning. I rubbed my eyes. I saw the most extraordinary little man standing there, examining me from head to toe. I told him I was quite annoyed, that I didn't know how to draw. He answered, "It doesn't matter. Draw me a sheep." So I started to draw. He watched me closely, then he said, "No, that one is already very sick. Sick. Draw another one." I started to draw again. My friend smiled kindly. He said, "That's not a sheep, it's a ram. It has horns." So I scrawled out more drawings. "This is a crate," I said. "The sheep you want is inside the crate." I was quite surprised when I saw my young judge's face light up. "That's just what I wanted, but do you think a sheep like this needs a lot of grass? Because where I come from, everything is really small." And that's how I saw, and that's how I first met the Little Prince. But it wasn't until much later that I finally understood where he had come from. I learned something very important. The plane he came from was barely bigger than a house. The Little Prince asked, "It's true, isn't it, that a sheep eats bushes?" Yes, that's right." "Oh, that's good. So they must eat bacabs too, right? Because you see, there are some terrible seeds in the Little Prince's planet. Bo Boab Bohab seeds. The planet soil was full of them. Now, with a Boab, if you allow it to grow too much, you can never get rid of it again. It will take over the whole planet. It will riddle the planet with its roots. And if the planet is too small and there's too many Boabs, the planet will explode." The Little Prince pressed me with questions. "If a sheep eats bushes, does it eat flowers too?" "A sheep eats everything it finds, even the flowers that have thorns." "Yes, even flowers that have thorns." "Then what's the point of having thorns?" "There isn't any point. It's pure nuance on the part of the flower." After a brief silence, he burst out rather begrudgingly, "I don't believe you. What if I know of a flower that is unique, a flower that doesn't exist anywhere else except my planet?" And with that, he began to cry. I held him in my arms until he fell asleep. It wasn't long before I heard all about this flower. It had sprouted one day from a seed and appeared out of nowhere. The little prince had kept a close watch on this tiny spring that didn't look like any other spring. The flower took ages and ages to bloom, to come out of its little green shelter of a bud. It took its time deciding what color to be. It dressed itself slowly, deliberately, adjusting its petals one by one. It didn't want petals all rumpled like those of a poppy. Oh no, this was a very stylish flower. And then suddenly one morning there she was. Ah, here I am, the little blossom said. I'm barely awake. I'm still all I'm still all disheveled. But the little prince couldn't contain his admiration. How lovely you are, he said. It wasn't long before the flower began to torment him with her vanity. One day the flower said to the little prince, I'm terrified of drafts. You don't happen to have a shelter, do you? Terrified of drafts, are you? This is not a very good thing for a plant, is it? Remarked the little prince. Quite a complicated flower. At night, I want you to put me under a glass cover. It's very cold here where you live. And to make sure the little prince had gotten the point, the flower coughed 2 or 3 times. So, despite his growing affection, the little prince began to grow unhappy. To escape his sadness, it seems the little prince hitched a ride with a wild flock of migrating birds. He traveled through the region of asteroids 325, 326, 327. So he began to visit them. The first was inhabited by a king, but the little prince was astonished. The planet was so tiny that he wondered who could ever be king over the land. Over everything, the king answered simply. With a vague wave of his hand, the king pointed out his planet, the other planets, and all the stars. And the stars, too, obey you? Of course, the king answered. They too obey. I don't tolerate disobedience. The little prince was impressed by such a show of power. He said boldly, I'd like to see a sunset. Can you command the sun to set? You'll have your sunset, answered the king. I'll command it. It will be tonight around around 7:40. Then you'll see how the commands are obeyed. The second planet was inhabited by a very vain man. Aha! Here comes the admirer, cried the vain man from a distance, as soon as he saw the little prince. Because you see, to vain people, all other people are admirers. Don't you just admire me to no end? He asked the little prince. What does admire mean? Asked the little prince. To admire means to acknowledge that I am the most handsome, the best dressed, the richest, and the most intelligent person on the planet. But you're the only person on the planet. And the little prince left. Grown ups are so strange, he said to himself as he went on his way. The next planet belonged to a businessman. He was so busy that he didn't even look up when the little prince arrived. Three and two make five. Hello. 22 and 6, 28. Wow, that's 501,622,731. 500 million what? Millions of those tiny things one sometimes sees in the sky. Do you mean flies? No, not those, the little glistening gold things that make lazy people daydream. Oh, you mean stars. And what do you want with 500 million stars? Nothing, I just own them. But what do you do with them? I count them and count them again, the businessman said. I own a flower that I water every day, the little prince told him. And it's a good thing for my flower that I own her. But you're not useful to the stars. And he went on his way. Once he'd reached Earth, the little prince was quite surprised not to see anyone. After a long walk across the deserts, rocks, and tracts of snow, he discovered a garden of blossoming roses. Good morning, said the roses. The little prince gazed at them. They all looked just like his flower. He felt very sad. His flower had told him she was the only one of her kind in the whole universe. And here were 5,000 of them, all exactly the same in just one garden. And he lay down on the grass and wept. This is when the fox appeared. "Good morning, I'm over here," he said with a voice under the apple tree. "Who are you?" asked the little prince. "You're very handsome." "I'm a fox," said the fox. "Come play with me," the little prince suggested. "I'm so sad." "I can't play with you," the fox said. "I'm not tamed." "Oh, excuse me," said the little prince. "What does tamed mean?" "It means to create ties with," the fox answered. "To me, right now, you're just a little boy, no different from 100,000 other little boys. And I don't need you, and you don't need me either. I'm nothing to you but a fox, like any other hundreds of thousands of foxes. But if you tame me, we'll need each other. You'll be the only boy in the world for me, and I'll be the only fox in the world for you." "I'm beginning to understand," the little prince said. "There's this flower. I think she has tamed me." "If you tame me," the fox said, "my life will be filled with sunshine. Look at the fields of wheat. I don't eat bread. To me, wheat is useless, but your hair is the color of gold. So it will be marvelous once you tame me. The wheat, which is golden, will remind me of you." The fox fell silent and scared and stared at the little prince for a little time. "Please tame me," he said. "I'd like to," the little prince answered. "What do I have to do?" "You have to be patient," the fox answered. "First, sit down at a little distance from me, like this, on the grass. I'll watch you out the corner of my eye, and you won't say anything. Words often lead to misunderstandings. Then, each day you can sit a little closer to me." The next day the little prince came back. "It would have been better if you had come back with the same at the same time," the fox said. "If, for example, you come at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, by 3 o'clock I'll start feeling happy. The closer it gets to 4 o'clock, the happier I'll be. But if you come at any old time, I'll never know when to prepare my heart for rejoicing." So the little prince turned to the fox, and then it was time to leave. "You look like you're gonna cry," said the little prince. "Yes, of course," the fox said. "Then what's the point?" "The point," said the fox, "is the color of the wheat. That's that's my secret. It's very simple. One sees clearly only with the heart. Anything that is important is invisible to the eye." "Anything that is important," the little prince repeated, so that he wouldn't forget it, "is invisible to the eye? It's all time you've spent on your rose that makes your rose so important," the fox said. "Once you've turned something, you're responsible for it forever. Excuse me. Once you've tamed something, you're responsible for it forever. You are responsible for your rose." By now, it was the 8th day after my crash landing in the desert, and I listened to this story as I drank the last drop of my water supply. So we started walking. Then we'd walk for hours. Night fell, and the stars began to appear. The little prince said, "The stars are beautiful because of a flower we can't see. And what's beautiful about the desert is that it's hiding, well, somewhere we can't see." As the little prince was falling asleep, I picked him up and started out again. I found the well at daybreak. I lifted the pail up to his lips. He drank from it, eyes closed. "Where are you from?" said the little prince. "People plant 5,000 roses in a single garden, but they don't find what they are looking for. And yet what they are looking for can't be found in a single rose or in a sip of water. But the eyes are blind. You have to search with your heart." Beside the well, there was the ruin of an old stone well. The next day, I saw my little prince from a distance setting up, wait, the, I saw my little prince from a distance sitting up on it, his legs dangling, and I heard him say to someone, "Do you have some good venom? Are you sure you won't make me suffer a long time?" So I bounded over. It was one of those snakes that can kill you. In 30 seconds, I reached the wall just in time to catch the good little prince, pale as snow, in my arms. He said, I'm going home today. I've got water, I've got your sheep, and I've got its crate. Tonight will mark 1 year. My star will be exactly above the place where I fell last year. I'm going to give you a gift because I live on one of the stars and it will be laughing up there, one at a time. Whenever you look up at the sky at night, to you it will seem as if all the stars are laughing. You will have stars that know how to laugh. It will be as if instead of the stars, I'd given you a whole lot of little bells that know how to laugh. I'm sure he got stuck back to the planet because at daybreak, I couldn't find him anywhere around. And at night, I love listening to the stars. It's like 500 million bells. And that is the end. Again, that was The Little Prince.
Okay, that was The Little Prince, man.
Yeah.
Um, okay, now is that a children's book or like that's a grown book?
Yeah, it's a story to it's still a children's book. It just has very mature
Very, very
I-
mature,
yeah,
you know.
yeah.
Now, how were
Mhm.
you introduced to the book?
I introduced myself to it.
Okay, okay, like
Yeah, by having
as
seen.
a as a
When
child?
I yeah, as a child.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's incredible. Like how old child, man? Were you like 10
I
or
wasn't, yeah, around 10, yeah.
oh, that's
Like
amazing.
eight through 11, yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah. So what do you think, initially attracted you to that book? Because I mean, it's kind of deep, you know.
Yeah,
With
but I think
short of
it kind of
stories
really,
or anything. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, it kind of meshes well with like my personality because I'm more of a deep person, like not
Okay.
like surface level. So I'm always trying to figure out the meaning under something.
Okay.
So I'm kind of attracted to books like that where it's not you can read it at face value, but it also has an underlying tone or meaning to it, or it
Yeah.
can possibly. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm gonna put my psychologist hat on. Did you see yourself as the little prince or
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Kind of finding your way, kind of looking at things from a different standpoint. It kind of gives you nuggets as to say, you can either look at it like this, but there's something very profound about
yeah.
everything in the book. So it's just like, oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. And did somebody give the book to you, or you just, stumbled upon it?
Probably somebody, yeah. People give me books a lot. I kind of like sift through things that people give me depending on where I am at the moment, whether or not I want to read it. But I like to read, so if it interests me,
Okay. Interesting, interesting.
yeah,
All right. And as an
yeah.
adult, what are one of your favorites, some of your favorite books recently?
Recently. What have I read recently? Somebody gave me a book recently, actually. It's more political though.
Okay.
Political standpoints. I forgot the name of the book, but I'll have to send it to you and let you know
Okay. Okay.
because
Okay.
I'm not too familiar with it. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So is there a list of favorites though, that as an adult that you've because I mean I know my
Um,
favorites and stuff,
I don't necessarily have favorites.
okay.
I just read everything. I can't. I'd have to make a list. I'd have to make a list and actually come back to you with a list.
Okay. 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 Fair
Yeah.
enough. Fair enough for sure. All right. Wow, man. That's so interesting. That's the kind of thing that if I saw, my child reading the book, I'd be like, well, what the hell? you know,
Well,
um,
I mean, they also have pictures in it too. It's just those deeper meaning books to me are really profound and kind of
y-
help
yeah,
learning a little bit while you're reading too.
yeah, yeah. I remember the very first, big book that Douglas, started to read. Um,
Yeah,
and we were traveling, we were in Europe at the time, and we were going from I believe from London to Paris or vice versa. And we
okay,
just went into this bookstore, in the terminal, and he just picked up this book,
hmm
and it was a pretty thick book,
hmm
and we got on the train and he just started reading this book, and I had never seen him. I don't know if I'd ever seen him read before, you know. But I'm serious. And but to be reading this book, I was like, well, I mean, like nonstop. I was like, well, Greg, maybe you should have read that book. What's in it that has
Right.
him just sort of so super engaged, and obviously it was something.
So yeah, so like and picking books up like this, mom used to go to Barnes and Nobles a lot, and she used to like cipher through. So and I used to leave her more or less. She called me, I would come running over, but I would leave her and
Right,
get in a whole assortment of books, like a pile of books, and probably read those while before we exited out because I knew she wouldn't buy all of them.
right.
So if I would read some, if I could find a couple, I would read some of them there and then pick the one that I liked or that I hadn't read yet. So I
Yeah,
would do
yeah,
that a lot too. That's
yeah,
how I would find kind of books like that.
yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy. Which
Hmm.
speaks to the importance of a book cover. You know,
Right.
and how it can just sort of, because clearly that's the only way that Doug, and I even forget the
Right.
author, but it was the person has written many of these books. I wish I
Right.
remembered the name of it, but he then went on to read the whole series, and that was pre
Yeah.
Harry Potter.
Hmm.
And then he started reading that and lost his mind with that and stuff.
Hmm.
So yeah, man, that's that's crazy. So
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. All right, well, look, man, thank you for joining us. Thank you for
No problem.
reading with us and telling us your story, and the importance of the Little Prince and how you chose books as a child. you
Hmm.
know did y'all spend much time at the library at all, or were y'all just buying books?
We were just buying books for the most part. Anytime, like, she would mostly go to Barnes and Nobles a lot. It would be like a weekly kind of a thing, and
Okay.
yeah, I could get. I started because I started becoming a faster reader, so I could get through like short story books like that. But then I could get through like maybe like a 700-page book
Oh my
in
god.
like yeah, like a pretty because I needed to read it before we left because she was not buying all those books.
Okay.
Jordan, no.
Right.
So that's how that I became very. I just sit in a little corner, books piled up next to me,
Yes.
8, 10 years old, and I'll just be in my own world.
Yeah. That's a beautiful thing, man. And the
Mhm.
library was not y'all's thing. It was Barnes and Noble. It was the high end
Not
library.
necessarily. Yeah. It was a high end. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Because I couldn't. Yeah, I couldn't. It's like a different feel too. Because at the library, you couldn't always. You'd have to sit at a table or something, and I like sitting on the floor, just being just like just
Yeah.
relaxing, nobody telling me anything. Yeah.
Yeah. There was something about Barnes and Noble that was magic like that.
Yeah. It was
And then I
cool.
remember there was a librarian um at the Barnes and Noble up on Union Turnpike. Not a
Yeah,
librarian,
that's
a
the one we would
bookseller.
go. Yeah. Okay.
Um and um you know she was extraordinary. I'd go
Really.
in there and be like, what you got, and she would just walk
Hmm.
around and just pull these books off the shelf,
That's the
and
best.
it was just like, wow. you know
It's like in a candy store a little bit. It's like,
yes,
what's the what's the best thing you
yes,
guys have? Oh, we have some of this. Thank you.
that's right. I
Mhm.
mean, and she was a really, really interesting little lady and stuff.
Mhm.
So that was just pretty amazing and stuff. So
That's
yeah,
cool.
yeah.
That's cool.
Okay, all right, my friend, we're gonna let you go. I think
All
we're gonna
right.
hear from your mama later, and that's always a good thing. And
Yes, in a bit.
but thank you for sharing your time with us.
No problem. Anytime. Anytime.
Yes, sir. All right,
And
brother.
thank you for granting me the opportunity to read.
Yes, appreciate it, man. Appreciate
All
you.
right. Have a good one.
All right, man. All right. Yeah, so thank you to brother Jordan for reading with us. Wait, you see, I've had a wardrobe change here, people. All right, y'all see this, right? I had to represent for the sisters of Spelman College. That's right. Sometimes I wear this sweatshirt and I get different responses from people. Some people are like, oh, that's absolutely brilliant. And other people are like, what the hell are you doing with that sweatshirt on? But it's all good. I got to represent for all my people. So yeah, so where are we? I think our next guest will be in like maybe 5 minutes or so. So I'm gonna go back to a better Jamaica and just sort of telling you guys more about just sort of what we do. Just briefly, we started in the summer of 2006 when I went over to Forest Park, saw the Wizard of Oz with two nephews, next door neighbor's child, said, why do I have to leave my community for such a fabulous community building experience? I did not have to. I just needed to do what I needed to do. So I did that and started A Better Jamaica in January 2007. And Leroy Comrie was the first to just sort of to allocate some funds to us, and appreciate that because he started it all. That Leroy Comrie, who's now a New York State Senator. And we showed 2 movies in St. Albans Park. Next summer, we showed 2 movies in St. Albans, 2 in Baisley Pond Park, and then we just sort of have grown from there. So I think when we were last talking, we were talking about the civic duty program, and it being a hands-on civics education for young men who either live in or go to school here in Southeast Queens. Again, 11th grade young men. So that's been a fantastic program. If you know how to help me fund it, then that'll be awesome, because we need some funding for it for the next cohort. And then after that, another program that I'm fantastically excited about, it's still in a pilot phase, but nonetheless, it is it's up and running, and it is a website. It is a local news website that you can find at JamaicaFunk.com. JAMAICA Funk, JamaicaFunk.com. And it's awesome. It's awesome. And it's only going to grow. So right now we're really just focusing on reporting on events that have happened in Jamaica. So it's a nice compliment to Jamaica 311. If Jamaica 311 just promotes those events, then Jamaica Funk reports on many of those events. And we have a fairly young journalist by the name of Jabari Bruce, who is our sole correspondent at the moment. So Jabari is writing the vast majority of stories, and every once in a while I will put a story in there and stuff. So what else? We hope to grow that program. I'd love to do a high school journalism program where we would have high school students from local high schools just work under the tutelage of a seasoned journalist, and then that way they could use, they could prepare some stories that they could use in a portfolio should they decide to apply to become a journalism major in college. So if anyone knows of any sources of funding for us to hire that professional journalist, that would be awesome, so that we can start that program. Be nice to start that program in September or so, if not before then. So that's the civic duty. I'm sorry, that's the Jamaica Funk program. If you go to JamaicaFunk.com, you can see that particular effort. What else is there? What else? Yeah, you know what I just realized? I have not read a book at all, and it is time for me to read a book. So I am going to go to one of my favorite books, and that is Dr. Seuss. Yeah. And of the Dr. Seuss books, one of my favorites is bam, Oh, the Places You'll Go. All right. This is a go-to book for me. Dr. Seuss is kind of crazy, but I think that's the reason for his tremendously broad appeal, is that he's a little insane, and children like him, as do adults. So I'm going to read from Oh, the Places You'll Go. Love that contraction. You will. YOU''LL. All right. So I'm going to read until our next guest arrives, which should be, fairly soon. Oh, the Places You'll Go by Dr. Seuss. Congratulations. Today is your day. You're off to great places. You're off and away. Wait wait, our next our next guest is here. So I might have to let me put this on hold. Let me put this on hold so that we can get to our next guest. I promise we'll get back to Oh the Places You'll Go because it's one of my favorite books. All right, let's see. I think up next, there she is right there, the lovely and talented and maybe on mute, Miss Gail Lewis.
Good
See,
morning, Greg Mays. Can you hear me? Can you
I
hear me
can
now?
hear
Can you
you.
hear me
I
now?
can hear you, you know. And I want y'all see that, right? Gail is the chair and of a Better Jamaica's board of directors, and she's also cool peeps. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to have cool peeps around you all the time. Yes, 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 yes. And she is wearing let's see, her blessed t-shirt.
Giving Tuesday.
Okay, blessed.
Because
That's
it's
right.
Giving Tuesday.
It's
So
Giving Tuesday.
share the blessings.
Share the blessings for sure. We're trying to get some blessings in case anyone has forgotten. This is the Jamaica Read-a-thon, and we are trying to raise funds for Jamaica Reads, which is a Better Jamaica's program where we deploy senior citizens to local elementary schools where they provide an hour and a half, 1.5 hours a week of one-on-one tutoring to first graders who are struggling with the acquisition of their reading skills. So if you visit the JamaicaRead-a-thon.com, I'm assuming all that is working, then you'll be able to make a donation. We have already received donations offline prior to the readathon. I think we had $1,500 in donations, which is awesome because our goal is $3,000. Woohoo! All right. So if you got some cash and you're feeling like you're in the Giving Tuesday mode, then please go to the JamaicaReadathon.com and make a donation. So the lovely and talented Miss Gail Lewis, talk to me. What have you been up to? For those of you who don't know, Dr. Lewis, shall we call her, is a college professor, among other things. And so, tell us, Dr. Lewis, about this college professor thing. What's going on?
Well, I want to just take it back a few steps, if I
Okay.
may,
Yes.
Mr. Mays. So good afternoon, everyone. I am Gail Lewis. It's my pleasure to be here today as chair of A Better Jamaica and also just as a community member in the greater Jamaica area. I noticed that Greg Mays started off the hour or the 15 minutes that I've been allocated. What is 15 minutes?
We got all the time you need. You're the board chair.
I'm going to exert my personal privilege as chair. But I noticed at the beginning here, you said we are assisting young people with the acquisition of reading skills.
Mhm.
Break that down for us, Mr. Mays. Which children? Where are those children? And when you say acquisition of basic reading skills, what exactly are we talking about?
Yeah. So what are we talking about? Uh, you may or may not know that our Chancellor Banks, has actually this year introduced an entirely different reading curriculum for elementary school kids. And he's given schools options. So they have 2 to 3 options about what programs that they could use. But the most important thing is that these reading programs are phonics based reading programs. So at some point, I'm not sure when, no one seems to know when, we pulled away from phonics and teaching phonics to children, and the results were pretty disastrous.
Maybe over the last 2 decades or so.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So it got to the point where, tragically, only less than 50% of third and fifth graders were reading at grade level, which is just totally insane. So we've introduced, the teaching of phonics, and the great thing is that, with the Jamaica Reads program, we use a program called Reading for All Learners, And it's a fantastic program that is all about phonics and not a whole lot else. There's other fantastic programs that use phonics, but ours do as well. So we spend a whole lot of time. Well, first of all, for the children who don't know their alphabet, we actually just sort of, and yeah, there's some first grade students who don't know the alphabet. And we teach them the alphabet, the same way, we've all learned the alphabet, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, by attaching them to a
The rap.
song. That's right. That's right. And then after that, we make sure that the children can attach at least one, maybe several sounds to each of the letters in the alphabet. And then from there, it is as simple as putting sounds together in order to make words, and then putting words together in order to make sentences, and putting sentences together to make paragraphs and pages and chapters and books, And the trick is getting children to understand that all reading is putting sounds together, So once they can attach the sound, long sound, short, for A, the vowel A, short vowel A, long, exactly, B, only one sound for B, B, for D, only one sound for D, duh, a letter like J, or G, could be a hard G, like, gaff, or a soft G, giraffe, So as soon as we just sort of introduce the idea that each of these letters has sounds attached to them, a sound or sounds attached to them, and all reading a word is putting those sounds together, then you can go to, cup, or run, and then you start with the, the compound words or words with two syllables. And there are all kinds of nice little tricks, the word Joke, the way that it's joke and not jock, or joke is that, you understand that words with an E on the end, 9 times out of 10, the vowel before it is a long vowel, so it's joke as opposed to something else. It's rude, RU, as opposed to rud, or right. Exactly.
I think I went to high school with Rade.
You may have gone to high school with Rade. He was a swell guy, So, that's what we do. We just, go over those fundamentals. And the amazing thing is that once you convince kids that that's all this is, then they are good to go, and then the heavens just open up when they realize that they have what it takes to read a word and then to, combine those words into a sentence and a paragraph and a page and all the rest of that. So that's what we do. We walk into the school and say, look, we want to see the bottom third of your first grade population. And then we generally work Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And each tutor has 4 kids, one at a time. So 9 to 9:30, 9:30 to 10, 10 to 10:30, 10:30 to 11. And it's awesome, it's awesome. And we're in PS 36. And then what's the other school? I'm horrible with it. I want to say this, the Cynthia Jenkins School. Is that the one that's over there behind Home Depot?
What's the number on that one? I forget.
Oh, yeah, I've forgotten also, but our goal is to be in, every middle school, but it takes money to do that. So we are, here we are at the Jamaica Read-a-thon, one of the many funding components for this particular effort. So just as a reminder, people, if you want to make a contribution, please do so by hitting the donate button on the page there, because that's a beautiful thing. And to remind people also, we've already raised some funds beforehand up to $1,500. And our goal for today is $3,000. Woohoo!
Yay!
So yeah. So that's it. So, Miss College Professor, tell us more. What's happening. You're a professor of English as well, right?
Yes, that when you are, let me tell you, when you're in the weeds with sentence diagramming, or as we used to call it back in the day, making sentence trees. I don't know if you know what these things are, but
I do.
Well, I know you do, because you're all up in English. But if you're watching and you're not sure, it's okay. These are the basic things that you learn when you are, 6 years old, sitting in that first grade classroom, and you're just trying to sound out the letters when you
Mhm.
and sometimes it's a challenge. And
Yep.
sometimes you need some one-on-one help, right? It's hard when you've got a class with one teacher, one para, and 25, 30, 35 kids, and there's just one or two who just aren't getting it on the first or second try. And that's where Jamaica Reads just comes right in and
Yes.
just gives kids that one-on-one grandpa, grandma attention with phonics, with basic sounds, with basic literacy. And that just sets these kids up for just a lifetime of learning. Because once you get excited about it, you get agency, you have a sense of agency over language. I mean, you're 6, so your sense of agency is a little bit skewed, but
Right.
you
Right.
have this sense of empowerment over your language. Look at that word. I can sound that out, right? And everything else just starts to fall into place from that
Absolutely.
basic literacy.
Yep.
We've all been in stores, we've all been on the train, we've all been in places where people are, and they're struggling with literacy, and they're struggling with basic words, directions, names, and that all goes back to that first grade, that one-on-one help. If, would they be in that situation today
Yep.
if they had a little bit of extra help when they were learning how to sound out the letters, instead of this menage of letters that just kind of don't make sense?
Mhm.
Maybe, if we take it back to the first grade and we give them this help through A Better Jamaica and through your donations today, we could just make such a world of difference. And something else that I wanted to mention about this is A Better Jamaica. So all of these dollars, they're not going to, Lincoln, Nebraska. Love Lincoln, go Cornhuskers, but they're not going to Lincoln, Nebraska. They're not going to Miami. Go Gators. But they are staying right here in our own backyard, helping the kids who live next door, the kids who live upstairs, the kids who live across the street. And there's nothing better than pulling up your own community $1 at a time.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
that's why I'm excited to be here today. And if I may, I'm sorry, you want to say something, Mr.
I
May?
was just going to say, you need to pitch yourself to WPBS, because I don't think I've ever, Channel 13, whatever that is, WNET, because I don't think I've ever seen a better, pitch for a donation. So
I
yes,
tell you,
please.
that's on my bucket list to be on the Channel 13 drive of a lifetime. I will be there one day. Mark my words. Hand to your word, your mouth to God's ears. And also something else I wanted to bring up. In addition to this, just helping kids right here where we live, the dollars going right back into our own backyards, helping our own community, helping our neighbors, helping our friends, people who live across the street or upstairs, all of those other things.
Mhm.
This is a program that is run, we put older people, retired people, we put them to good work. So,
Yes.
you know, we have, these two disparate communities, not desperate, disparate communities. Um, Elderly people, older people, and then younger people who are in desperate need of some help. And so we take these retired people. A lot of times they were retired teachers, retired educators,
Mhm.
retired accountants, nurses, all sorts of walks of life. But people who, for their entire working lives, have been helping other people in some capacity. And so we put them together with these kids who just need a little bit of help, and that marriage is made in heaven. So like I said, put your dollars into your community, put your dollars into A Better Jamaica. Click on the button, make a donation. No donation is too small today.
Nope.
And also, to my friends who are listening, you know who you are with the deep pockets. No donations are too big today either.
That's
So if
right.
you want to support, put your money
$5,
right here.
$5,000, whatever works.
We'll take it.
And
And
if
we
you
take
have that corporate matching, don't forget that as well.
You know, matching funds make me just verklempt. I love matching funds. So if you can get some matching funds our way, please give today.
Mhm.
Um, you know, is my time running out? Do you have somebody at 1 o'clock coming today?
I no, I think Brother Jason may have moved, so we're
Okay.
good. We're good. We're good.
All right,
You know.
good. So one other thing I wanted to mention about how important today is. I wanted to dedicate a little bit of time today towards someone who is not here today supporting me, Miss Aletta Seals. I don't know if, or I'm sure many of you in the greater Jamaica community remember Miss Aletta. She was a force to be reckoned with, retired teacher, retired principal, retired librarian. She went back to school as a grown adult and got a master's degree in library science and worked Queens Public Library as a librarian. She's one of my greatest supporters. She passed away this year, so she's not here today supporting me and cheering me on. But in her legacy, I see so many things. I see that dedication to children, which is part of what today is all about for a better Jamaica. I also see her dedication to lifelong learning, starting kids out on the right foot and then just giving them the tools that they need to be lifelong learners. So today I wanted to mention Miss Aletta Seals from Cambria Heights,
Yes.
who, you know, just made such an indelible mark on our community. She was a member of the National Association of University Women, which you know, NAUW, my green and white sisters out there, are dedicated to literacy as well. So, you know, make a donation. If you want, make a donation in Miss Aletta's name. That's wonderful. If you want to do that as well, we'll accept it. Big donations, small donations, $1 to $1,000 to $5,000. If you want to, you know, pay for the whole reading program all year long, write a check. Click on the button and donate. So I
Yeah.
wanted to mention Miss Aletta as well, Greg, today.
All right, for Miss Oletta. Yes.
Mhm. First time she's not here supporting me. So,
Mm.
you know, yeah.
All
So,
right.
today's been good, Mr. Mays.
Yes, it's been good. It's been good. Yes, you know, we've you know, I think in my next life I want to be some, you know, Oprah-like character, you know, where I can just interview people and just really hear their stories. You know, because everyone's, you know, our lives are so full, everyone has an interesting story and stuff, you know. You just have to dig deep enough. Some people have like a little thin veneer, and you know, you just have to scratch the surface and it all comes out. And some people have you
Get in there
know,
and scrub.
just kind of
Rip
you
back the
know,
layers.
in a sarcophagus, and you gotta move the top of the sarcophagus, you know, and then
Get the dust.
knock, and that's right, the dust comes and you got to wake them up and go, you know, hey, you know, what's your story, you know? And I guess that's what archaeologists do, you know. They look to the dead and the past, and you know, to find out what people's stories are and stuff, you know.
Mhm.
So you know, you are a born and bred, you know, what do people from Cambria Heights call themselves?
We call ourselves concerned citizens.
Okay,
And
concerned citizens. There
we
you
call
go.
actually we call ourselves regular voters because I don't know if you knew this, but the 33rd AD has just one of the highest voting levels per, you know, per population of any
Yeah.
place in New York State. So if you can't find a person from Cambria Heights, it's probably because they're like already queued up to vote in the next election right now.
Yes, yes. And I didn't know it was that particular assembly district, but I do know that Southeast Queens overall
Yeah.
has, you know,
Mhm.
the highest density of active Democrats, shall we say.
Yes, active
So just sort
voters.
of not people just in the Democratic Party, but people who are in the Democratic Party and are voting, you
Yeah,
know, because
I know
that's what
people
it's
who
all.
I mean, they take strolling to the polls. The stroll to the polls is, you know, a constant and continual thing.
Yeah.
So it's great to live around people who are so civically engaged.
Yeah. Now, where are you teaching these days, Dr. Lewis, shall we say?
I am so incredibly blessed
There we go. There we go.
to be on faculty at CUNY. CUNY is just one of those places where you can just grow and thrive. So
Absolutely.
right now I'm at Queensborough Community College. Go
Mhm.
Tigers, in Bayside, and it's wonderful on so many levels. First of all, I get to see kids. I get to interact with kids, 19-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds,
Right.
um, who are from my backyard. Like literally, I'll be outside gardening and I'll hear, "Hey, that's one of my students," you
Right.
know.
Right.
Yeah. So I get to help kids again from my own community and the surrounding communities, the greater Queens, Brooklyn, Long Island, Bronx areas, that make up our students. So that just it brings it really home for me. When you're teaching English, when you're teaching language, you want it, part of it, like I said before, is empowering people.
Mhm.
Um, so a few things here. So empowerment comes through using your words, right? Like you said, telling your own story. You
Mhm.
want to be able to tell your own story with your own words through literacy, and through programs like A Better Jamaica that propagate literacy. You want to be able to tell your own story for a few reasons. First, you want to tell it through your own lens, right?
Mhm.
So it's important to acquire language, to have good literacy so you can tell your story through your own lens, not to
Absolutely.
allow other people outside of your community to tell your story through their lens, because their lens different than your lens. You want to be able to
Amazing.
tell it. So
Yep.
literacy is a great way to do that, to be able to have the tools to tell your own story. It's very, very important. Always tell people that. Tell your own story. Don't let
Mm.
anyone else tell your story but you. So a reason why English language acquisition is so important. Another reason why being an English professor, communications professor, is so important as well. I just love being able to give the next generations uh, those tools to help them tell their
Mhm.
stories well, effectively, and in
Mhm.
ways that make other people really sit up and listen. Second thing I want to talk about with language. Chat GPT, AI, everyone's using it, right? Let me just write a prompt. Let me just write a paper. Okay, Chat GPT, it is what it is. My issue with it, though, as far as what we're talking about today, literacy, our own stories, our own language, giving to a better Jamaica, because we propagate that. We hold up, we comfort, we help people learn language skills,
Mhm.
literacy, cornerstone of a better Jamaica. Another reason why you should give today. Chat GPT, if you're not familiar, people who are watching and listening, it's artificial intelligence, and it takes from a wide swath of stories, experiences, pictures that are already posted online. It culls from that, and then it gives you whatever you ask for. So, write me a story about a woman in Queens, for
Mhm.
example. Write 500 words. It'll write you a story, 500 words about a woman in Queens. But it's drawing from the stories out there of the majority,
Mm.
because a lot of what's already in artificial intelligence are stories, are newspaper articles, are things that are posted online from the majority point of
Mm.
view.
Mm.
So reason why it's so important for us to use our language, for us to foster language in our own communities and communities of color. All the work that A Better Jamaica does, giving to A Better Jamaica, especially today, Giving Tuesday, is because we want to encourage our voices,
Right.
our stories. When you are grabbing from an artificial intelligence site and you are using it to create something, you're grabbing from that majority story, which
Mm.
is what it is, right?
Right.
But
Right.
you are leaving behind the stories, the experiences, the voices of people who look like us. So,
Mm.
a few things here. First, um, let's tell our own stories, right? Let's try to stay away from ChatGPT for things like that and tell our own stories in our own voice. Second, let's help people develop their own language and their own skills by, of course, giving to A Better Jamaica today on Giving Tuesday and our Jamaica Reads program. So you can just start helping kids develop their own voice.
Mhm.
Let them have the tools to tell their own stories using their own words and not the words that they grab from artificial intelligence that are generated from a point of view, from a cadre, from of facts and stories that don't represent us, that don't
Right.
reflect us.
Right. So what
So
I hear you saying is that, Chat GPT and the other just sort of AI products, are as biased as the rest of the society, you know?
I don't know if it's biased, but it's
Biased
not.
towards the
Yeah,
majority,
exactly.
and the
Right.
majority of pieces that are already out there and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's what it's drawing from,
Right.
most of it.
Right.
So we want to make sure that we, to the next generation, give them those tools so that they can tell these stories and they're not relying on uh, technology that is skewed toward or
Yep.
against
Yep.
any particular group of people, and specifically people who look like us.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah.
give to a better
Yes.
Jamaica so we
Yes.
can
Yes.
help
Yes.
these kids, 6-year-olds now, first graders now, with the acquisition of, I love that word, acquisition of language,
Yes.
of of
Yes.
of literacy, but
It's
really
such a
so that they
sexy
can
word,
have
acquisition.
acquisition. Ooh, I just want to hang on. Let me take my shirt off. Oh no, we're on live.
See, see.
There's a 3-second delay. So Chris is like, she gonna take her shirt off.
That's right.
I got a 3-second delay. I got my finger on the button. Oh wait, let me take a peek. But anyhow, but we really want to make sure that kids get this, that they get this foundation, so that no matter where technology goes in the future, that they always have the tools to generate, to use that AI term, to generate their own stories.
Mhm. Yeah. 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 That
Mhm.
is importante, as they say. Okay, so are you gonna read the children's book for us? Do you have one handy dandy?
I was looking for Miss Aletta's book. Let me just tell you a little bit about where my life is right now.
Okay.
Take a step back. Um, I had my boiler died, so I got
Oh,
a new boiler, uh, and it's not working. So,
so wait, I don't see any, frost or whatever is coming out of
we
your.
are 10 seconds away from all of the pipes in the house from bursting, I am sure. But and I do have a little heater down at my feet, so
Okay.
I'm not comfortable by any means, but I'm not the 30 degrees that it is outside right at this moment. So, in addition to that, because of this whole situation, all of the radiators, and everybody in Southeast Queens, you know what I'm talking about, because y'all got radiators too. If you
Okay.
live in you live in Southeast Queens, you're very familiar with the radiator situation.
That's right.
All
And
the
not a
radiators.
radiator, but a radiator.
You got to say radiator. If you're from
Yes.
Southeast Queens, it's a radiator, not a
Okay.
radiator. It doesn't radiate heat, it radiates heat.
Right, right, right.
So all of those little valves, those little valves on the radiator,
Yes, yes,
they,
yes.
those, they all popped off,
Oh,
and not popped off in that way, but
yeah,
popped off not popped off colloquially, but popped
right.
off literally.
Oh,
And hot water, rusty water, every single place in the house. So literally and figuratively, right now, everything in the house is in a pile in every room, because there's a little flood
oh,
basically in every room. Additionally, there's just no heat in the house.
oh.
So that's
And,
why.
and look at you, you're here with us.
Well,
That
let me
like warms the, wait for it, cockles of my heart.
what exactly is a cockle? I'm not sure, but we get into that in another conversation.
I,
Yeah, gotta bleed them, exactly, Teal. Yeah. So I took care of that, and got new little things on the radiator. So I'm
right.
good there. But I tell this story to say that in all of this kerfuffle that is my life,
Okay.
for the past 2.5 weeks,
Okay. That might be the
um,
word of the day, kerfuffle.
kerfuffle, I like
Yep.
that as a word of the day. I'm full of them. Future Jeopardy contestant, I'm full of them.
Okay.
Like I said, speak it into existence. Um, so because of the radiator explosions in every room, everything is in a pile on top of a table in every room. Like,
Okay.
because got to take everything up off the floor and pile it on. There's a beautiful rug that I shouldn't have bought because it was just way too dear,
Oh,
and I should never have bought this rug
did it
because
get
now
moved?
is damaged, and
Ow.
it's less than a month old, and it's damaged, and it's now sitting in the backyard with a big old rusty stain in it.
Oh,
um yeah, I know. So there's that, but I'm not, because I am blessed, so I'm not
yes.
thinking about the rug. thinking about the fact that the heat will be on soon. And then this gives me an opportunity, right? Because you have to always think of everything in life as an opportunity, right? So this gives me an opportunity to first of all clean the floors, because they're a mess right now in every room. But
Right.
after cleaning the floors, just put things back maybe in a better way.
Okay. In a different way.
So my gift in this is the gift of maybe reorganization.
Okay. And like your shirt says, one must always look for the blessing.
You must. Sometimes you got to look hard.
Yeah. Yeah. Even in all the turmoil,
Sometimes you got to be like that sarcophagus and pulling it back
you got to
and
pull the
looking
cover of
under
the
for the blessing.
sarcophagus back,
I'm pulling sarcophagus back. Yeah.
Okay.
That mommy don't know where it's at.
Okay. Well, right about now, I'm feeling like that was your audition for Insecure, because that was like an Issa Rae kind of, rap going on right there. She'd be standing in the mirror in front of her friend Mira, you know the word. And she might be rapping about pulling the sarcophagus,
Pulling the sarcophagus back.
Okay. I understand.
So that's why I cannot actually put my hand on the book, but I can say this. Miss Aletta's book is Miss Aletta again.
Right.
Her book is amazing.
And what's the name of her book? Do you remember?
Her book again is, oh good Lord, my house is a mess. My brain is a mess.
I hear you.
I'm going to get you that name.
It happens, Now she's not related to Ken Auletta, is she?
Not that I know of, but her book is Annie and Juneteenth.
Annie and Juneteenth. Okay.
Yes. So if you are interested in knowing more about her or her book, or about Juneteenth, because if you have kids, it's a children's book. It's lovingly illustrated. Makes a great Christmas gift if you're looking for something there. It's a Black author about an African American holiday.
Yeah.
So there's so many great things about this. And she's
I see it's on Amazon, paperback for $12.99. Annie and Juneteenth by Miss Aletta Seals and Artkina.
Artkina, yes. She is she's amazing too. She's an African American woman. And I think this was her second book that she illustrated. She's a young up and coming illustrator, and Miss Aletta chose her specifically because of her talent and also the fact that she's up and coming. And I'm sure we'll see amazing things from her in the future as well.
Look at Miss Aletta supporting the people. You know what I'm saying?
Because she was
blessed.
And she shared the blessings.
Yes. Blessed and highly favored. Yes.
Amen.
Yes. Now, did you always want to be, an English professor when you were growing up, Dr. Lewis, or was that something that just, because I know you're also a journalist.
Yes, indeed.
With 15 shows on QPTV.
Yes.
How many are you still doing your QPTV shows?
I am. I'm still doing shows and podcasts and all sorts of great broadcasting-y things. I'm like you, Greg. You just point a camera at me and just sit back, because you don't need to say another word for about an hour and a half.
See. Now, what's the latest show that you've been working on?
I've been working on my podcast, which has been going great. Oh my God, why are you so cool? Oh, Teal, I love you, Teal. Sorry, I never read the chat out loud like that, but I just saw all caps and I said, ooh, something good. So my podcast, additionally, a couple other things that I've been working on, just writing more. I'm well, just to go back to your first question, did I always want to be an English professor? No, I did not always want to be a communication and English professor. I was a public relations person, and through some very weird situations that I signed an NDA, so I can't really talk about. But but what I can say is, after getting laid off from that job, the next morning I woke up. It was a Thursday. It was a Wednesday that happened, and I woke up on Thursday morning, and literally, Greg, I had no place to go because my
Oh,
whole life since I was 15, I've been working. Where the heck am I going? I got no place, literally no place to go. So that morning I got up, I got dressed, and I went to the Queens Public Library. And after you give to a Better Jamaica, go over to Queens Public Library and see what they got going on for Giving Tuesday, because that's another pillar of our Queens community right there.
yeah.
I went there, and I literally went there every single day. Like, literally went to Queens Public Library every single day after I got laid off. And I made friends with like all the librarians. And I know, and I looked for work from there, and I sent out a billion resumes, applied to a billion different jobs from Queens Public Library, because you ain't gonna sit in your house, because you got to get up and go someplace, right? Because
Indeed.
you've been doing that your whole life. That's all you know. So one day, one of the librarians was like, "Gail," I was like, "Yeah," because we're all on first name basis at this point. When they're ordering food, they're giving me pizza too. So we're all friends at this point. Gail, why don't you, we need volunteers. Nobody's volunteering. Can you volunteer? I was like, sure. I was like, what do you need me to do? I could do a million different things. I got a lot of, I got a unique set of special skills. That's from that movie. Remember the movie?
Wait, what
Yeah.
movie was that?
I forget. I got a unique set of special skills.
Okay.
Token. Thank you, Teal. Yeah. So I have a unique set of special skills, and they were like, "Great, here you can teach." So I started teaching ESL, English as
Oh,
a second language. Again, literacy, thinking about a better Jamaica, right?
right.
And giving to a better Jamaica on today, better on Giving Tuesday. So I started teaching English at the library to people who needed English as a second language. And I was doing it. And then the library was like, "Hey, you're like a really good volunteer. We're going to send you to like some free training to get certified in this." I was like, great, because certification's like thousands of dollars. And so nothing I would ever be able to afford on my own. So they sent me, and I went, and I got the thing. And then after that, I got an adjunct job. And then
Wow.
after that, it just kind of snowballed from there,
Wow.
But that is being blessed and sharing those blessings with other people. And one way that you can share your blessings with other people is by giving to a Better Jamaica today, Giving Tuesday. Please give to our Jamaica Reads program, because Jamaica Reads is so much more than just 6-year-olds, learning, sounding out phonics with, some retired people. It's so much more than that. It's giving a chance to a child who might not have gotten that chance in any other place, who just needs a little extra help, or maybe even the smart kids who are just bored and just want some one-on-one time so they can really get into their language and just kind of burst out of what they're just learning in the classroom and get ahead in advance, so that they stay engaged in learning and they don't get bored and sit in the back seat. But you propagate that love of learning in 6-year-olds. That's where a make or break right
Yes.
there.
Look, if you can do that in 6 and 7-year-olds, then you won the entire battle.
Yeah. Yeah.
We've been talking throughout the day about just sort of favorite books, and how really I view my job as part of my job is getting the right book into a child's hand so that they can just sort of soar from there.
Mhm.
So there are a ton of books. I love, we talked earlier also about Captain Underpants and Dog Man and Diary of the Wimpy Kid.
Oh my gosh.
And it's just, those are awesome books to, to get boys in particular, love those messy books. I don't know what it is. So yeah, they're awesome books, and it really is about just sort of getting the right book in their hands so that they can just, take off from there. What are some of your favorite books that you've read recently? Are there many, or?
Whoa, it's funny. I just got asked this question the other day. Oh, by the way, if you are watching, hi Toastmasters, please give to Giving Tuesday. Please give to a Better Jamaica. Toastmasters is a not-for-profit organization, and we are all about good public speaking and leadership skills. And if you're interested in Toastmasters, not-for-profit, There's probably a Toastmasters group right in your own neighborhood or even on your job site. So go to toastmasters.org for more information. If you're interested, that we have Cambria Heights Toastmasters Club. We meet at Cambria Heights Library, and we also meet on Zoom because we know we got to meet people where they are. If you're interested, go on toastmasters.org, put your zip code in, and it'll come up with Cambria Heights Toastmasters Club.
And how long have you been the queen of Toastmasters?
Thank you. I've been a Toastmaster since Kelly Singleton, who is a local Cambria Heights person as well. I tell you, Cambria Heights is all over everything.
That's
We
right.
just
She used to be the
are.
president of the civic organization,
She
right?
was the president of our civic. Exactly. I
Yes.
am chair of our civic right now.
Okay.
But Kelly is past president of Cambria Heights Civic and all around cool peeps. She founded the Cambria Heights Toastmasters Club in October of 2014. So we are 9 years old now.
Wow. Okay.
And, as I am right now, the reigning 2023 Toastmasters public speaking champion in both impromptu or extemporaneous speaking and also in evaluative speaking. So
Evaluatives?
yes, evaluation speaking, speaking to
Evaluation.
evaluate. So there's 4 categories of speaking in Toastmasters. 2 are prepared speeches and the other 2 are impromptu.
Okay.
One is called evaluation, where you evaluate something. You're presented with an artifact and you evaluate it. And let me tell you, my mother always said that I'm really persicony. That's another good word, right? So I'm putting all of my good evaluation skills to use there. So I'm the reigning evaluation speaking champion for Toastmasters District 119, which encompasses New York, Long Island, and I don't think we're a little bit of Westchester anymore. I think we're just New York City and Long Island. So I'm the evaluation speaking champion. I am additionally the table topics speaking champion. And Table Topics is another event where you are given posed a question and then you have to formulate an answer, and you've got on the spot, no nothing, no any kind of preparation or anything, just like that, you just start answering right away. And I am also the champion of that for 2023. So I now have a total of, it's 8, I think it's 8, maybe it's 9 district public speaking championships under my belt.
Now, do you recall what the most recent table topic was that was just kind of thrown at you? And
that brings me back. Thank you, Mr. Mays. That brings me back to your original question where you asked about my favorite book. One of the questions, actually, I just competed maybe 2 weeks ago. Maybe 3, I don't know. I lose track of time. When you're overscheduled, you lose track of time. You're like, is that last month or 3 months ago? Right? So the last contest that I was in was for the division win, which I won. So that sets me up for 2024. I will compete in 2024 for another district championship.
But you don't remember what the topic was, though, right?
The topic for this past division championship, Division D, was something about my favorite book. I forget exactly what it was, but it was a little bit more in depth than that. But I did speak about one of my favorite books. Well, 2 of my favorite books that I spoke about. First and foremost, the Bible. Because no matter what, no matter if you are observant or not, religious or not, no matter if you follow a formal religion or not, there's something in the Bible for everyone. It's just such an exhaustive book of different stories. You can literally just open it up to any page and garner a little bit of wisdom about life, or about other people, about society, about doing the right thing, or doing the wrong thing. So the Bible is full of just great knowledge. Talk about dropping some knowledge. That's the original knowledge. So, and it has nothing to do with religion, or people get hung up on all of the titles. And it's way past that. It's just a good book. So So I was advocating for people reading the Bible just because it's on its face, because it's a good book. Additionally, one of my other favorite books that I spoke about recently at Toastmasters that brought me the division win is What Would Jackie Do? What Would Jackie Do? It's a book about Jacqueline Bouvier Kennedy
Okay.
Onassis. And it kind of poses questions like she is seen in a lot of circles as the triumphant, the the keeper of so many things, like so that if you are uh posed with the question of what should I do, think about maybe what Jacqueline Bouvier Kennedy Onassis would do, and apply that to your own life. So it's a stretch, right?
Okay.
But it's another book where you can just read it and kind of laugh out loud at yourself. And I'm all about self-deprivation, so
Okay.
it's right up my own alley.
Okay.
So that was another book that I spoke about as well, and another one of my favorites. It's another one that just sits on the bookshelf that you can just pull out and open up and just laugh a little bit and think
Yeah,
about.
yeah, yeah. So like a book of affirmations, if you will.
Yeah,
A
kind
longer
of.
piece. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, okay, okay. All right. Well, look, we might have to ask you back a little later in the day, chair of the A Better Jamaica board and all the rest of that good stuff. Um, and, specifically because,
Mhm.
we have one of the original board members,
Mm.
who is going to be joining us next. And, as a matter of fact, we might need to do like, words like three-way have just
They mean completely different things than when we were little talking on the
they're,
telephone.
they're just so loaded,
Yeah, it's
All right, all right, all right. We'll skip the three-way. We will just but we may have to, may invite you back later to talk a little bit more since you did such a wonderful WNET style, just kind of, give to a better Jamaica, just sort of talk for us and stuff. So yes, so thank you, Miss Gail Lewis. And
thank
thank
you
you
so
for
much.
your service as the board chair. And as a matter of fact, we have a board meeting that I need to schedule. So I'm
Oh
going to reach
yeah,
out to you within the next day or two, so
let me
we can
just pull out my
schedule that.
calendar and we can.
Yeah, as we go into the new year, we want to go into the new year as strong as we possibly can.
Fuerte.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Like the Diary of the Wimpy Kid.
Can
Okay,
I just say the wimpy
absolutely.
kid, male, young boys, their literacy at par with girls when they're young, and then you see boys start to slip and girls start to pull ahead as far as literacy. Another reason why Jamaica Reads and A Better Jamaica's programming is so important in our communities. Young boys need that little extra push, need a
Mhm.
little bit of extra attention when it comes to reading, to keep them on the right road, so that as they get a little bit older and their grades start to slip as far as literacy goes, in general, that they have those foundations so that they
Mhm.
remember, reading is something that I enjoy. Reading
Mhm.
is something that is fun. Reading is something I have agency over. I do well. And it
Mhm.
keeps them engaged in reading and in lifelong learning and literacy.
Mhm.
So another reason why A Diary of a Wimpy Kid and all of the other gory boy books, quote unquote, because everyone enjoys them, are
Right.
so important to keep especially boys engaged at an age where they might start to fall off with their
Yeah.
literacy. And again, another reason to click on the button or go to JamaicaRead-a-thon.com and give what you can right now. If you can give $1, if you can give $1,000, if you can give $5,000, if you can give $5,
That's
please
right.
click on the button, go to the Jamaica Read-a-thon.com and make your donation today, so that we can ensure that that next generation of readers become lifelong learners. Thanks,
Yes,
Greg.
yes, yes. Like say, give it up for Giving Tuesday. That's what I'm,
Woo!
know. All right, Gail, thank you very much.
You're
Sincere
welcome.
thanks.
Holla back at me if you need me later. I'll see you later.
Absolutely. Sound
Take
like
care, Greg.
all right,
Bye,
Gail.
Chris Teal from behind the scenes.
All right, all right, all right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's always good to just sort of have the community soldiers with us. And that's absolutely what Gail is, a community soldier. representing that neighborhood of Cambria Heights, where I used to play Little League way back in the day. I was, I liked Little League until they put me out in the outfield. And I was like, nah, the outfield is not really what I need to be. So I had to let that go. But the good old Cambria Heights Little League, under the direction of Mr. Fred Cabell at the time, was a wonderful thing. So next up, we have, just not only someone who I have tremendously high regard for, but someone who I can say is a dear friend as well. And that is the lovely and talented Miss Isa Sarah Bay. So Miss Isa Sarah Bay, join us. There we go.
Hello.
Right there in the flesh.
How are
It is
you?
Isa Sarah Bay. I am well, Isa Sarah. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. I
Okay.
ran and got my book, and I'm quite excited.
Yes. So before you read to us, what's going on? What have you been up to? I tell folks all the time about the March on Washington Film Festival and how my dear friend Isa Sarah is the chief,
Artistic director.
yes, the artistic director.
Yes.
So she is curating those films for the March on Washington, and not only films, but just the talks, that go along with the film.
Performances and art exhibits and dance performances.
Yeah.
We use all of the visual and performing arts to celebrate the legacy of the civil rights movement, its connection to movements today in between the civil rights movement and now, and how they're important, not just here, but worldwide.
Yeah. And how long have you been working with that entity?
10 years.
Wow.
Mhm.
So it's your 10-year anniversary,
Yes. We just had our festival in October.
Okay.
And already we're gearing up for next year.
Okay, that's just crazy,
We do some year-round events as well. So,
okay.
I do things in January and February and March. But yes, I am thinking about next year as well.
Yeah. Now, at some point, will they drop one of the F's, and so it just becomes the March on Washington Festival?
Yeah, I think that would be it. We may even drop on Washington. So, let's see.
Okay.
It's in the works. It's in the hopper. Let's put it.
Yeah. Because you'll do so many great things and stuff, and I view it all as an extension of your work that you did way back at Sony Pictures when we met.
Mhm.
And Sony was one of the sponsors of the Congressional Black Caucus weekend. And I
Yes.
remember all of the fantastic events that you used to help, put together, produce, for that weekend and stuff,
I remember you being there.
Yes. So Washington is a place that you are familiar with, What was one of those at the Corcoran Gallery of Art? Why is that sticking up?
We did it was called Le Grand Affair. It was a 1,000-person ball at the beginning of the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation weekend, and we had it several times at the Corcoran Museum of Art.
Yeah, 1,000 people. That's that's a big party, that's for sure.
Party. It was a party.
Yeah. Do you miss those days, or you've just replaced them with new opportunities?
Yeah, no looking back. Let's keep moving forward. Enjoy what we're doing now.
Yes. Now, you, Isa Sarah, I'm one of your biggest fans. Now, did your experience, your recent experience, is that one that you feel comfortable just sort of, sharing with the people,
What do you mean, the Sky Cave?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, 'cause it still blows my mind. And I was talking earlier about how I love young people because I love younger people because they just I feel so alive with them, more alive than with my peers because they're always, doing new things and just having new experiences. But you would be one of my peers who, who has not stopped, with adventure and the rest of that good stuff. So when you told me about this experience, in the cave, like I said, it was kind of mind-blowing one. So tell us a little bit more about that, just sort of how you find that experience and.
Well, I was playing around on Instagram and saw a short piece of someone sitting outside in nature, removing a blindfold and talking about the experience of having been in the dark for a long period of time. And I am not courageous in terms of my physical body. I don't ski. I'm not bungee jumping anytime soon, parasailing, that kind of stuff. But I am really adventurous in my spiritual pursuits.
Mm-hmm.
And so I immediately went online to skycaveretreats.com and read about how this couple in Oregon have built these 3 cabins or caves in the side of a hill where you go in for at a minimum 3 days and 4 nights in the complete dark. They show you how to seal it up and you stay in the dark for the entire duration. So the mask was only to bring you from inside the cave to outside so they could record your first observations.
Mm-hmm.
And it's dark in there. I mean, dark like when your eyes are closed with a blindfold on, dark like doing this everywhere you go.
Right.
It was warm enough. There's a wood burning stove. They put wood in on the outside and I can feel it on the inside. They also feed us once a day, but with enough food to last the entire day and evening, in another wooden box with a door on the outside that can open and latch, and one on the inside. There's a bathtub and a toilet. There's a yoga mat and foam roller and a zero gravity chair. I think that's what those are called. So in that period of time, in a bed, a wonderful bed, you can sleep, you can do yoga, you can walk around, you can sit. But I have to tell you, never a dull moment, because the amount of old tapes and conversations and fantasies and regrets and plans and all kinds of things that go on in each of our minds, the brain is never quiet. So there was always plenty to do, and also sleep as well. There were times when I slept and dreamed, but I really appreciate it. So of course there's nothing, no TV, no radio, no phone, any of that. It's just you and the darkness.
Wow. And it's just pitch black.
Pitch black. I mean, it's not even eyes getting adjusted to the darkness so you see stuff. Pitch black. There are no windows. And they have done the door so that when you shut it, there's nothing coming through the cracks either.
And so you first go in, how long are you in the cave, with the light on so that you can just get some orientation, okay, the tub over there.
About an hour or two, I went in and I unpacked. I put things in different places so that I could remember where they were.
Okay.
And one of the things I learned early on is wherever I put it to use it, put it back there so I can find it again. Yeah. Even when I'm doing, looking for tissues in the bed, fortunately I brought a robe that had pockets, because once it leaves your hand, you may never feel it again.
Yeah. Which is just totally crazy. Yeah. And so and how long you were in there for 3 days and 4 nights?
3 days and 4 nights. Yes.
Okay. Yes. And when you met these people, did they seem like nice people?
Yes. Well, I flew to Oregon and got to Ashland, and they picked me up there and in Ashland. And the gentleman that picked me up was very friendly, but he just dove right in. In my mind, I'm like, oh, good, no small talk. He just said, so why are you here? What do you think you want to do? And he offers every evening. He brings the food in the evening and changes the wood in the morning, or restokes the fire in the morning. And so in the evening is when he'll have a conversation through the wall.
Okay.
Just to what's happening. Are you having any dreams? How are you feeling? And then he'll offer suggestions. And so in the truck ride out into the woods, I said that I wanted to explore how to feel more loving with myself. And to because I think it may be true for many people, but I seem to have this back burner simmer of discontent, maybe a little blues sometimes, maybe feeling not connected. And one of the first things he said was, well, suppose it's all right if you feel not connected. And that kind of took me aback because my thought was those are feelings that I needed to fix or heal or change, and that I wanted to feel more loving and more excited. I do sometimes, but I wanted to.
Mhm.
And he says, and suppose you don't feel that way all the time. So that was my first 24 hours of wrestling with that
Hmm.
and coming to the realization that however I felt about it, it is who I am right now. And the other piece that came was whatever those feelings are not totally me. You know, as I began to look at them from a bit of a distance, you know, I kind of put them around this table in my mind's eye.
Mhm.
And then at one point asked myself, well, who is it looking at all these people around the table? So that was a new connection to me. It was a very wonderful experience.
Hmm.
I'll say confronting as well. I'll say that the darkness is so the opposite of the outside world, the three-dimensional world.
Hmm.
It's not less than. It was vivid.
Hmm.
It had dimension.
How big was the space?
300 square feet.
Okay, so like 30 by 10, you know.
Yeah. It was bigger than a jail cell for sure.
Right.
Lots of room to walk around.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
And the
lots of
ceiling
room.
was high enough. Yeah.
And the what?
The ceiling was high enough to.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It was like a little cabin.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That is so. And I guess in the darkness, you don't get enough, you don't really get. I would be afraid of claustrophobia.
Yeah, no, that's not an issue. Things were far enough away.
Yeah.
Although I must admit, it was the way you get into the dark is after you've put everything, and they show you how to seal the bottom of the door.
Okay.
Because what people usually do is now light a candle. There was a candle at the foot of the bed, turn out the lights, seal the door, and then blow out the candle.
Wow.
So that's how you move into the darkness.
Yeah.
And claustrophobia was not an issue at all. There was space enough.
Okay.
It was maybe 10 or 12 paces from the bed to the bathroom.
Okay. Okay.
Like that. Mhm.
Yeah. And then for some reason, I just sort of, Jesus comes to mind, and the tomb and the rolling of the stone in front of it, and
Well, we have a lot of negative connotations around darkness.
Yeah.
We call it bad, mystery. A lot of our quote unquote horror is around the dark.
Right.
When we are gestated in the dark,
Hmm.
we grow in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
Seeds germinate in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
The universe is pretty black.
Yeah, it is.
Yes. And so understanding it more as it felt like another realm. It felt like another country, almost like another dimension to explore. And it was a wonderful backdrop for all of the noise in my head. I think a couple of people have asked me if it felt claustrophobic. And truthfully, I think that's a surface assumption. I think the thing that is more confronting for people is being alone with their thoughts with no distractions. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. All right. That's incredible. Okay. So on to the reading of the children's books.
Yes.
What is it that you'd like to read for us today?
Well, I don't have a children's book, but I am going to read from a Kwanzaa keepsake.
Yes.
Jessica B. Harris.
Okay.
Because in this book, which outlines how to have Kwanzaa ceremonies with recipes, they also, for each day of Kwanzaa, she has a page and a half of someone in history that should be talked about that day or you could read about.
Okay.
So my favorite Kwanzaa Day is the second, which is Kujichagulia, a Kiswahili word that means self-determination.
All right.
Self-determination is one of my grounding principles in life.
Okay.
And so on this second day of Kwanzaa, she has 4 people that she writes about. After you go through the ceremony of lighting the candle, talking about the principle, honoring the ancestors, calling the ancestors forth. And one of the stories is on Nanny of the Maroons in Jamaica. And I already know there's a bunch of Jamaicans in Jamaica.
Right. There are a bunch of Jamaicans in Jamaica. Yes, yes, yes,
Yes.
yes. All
So
right.
she
I'm gonna.
some of my childhood years in Hollis,
That's
Queens.
right. You did
There are
indeed.
a bunch of Guyanese in Jamaica
Oh,
too.
and there are Guyanese folks here as well.
Yes,
As well.
exactly. But I
All right.
thought this would be very fitting.
Yes, I'm going to get off the. And Kwanzaa's coming up. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
That was the
You wanna
other
be
reason I
prepared.
wanted to. I'm
Right.
always surprised. I know Kwanzaa has been something very popular since the 60s.
Mhm.
It is a holiday that recognizes the harvest, both African harvest, but the harvest of all we've done in the past year in our lives, in our relationships, in our communities, and then what we plan for the next year. What new seeds will we plant and what will we harvest?
Mhm.
So, but there's still many people who have never observed Kwanzaa or celebrated Kwanzaa. So I
Absolutely.
thought this would be a wonderful time to reintroduce the idea.
Mhm.
Jump online or go to a great bookstore and get a Kwanzaa kit. It'll come with a kinara, the candle holders, the candles, the communion cup,
Mhm.
the mat, and you can observe Kwanzaa. Kwanzaa does not conflict with any religious holiday. It is not religious. It
Mhm.
is not around a particular person, but it is around principles. So
Mhm.
Kujichagulia, the second night of Kwanzaa, self-determination, Nanny of the Maroons in Jamaica.
All right. I'll be back after you finish the story.
Okay. Where and when Nanny was born is lost in the whispering winds of history, but her importance to the people of Jamaica is written in tablets of stone. Whether she was born in Jamaica or in Africa is as unknown as the actual date of her birth. But it is thought that Nanny was the sister of Cudjo, a renowned Jamaican rebel leader of the Maroons, who had their origins as escaped Spanish slaves, and that she never personally experienced slavery. So she's a descendant. It is also thought that she had no children of her own, but all of the people of her community became her children. She was the mother of her people in the traditional sense of the Ashanti Queen Mothers. The community Nanny led was known as the Windward Maroons and had its capital at Nannytown. It was thought to have been founded in the 1690s and consisted of over 600 acres in the back Rio Grande Valley in Portland, Jamaica. Much of the land was located on the northern slopes of the Blue Mountains. This community was ruled by Nanny when the town was found by the English in the 1730s. The English, after quote unquote discovering the community, it wasn't lost, attempted to capture the town. Fierce fighting between the English and the Maroons broke out and continued throughout the years of the First Maroon Wars. Nanny dominated the Maroon fighting, not by actively participating herself, but rather by blessing the guerrilla fighters, inspiring them, and directing the fighting campaign strategy. She was a general. Maroons fought by ambush, using stealth and their knowledge of the countryside to defeat their enemies. Nanny communicated with her forces via the Maroon Abeng, Abeng, a bugle carved from a cow horn that could be heard throughout the mountain valleys and could be played so adeptly that the warriors could be summoned as though they were spoken to. A priestess to her people, Nanny had powers beyond those of mere mortals. She was said to be able to catch bullets, rendering them harmless, and then return them. This power was called Natu Kampong in the Akan language, the language of some of the peoples in what is now Ghana, that the Maroons retained from their African past. Foremost among the resistance leaders of her time, Nanny was determined never to cede to the English and made a trans-island trek, went across the island of Jamaica with her people to avoid surrendering. She continued fighting until she reluctantly accepted peace terms in 1738. An unconquered, unvanquished leader, she was granted a land parcel in Portland by truce agreement in 1740 and continued to rule in peace until she died in the 1750s. She rests in Jamaican soil, a hero of the Jamaican nation, ever free and ever faithful to her ideals. We salute Nanny of the Maroons, unswerving determination to guard the liberty of her people and to ensure that they and only they determined who they were. That's why she is read on the second night, honoring self-determination, Nanny of the Maroons. A little bit more about this book, A Kwanzaa Keepsake. I've had this book for many years because it always gives us direction on how to have the Kwanzaa holiday. And it also includes for each night different recipes that you can try at home, because part of the celebration of Kwanzaa, of course, is to have a wonderful dinner. The other thing that we do in Kwanzaa is make gifts for the people, and those gifts, mostly for children, are given either each night or at the end of the 7 nights. And it's important to make something that, give something that you make yourself. Jessica B. Harris is now an elder, and if you or anyone in your family have seen the Netflix series High on the Hog about the food of African ancestred peoples from Africa to the Americas, Jessica B. Harris was one of the inspirations and the elders of that series. And now the second series of High on the Hog, which goes to different restaurants in the United States, is back on Netflix, and Jessica is featured, in several of the pieces. I see Greg isn't back, so I'm going to read one more story on the second night, the night of self-determination. I wonder, Greg, if he wants me to stop because we're near 2:00, but I'll just read this one and he'll let me know. This one is on Cinque of the Amistad in the United States. You know, there was a movie made called Amistad, I guess about 10 years ago, and it is about this story. No one is sure when the horrible journey began, but its second phase started in June of 1839, when 49 men and 4 children, newly arrived from the African coast, were herded into the hold of a slave ship ironically called the Amistad, which means friendship. The ship was lying at anchor off the coast of Havana, Cuba. So these are people who were captured in West Africa and brought over to Cuba and then taken to another ship lying off the coast of Cuba. That is why people of African descent are all over the Caribbean, South America, and Central America, as well as the United States. Many of the ship's captives were of the Mende people of Sierra Leone, among them Cinque, a 25-year-old rice farmer and son of Mende nobles. The ship laden with captives for resale was bound for another part of Cuba, but it was not destined to arrive. The combination of a lax crew and a remarkably efficient group of Africans under the direction of Cinque resulted in one of history's most successful shipboard slave insurrections. Overpowering the captain and cook, the men took control of the ship and ordered the Spaniards to sail them back to West Africa toward the rising sun. The Spaniards did so, but only by day, setting course by night for the northwest, where after a journey of 2 months, they came into waters off the coast of Long Island, right near where we are. So what they did was they sailed in the way the Africans wanted during the day, but then they switched direction at night. Cinque ordered anchor to be dropped and went ashore to attempt to secure provisions. But before the ship could set sail again, it was seized by an American naval vessel and taken to Connecticut. As mutineers, the captives were in danger of being extradited to Cuba to sent back to Cuba, a course favored by the Cuban and Spanish governments and then United States President Van Buren, who wished to avoid a diplomatic incident. However, Spain had outlawed slave importation into its territories, including Cuba, in 1817, and so the captives were no longer legally slaves. The matter was to be determined by the American judicial system in a trial that lasted 18 months, a year and a half, going all the way to the Supreme Court, the highest court in the land in the United States, where former President John Quincy Adams pleaded the captives' cause, winning the day. It was agreed that they had been illegally sold and were not slaves. They were free. However, there were no funds for repatriation, meaning sending them back home. Abolitionists eventually raised the money to send the Africans home, and 35 survivors of the original 53 returned to Africa, narrowly escaping the voracious jaws of New World slavery. We salute the spirit of Cinque and the spirits of all his fellow captives on the Amistad. Despite overwhelming odds, they fought to determine their destinies and succeed. Self-determination again. They lost their freedom. They dreamed of recapturing it, fought for freedom, and attained it. Their faith and their attainments are beacons to us all. And those are 2 stories from the book, A Kwanzaa Keepsake, Celebrating the Holiday with New Traditions and Feasts by Jessica B. Harris. Kwanzaa begins on December 26th, the night after Christmas, and it goes for 7 days. The last day is January the 1st. And I'm going to here's Greg. I was going to just say what the 7 nights of Kwanzaa are, and then you can move on to your next adventure. So the first night is Umoja, which means unity. Second night, as I said, Kujichagulia, self-determination. The third night, Ujima, collective work and responsibility, which is what we're doing right now. We're working together for a better Jamaica and taking responsibility for helping our young people develop their reading skills.
Mhm.
The fourth night, Ujamaa, cooperative economics. And that's also something we're doing now because it's Giving Tuesday. And many of us are donating to A Better Jamaica. You need to throw that website up again so that people can join me in the donations. I've made my donation today.
Yes.
and tax deductible. So save that receipt, those of you who are taxpayers.
Mhm.
The fifth night is Nia, which means purpose. The sixth night, Kuumba, creativity. And the seventh is Imani, which is faith.
All right. Well, have you had a Kwanzaa celebration recently, SSR?
Yes, Greg. As a
Wait,
matter of
last
fact,
year?
last year, but it's
Okay.
been a while. You're right.
Yeah.
Last year we did.
And that
then
was an intimate Kwanzaa celebration.
it was. Well, my apartment is smaller than the one you remember coming to when we had 50 or 60 people up in there.
Yes, yes. The last years, I think there were maybe 6 or 7 of us.
Yeah, a little more. Yeah, no, you're right. 7 to 10 of us.
Because Makra and Mina were there, and then your friend Hazel from Baltimore, is that her name?
Moji and Michael and Garvey and
Yes.
my daughter's friend Kaya. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. But yeah, definitely down from the 50 or 60 folks.
Yes.
That that there had been for sure.
Mhm.
Those were honestly, I think that your Kwanzaa celebration was my first Kwanzaa celebrations,
Wow. Yeah.
and it's been a while,
Indeed.
since
What did you like about it? What do you like about Kwanzaa?
What do I like about Kwanzaa? There's that special gift that Isa Sarabay has that where people just begin to spill their guts and talk about their experiences. And
let me just preface by saying, so people don't think folks are just there, I often engage in games or ask questions. Sometimes we divide the adults and the children and come back and do skits or talk to each other. Sometimes it's the men and the women. Sometimes we'll go around in the circle and talk about what we've accomplished in the past year or how we have exemplified that particular principle. So yes, I'm not a fan of small talk. You can go to a party and small talk all night long. I like for Kwanzaa to be someplace where we can really think, talk to each other, plan as a community. And when I had the largest space, we had multiple generations there for Kwanzaa, grandparents, parents, their kids, little children. Very wonderful holiday, Kwanzaa.
And then awesome food as well.
Yes.
What is oh God, his name escapes me. Eric, the chef.
Eric the chef moved to Texas.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
And his young family, his newest family,
okay,
moved to Texas. And so no, we can't have Eric come and chef for us for Kwanzaa as we have.
Yeah, because he always clean food is how I would characterize.
Kamau, yes.
Yes. He definitely used to do his thing, and that was awesome. But what else? I mean, I think just just the vulnerability, the safe space that you created for people to share, to reveal, because there was
I've made Greg cry a couple of times.
Look. Now, see, you were not even supposed to, there's something about the occasion that, that brings out, like I said, it's a safe space for some ridiculous levels of vulnerability.
Yes, indeed.
And we've seen it, and people start like, oh, wow, like,
well, what is it, though? Because when else do we have an opportunity to be real with each other in a group?
Yes.
Well, it's important.
It's
important for us to do that as a nation of people, not necessarily around a religious experience,
right?
But as a cultural nation of people.
Yeah. And it's just such a positive, just kind of thing. I mean, if you think about Kwanzaa, there's nothing, material about it. There's nothing, it's just all about, you
Yeah,
know, connecting with people and stuff, you know.
absolutely.
So yeah. So I don't know whether you heard earlier, we were talking about just sort of favorite books and just sort of, you know, I was talking about the first big book that I read, and Brother Ronald and I were talking in particular, and I said the first big book that I think I read was Roots, you know.
Mhm.
And that was after that very powerful miniseries, you know,
Yes, yes,
so powerful that, you know, God knows, 40 years later, you know, I not only remember, you know, the characters' names, but, you know, the people who just sort of played in that. We talked about
absolutely.
You know,
All
LeVar
star
Burton.
cast of people.
Oh my God.
Don't
You know,
start naming because you'll forget somebody and they'll
yeah,
be, but it
yeah,
was everybody.
yeah.
And it was the kind of, and it was so new
Mm,
that not just African American people watched, it captured the national attention for several nights in a row.
yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
So for like, it was like, yeah, like it seemed like it was 5 to 7 nights in a row, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then I talked about just sort of, you know, that being the first big book, and the I think it's the most recent book I've read, the Warmth of Other Suns, you know,
Mhm.
um and how powerful that book, you know, just sort of was for me in terms of reading it. um and then I talked about the book, that one of my two conversations I had with Harry Belafonte, and how in that conversation he recommended King Leopold's Ghost. uh,
Mm.
and when Harry Belafonte tells you to read a book,
Recommends book. Yes, that would be a good thing to do.
oh my, yes, exactly. And the book was just, you know, it was an amazing book, you know,
Mhm.
just in terms of history, and just talked about these other books that were just, you know, just important to me. The Parting the Waters, America in the King Years, you know,
Mhm.
um, uh, Colin Powell's book. Was
Biography, autobiography.
yes, you know, amazing in that it, you know, it's going to sound weird. He made all of those accomplishments, um, he humanized them, you know, because he really, you know,
Yeah,
um,
you felt like a regular person was doing this.
yes,
He just
yes,
applied his focus and direction, but yeah.
yes, you know,
You
in his
know
city
whose
college.
autobiography I really loved, and it is Langston Hughes.
Wow.
And it's in a couple of parts. The first one is called I Wonder as I Wander,
Hmm.
because before he's well known as a short story writer and a poet during the Harlem Renaissance. But before that, he was a merchant seaman and sailed around the world. And
Right.
some of his experiences,
And if I
powerful.
recall, wasn't your father?
He, he was, yes, yes, he was a merchant seaman. And so seeing young Langston talk about seeing people of African descent in Mongolia, you
Mm,
know, and expanding his horizons, sailing around the Cape of Africa, being a seaman with people of many different nationalities, that really struck me. And it gave me more of a background when I read his simple stories, which I love, Just Be Simple, and his poems. I had for a long time a recording, a record of Ossie Davis and Ruby Dee reciting Langston Hughes poems.
mm,
They brought all of that acting juju into it. It was
mhm.
powerful.
Yeah. And you know, you talk about those simple stories. Um, I was recently, or fairly recently, introduced um, uh, to a musical called Simply Heavenly.
Mhm.
And it is all about those characters,
Okay.
written by Langston Hughes.
Okay.
And it was all about those characters, you know, in those simple stories, you
Mhm.
know. And it's a lovely musical. It was, the recording that I have is from a London production, that may be 10 years old, you know, maybe it's a little longer than that, but it feels very new. Um, and it's a wonderful piece of music. You know, there's one song that the lead sings. He says, "If I said I were, believe me. If I said I was, believe me too." So it's just a lovely song. And
Wow.
I was not familiar with those tunes before I was introduced to to this piece and stuff,
Mhm.
so interesting. And then also I was talking we were talking about just, well, atrocities. And I saw what is it? The Scorsese film,
Oh, yeah.
Flower.
Yeah. Flower Moon, Killing of the Flower Moon, or something
Yes,
like
Killing of the Flower Moon, if that's the title. And it was just such an extraordinary, um, you know, piece of music, extraordinary film, you know,
yeah.
um, in that it was, there was no ride 'em cowboy, there was no sensation, over sensation to it. Um, it just told this horrific tale,
Mhm.
of how these folks just sort of came to the Osage when they were, according to the film, the wealthiest people per capita in the world.
Yeah. When they found oil on their reservation.
Yeah, you
Mhm.
know, and just and just told the story just very matter of factly, but it was just, ooh, God, it was
It
just
makes it all the more devastating,
yes,
because the Osage, well, with all Indian communities, you register as a Native American with your tribe. And so
yes,
those who were registered as Osage had deed to the land. And the film is about these group of white men who systematically married some of the Osage women
yep,
to kill them and get the land.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
So the fact that it's not sensational, that it's almost matter of fact and everyday, makes it that much more devastating. Because
yes,
it could happen and has happened many times since then.
yes,
Not with
yeah,
fanfare. It's usually with quiet,
yeah,
deadly
yeah,
focus.
yeah, no fanfare, that's for
Mhm.
sure. And just but just a really, really movie was 3 hours long or something like that.
Yeah,
But it just did you see it?
I did not.
Yeah, but just really
I
uh,
thought about it, and I love a good movie, but
yeah,
I wasn't sure I wanted to see that.
yeah, yeah,
I've
yeah.
become very sensitive to the the stories of our people's destruction
Hmm.
that are everywhere.
Hmm.
And I'm searching in my heart and
Hmm.
in my work and my creativity to tell the stories of our uplift, of our strategizing toward freedom,
Hmm.
of our expanding our sense of self determination in a way that includes others and raises others and strengthens our nation and our country. I would much rather, and they're hard to find when you flip through TV and on demand, and it's all serial killers or reality shows or spies or murders, or it's very difficult to maintain a level of uplift and optimism. It almost sounds like fairyish, fairylandish to want that. But how
Yeah.
can we create and expand our agency, the word that Gail used, if we don't cultivate this atmosphere of achievement, of possibility?
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, and it just though, and I hear you on the not sure whether you wanted to see it or not. Um, but ooh, I mean, quite frankly, I wasn't aware. you know, I mean, obviously, I was aware of just sort of the normal, just kind of atrocities that that Native Americans have just been subjected to. But this particular story, and the fact that it was the same time frame as um as oh God, I'm getting so senile. the burning of in Oklahoma, Tulsa.
Oh, gotcha.
You know,
Yeah,
uh,
yeah.
the
Same
fact
period
that
of time,
yes,
early 1900s.
exactly, and that they're making reference to it, is just, I mean, if you think about just sort of all the stories that we just,
Well, history is a living thing.
Yeah.
We are creating history now that others in this very act, others will look back on the archives of A Better Jamaica and see this initiative as part of our history, as part of the history of Jamaica and history of education in this city. So
Mhm.
yeah, we tend to make it much bigger, sensationalize, but history is real and concurrent and happens every day.
Mhm, mhm, oof, God, and yeah, there's so much more to to think about and be concerned about and the rest of
Yep.
that good stuff. So yeah. So before I let you go, have there been what books have just kind of, for you were huge?
Oh, okay. Yes. When you were speaking about roots, I was reminded of Marise Konde's book Segu and her second book, The Last of Segu, which, similar to Roots and 100 Years of Solitude, follows a West African family for several generations.
Mhm.
And so it's vivid in its description, in the lives of the people, in the way society is set up, and in some of the adventures and misadventures they have through the centuries. So I enjoyed that. And I used it often. I used it a few times in teaching, Segu, S-E-G-U.
Mhm.
I also very much like a book called The Autobiography of an Ex-Colored Man.
Mm.
It was written by James Weldon Johnson, who wrote Lift Every Voice and Sing with his brother Rosamond.
Mhm.
And it is about a very fair-skinned African-American man who passes
I'm
and
on.
what that means. I think he lived in this region, New York, Connecticut, New Jersey area,
Right.
and what that meant for him, the personal struggle of that, the decision to move in that direction in a time when he was able to, and in a time when being a darker skinned African was very much difficult.
Hmm.
This was his way of and I remember the end of the book, his reflecting on his life. He married a European American woman, and I don't remember whether they had a child or decided not to. I don't think she knew of his African heritage, but so that would not come out in his thinking about his life from that perspective.
Hmm.
I thought was powerful. And then a nonfiction book that had a big impression on me was called Playing in the Dark. Very short, under 100 pages, by Toni Morrison.
Mm.
She talks about the invisible presence of persons of African descent in the literature of the West, particularly the American literature. And so all of the novels about going west and living, picking oneself up by one's bootstraps does not reveal that propping up those bootstraps, polishing those boots, holding on to the ladder so they could lift up are a legion of persons of African descent. So this playing in the dark is how they make us invisible. And so it sounds like an accomplishment by their own devices when we know that couldn't be further from the truth.
Mm.
And most recently, I don't know if they're my favorite books of all time, but I have enjoyed, there have been a spate of celebrity autobiographies.
Mm-hmm.
I did Will Smith's autobiography by Audible, which I very much enjoyed. His focus in becoming an international superstar was inspiring and relentless. The way he reflected on his life as a child, and I read it before the infamous slap, so it really gave me some other insights into what might have been happening with him on that night. And then I read Kerry Washington's book, which is about her. It was prompted by her being told about 5 years ago that her father was not her biological father, that her father and mother could not conceive and decided to use a sperm donor back in the day when people did not do that. And they never told anyone, no one in the family, but her reflecting on how she could feel there was a secret in the family and the impact it had on her, as well as her whole growing up and career. And the last one is Jada Pinkett Smith's book, Worthy, and her journey. Girlfriend was, a serious little drug dealer for a while there in Baltimore, but also being the child of addicts, but also having grandparents who had a vision of a life for her and raised her in a certain kind of way. Her friendship from high school with Tupac and her own self-discovery. I find that the concept of unworthiness and shame is endemic in our society. I was reading a lot about, the guy from Friends that passed away recently, and how he wrote his memoir and battled with feelings of unworthiness and shame his whole life. So even people who are famous and wealthy and well-traveled and are celebrities, all of us battle with this. And so this whole era of really delving into self-discovery and mental health is both important and timely.
It's interesting you say the unworthiness and shame. I have a friend whose mother died recently, and the mother said that she didn't want a funeral. And, my friend was like, well, what are you talking about? She'd said quite some time that she didn't want a big hullabaloo. She said was and she's like, well, what do you mean you don't want a funeral with 100 people? She's like, no, I don't really want a funeral at all. And she was talking about her mother's feelings of she didn't think that she was worthy of a celebration, of her life.
Yeah.
And the mother had been saying this and these kinds of things for quite some time, to her daughter. And as it turned out, this friend of mine, she actually took care of her mother for a long time now, since she's had Alzheimer's, and she said to me recently, she said, that's one of the reasons why I did not want to put my mother into, a home, because, my mother, I wanted to prove to my mother that she was worthy of this particular manifestation of my love.
Yeah.
And it was just, it was like, okay, I get that, because we used to talk about, I'd be like, well, did your mother really want you to give up your entire life, to take care of her, when there are some alternatives, and we go back and forth about this. And then, when she revealed this to me, it was just like, okay, I get that, may not have been the decision that I would make even still, but I get why you thought it was so important, to take
I'm
care.
going to recommend one book, not a children's book, but I have a feeling there are adults that are listening now. And it is by a powerful leader, young woman named Alua Arthur, whom I have done some studying with and hope to continue. She is a death doula. She helps people and families prepare to die, how to deal with your family member after they're dead, but more how to prepare for death, whether you know that it's coming because you're terminally ill or just planning for the future. And she's just written a book. She has a really great TED Talk that just came out a couple of months ago, Alua Arthur. And her book is called Briefly, Perfectly Human. And it also is in the vein of accepting who we are right now in our lives, learning how to not judge ourselves so harshly or think others are judging us so harshly, and living very much in the moment, so that when we go, and it's not an if, when we go, we can go with a peace of mind and heart, with clarity, without leaving a mess behind for other people to handle, whether it's the mess in our houses, the mess of our finances, the mess of relations we don't know we had or who had. These genetic tests now are uncovering all kinds of secrets.
Right.
So I would certainly suggest that as we read and think and plan, that we plan for what happens when we're gone and how we go more than anything else.
Yeah. Because God knows that can be, a challenge. As someone I know, you lost your parents quite some time ago,
Yeah.
and just yikes, and me just sort of still hanging out with my 94-year-old dad, more than anything, you certainly. I tell people when my own mother died, it was the first time that I thought about my own mortality, first time. And I don't know why it happens like that, but but it literally all of a sudden it was like
someone close to you like that. It's jarring.
Yes. And it was just like, oh my God, I'm not going to be around.
Just like darkness is something we don't deal with.
Yep.
Death is something we definitely don't deal with. We don't kill the animals we eat. We don't deal. We put sick people somewhere, try not to look at them. And in death, we send it to someone. Thank you, mortuaries, for handling all of that so they look pristine and lovely when we have the funerals. So, but it is a part and a process of life that we will all experience.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, thank you for this, Greg.
Yes. Thank you, Isa Sarah, one of my favorite people. Yeah.
I'll see you over the holidays. I'll let you know when Kwanzaa is.
Yes. It's good to have Kwanzaa back in full effect.
That's maybe one year A Better Jamaica will have a Kwanzaa.
That would be interesting. It's probably more likely that the Greg Mays will have a Kwanzaa celebration before A Better Jamaica has a Kwanzaa celebration. Because that's a whole lot of people and a whole lot of everything,
Right.
So yeah.
So everybody, don't forget to donate.
That's right. Donate, and because so this
little
is
ones too.
All about
Benefit of the word.
Yes. Okay, Miss Bay, thank you very much. Appreciate you as always. And we will talk.
All right.
Bye-bye. All right, good people. What time is it? It is 2:30. So we have about an hour and a half. It seemed like an hour and a half. Yeah, an hour and a half left of the Jamaica Read-a-thon. For those of you just checking in, I am Greg Mays, and right now I'm repping, Spelman College. I had my Howard, shirt on earlier, but now I'm repping for the ladies. So here we are at the Jamaica Read-a-thon, and we've had a full day of just some very interesting people, because all people are interesting, when you spend time with them and you ask them questions. And I'm going to be a professional interrogator in my next life because it's something that I enjoy doing. So we're here raising money for Jamaica Reads. For those of you who don't know, Jamaica Reads is a Better Jamaica's program that what do? We deploy senior citizens to local elementary schools, and those senior citizens are providing one-on-one tutoring to first graders who are struggling with the acquisition of their reading skills. So we march into a school and we say, please give us the bottom third of your first grade reading population, or the part of the population that's reading least well. I think that's it. And we provide this one-on-one tutoring. So each child gets an hour and a half a week. It's usually Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Each tutor has 4 students, and that's 4, yes. And we use a fantastic curriculum called Reading for All Learners. And thanks to the Chancellor, Chancellor Banks, who has now revamped, elementary school reading education in New York City, in that he has given options for all new programs that are phonics based and focused, so that we can get more children reading successfully in the first grade, so that those kids can just experience greater success than they've been experiencing. Because as you may or may not know, less than 50% of 3rd and 5th graders are reading on grade level here in New York City, which is just totally insane. Because if you can't read, then what can you do? How can you learn other things? And the answer is, it's very, very difficult. So until our next guest arrives, I am going to go back to my book, Oh, the Places We'll Go, that brilliant Dr. Seuss book. And I think our guest will be here shortly, but we're going to share all the places you'll go until then. And I'm going to read kind of fast, so in case he comes, we won't have to miss the book. Anyway, congratulations. Today is your day. You're off to great places. You're off and away. You have brains in your head. You have feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself any direction you choose. You're on your own, and you know what you know. And you are the guy who'll decide where to go. You'll look up and down streets. Look them over with care. About some you will say, I don't choose to go there. With your head full of brains and your shoes full of feet, you're too smart to go down any not so good street. And you may not find any you'll want to go down. In that case, of course, you'll head straight out of town. It's opener there in the wide open air. Out there, things can happen, and frequently do, to people as brainy and footsy as you. And when things start to happen, don't worry, don't stew. Just go right along. You'll start happening too. Oh, the places you'll go. Look at this funky place right here. Yeah, that's a funky place. Some of those places might be scary. You'll be on your way up. You'll be seeing great sights. You'll join the high flyers and soar to high heights. You won't lag behind because you'll have the speed. You'll pass the whole gang and you'll soon take the lead. Wherever you fly, you'll be the best of the best. Wherever you go, you will top all the rest. Except when you don't, because sometimes you won't. I'm sorry to say so, but sadly, it's true that bang-ups and hang-ups can happen to you. You can get all hung up in a prickly perch, and your gang will fly on. You'll be left in a lurch. You'll come down from the lurch with an unpleasant bump, and the chances are then that you'll be in a slump. And when you're in a slump, you're not in for much fun. Unslumping yourself is not easily done. You'll come to a place where the streets are not marked. Some windows are lighted, but mostly they're dark. a place you could sprain both your elbow and chin. Do you dare stay out? Do you dare to go in? How much can you lose? How much can you win? And if you go in, should you turn left or right and three quarters, or maybe not quite, or go around back and sneak in from behind? Simple it's not, I'm afraid you will find. For a mind maker upper to make up his mind. You can get so confused that you'll start into race down long wiggled roads at a breaknecking pace and grind on for miles across weirdish wild space, headed, I fear, toward a more useless place, the waiting place. Is that like the sunken place? For people just waiting for a train to go, or a bus to come, or a plane to go, or the mail to come, or the rain to go, or the phone to ring, or the snow to snow, or waiting around for a yes or a no, or waiting for their hair to grow. Everyone is just waiting for the fish to bite, or waiting for wind to fly a kite, or waiting around for Friday night, or waiting perhaps for their Uncle Jake, or a pot to boil, or a better break, or a string of pearls, or a pair of pants, or a wig with curls, or another chance. Everyone is just waiting. No, that's not for you. Somehow you'll escape all that waiting and staying. You'll find the bright places where boom bands are playing. With banner flapping, once more you'll ride high, ready for anything under the sky. Ready because you're that kind of guy. Oh, the places you'll go, there is fun to be done. There are points to be scored. There are games to be won. And the magical things you can do with that ball will make you the winningest winner of all. Fame! You'll be famous as famous can be. With the whole wide world watching, you win on TV. Except when they don't, because sometimes they won't. I'm afraid that sometimes you'll play lonely games too. Games you can't win because you'll play against you. But on you will go, though the weather be foul. Oh, you will go through your enemy's prow. Oh, you will go through the hacking cracks howl, onward up many a frightening creek. Though your arms may get sore and your sneakers may leak. On and on you will hike, and I know you'll hike and face up to your problems, whatever they are. You'll get mixed up, of course, as you already know. You'll get mixed up with many strange birds as you go. So be sure when you step with care and great tact. And remember that life's a great balancing act. Just never forget to be dexterous and deft, and never mix up your right foot with your left. And will you succeed? Yes, you will indeed. 98.75% guaranteed. Kid, you'll move mountains. So, be your name Buxbaum or Bixby or Bray or Mordecai Ali, Van Allen O'Shea. You're off to great places. Today is your day. Your mountain is waiting. So get on your way. Oh, the places you'll go by none other than Dr. Seuss, aka Theodore Geisel. Yep. All right, one of my favorites, people. Oh, the places you'll go. Okay, we've got about an hour and 15 minutes left, and I am waiting for our next guest, who I am sure will be here shortly. In the meantime, I will just send him a text to remind him. So let's see. So before we were talking about A Better Jamaica, how it got started and where we are at this point. And I was telling you guys about some of my favorite programs in particular. So where are we? Greg Mays is right there, founder of A Better Jamaica. Oh, and it's looking like our next distinguished guest has joined us. And assuming that he is ready with his book and his microphone and all the rest of that good stuff, then we are ready to go. So, Mr. Jason Miles Clark, welcome to the stage. Wait, Jason,
Hey, how you
Eli's
doing,
dad.
Greg?
I'm well, man. How are you doing?
Good. I feel like we're at the train station, right at the corner of Parsons and Archer.
There you go, baby. The train station, the corner of Parsons and Archer, just the other day. You know what I'm saying?
Nice.
Yes. We got our little Jamaica Center Parsons Archer thing going on there, man.
Yeah. And by the way, I just want to say thank you very much for doing this and to all the great work that A Better Jamaica does, because, it's important. A lot of times, people start to feel subconscious, especially our kids, about reading. And it takes time. It takes work. I'm going to a whole story, but not even now that I'm talking about it, I remember when I was in first grade, I was like, I think I was in the red light group, because, I needed some time to be able to catch up to some of the other students. But, you keep working on it, you keep doing it, and it gets easier. And the next thing you know, you're working with celebrities like Greg Mays and reading to other folks out there.
Oh, what you really mean to say is the next thing you know, you've graduated from the University of Michigan, and
Go Blue. Yep.
That's right, and are indoctrinating your child in the ways of of the Michigan mascots and things.
Exactly. It.
So it's all good, man. Now, did you go to Michigan Law School, or did you go to Michigan undergrad, or both?
Law school.
Okay, where'd you go undergrad?
I went to Princeton for undergrad.
Oh, did I know that? Yes, I think I did know that, because I may or may not have asked you if you knew Whitney Williams. And I'm not sure when Whitney graduated, but she did go to Princeton. Yeah.
Okay. Very nice. Yeah. It starts to go, obviously now, if it's crazy. I think my 20 year is actually coming up. So maybe if I saw her by face, but it's always good to know there are other folks out there.
Yeah, and you may have been just ahead of her, man, because I want to say that, how old is Whitney now? She's maybe, I don't know, 36 or something like that, but she's living in Atlanta with her family and all the rest of that good stuff, So before we get into this book, man, tell us a little bit more about what you're doing, just sort of right now with the state.
Yeah, sure. So earlier this year, I was actually appointed by Governor Hochul to be the executive director and executive vice president of New York State's Minority and Women Business Development Division. And the gist of it is to make sure that we're doing more to help minority and women businesses be able to, be successful without the state, working with the governor, make sure we're supporting the right legislation, making sure that for minority and women businesses that they are getting access to a lot of the state contracts out of there. Last year, nearly $3 billion in contracts went to minority and women businesses, which is really leads the country. But at the same time, I feel like there's a lot more we can do, especially like within like minority minority businesses as well. So, that's what I'm looking forward to. Very excited. I mentioned also before, I have this other group that is doing the side called Dream Chasers, provide free tutoring and mentoring to help get kids from communities like ours into, some of the top high schools out here. So, very much like you, just trying to figure out ways to try to be helpful.
And if I recall properly, you are a Bronx High School science grad?
I am.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
So this particular cause of just sort of getting young people into specialized high schools is near and dear to your heart and stuff,
Very much so. In fact, a while ago, and it's funny because we just finished the 5th year of our program, but I remember going back to to volunteer with some seniors, help them prepare for their college interviews. And I knew when I was there weren't a lot of Black and Hispanic folks, but when I was there, me and the other alums from my class were most of the Black and Hispanic folks were there. And I always knew it's not that we can't do the work, but if you don't have access to the same resources, the same opportunities, then you're going to be at a disadvantage. So, the more we can kind of provide some of those things here locally, figure out ways to connect mentoring, because a lot of times people feel like they're farther behind than they actually are, to make sure that they keep going. Those are the things that, can really make a difference, and frankly, learn life lessons that, you're going to have to learn and build on, for years to come.
And what would you say is the chief contributor to, just sort of young folks not applying or not successfully applying? Is a part of the problem that they're not applying, and another problem is that they're not being successful after they apply? Which of those things you think are just sort of contribute most to the absence of?
I think there's a strong connection between confidence and under resources. So if you go, for example, to a school that's under resourced and you're starting to fall behind, and then you have this belief as to how far behind you are, and just looking at how far ahead you think other folks are, can really be debilitating. Just think about, let's say you're running a race. If you feel someone is like speeding past you, you're probably not going to have the best time because you feel like I'm not going to catch up. But if you think that someone is just a little bit ahead of you and you just got to keep getting and keep going with it, all of a sudden, you're in a better position. So I think those are big parts of it. I think that, what we also have to recognize, it's a daily process. You don't, just very much as we're doing today, like these things don't happen overnight. You have to invest in it early. And the last thing I'll say about that, I got into Bronx Science, way back when, but I got into Bronx Science because I was, in a gifted and talented program. So when I took the test in 8th grade, I had essentially been practicing for the test since 1st grade, because we were doing things more at like a higher level. The other students were doing it, it was kind of pushing you. So by the time you got there, it wasn't as daunting. But if you're just looking at it, or you're trying to catch up on your own, and you feel so far behind, it's one of those things where it's very easy to just, let go of the rope. And that's what we want to make sure that folks aren't doing. Because especially at 13 years old, there's no reason to start letting go of any ropes. You have a whole lot of years ahead of you. So
yeah. I think about Barack Obama's book, man, and just sort of, first when he was at, Occidental College for the year he was there, and then at Columbia, he was not, the super stellar, super focused, just sort of student at that particular point. And as a matter of fact, he dabbled, in a substance or two that, that didn't necessarily represent, just kind of who he was, et cetera, et cetera. But, he went on to become, not only president of the United States, but a very fine president as well,
Exactly. And if he gave up, or folks gave up on him when he was a freshman, like 18 or 17, he wouldn't be able to go on to be who he was, right?
Absolutely.
So that's a big part of it, just making sure, because a lot of times we see so much of the faults and the flaws that we feel like we see in ourselves.
Yep.
And, it's just easy to just, give up or say that I'm not good at this or try to do something else. Well, that's not the case. That is not the case. But you need to have the support system to be able to help. And you also have to have, that belief in yourself that you can do more.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, man. Let me let you get on to this book. And
All right.
What book you gonna read for us, man? Something about a shark.
Yes, it is. Shark Lady.
Okay.
Shark Lady. Yeah.
Okay. Let me
it's
get
a
off
true
the stage.
story. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna jump into it right here. So today we are reading Shark Lady, the true story of Eugenie Clark. Another Clark, no relation, but their last name is Clark. That's something they have going for them, and it's written by Jess Keating. All right. So let's get started here. All right. Start here. All right. Shark Lady. The true story of how Eugenia Clark became the ocean's most fearless scientist. All right. So we'll start with some of this. So here's some of the pictures. Oops, right over here. So this is where it'll go. So it was Saturday, and Eugenie wanted to stay at the aquarium forever. She wanted to smell the damp, salty air and stare at the glittery rainbow of fish. She wanted to keep watching her favorite animals, the sharks. Eugenie pretended she was walking on the bottom of the sea. What would it be like to swim with her sharks, to breathe underwater with gills of her own? More than anything, she wanted to find out. When the summer came, Eugenie's mother took her to swim at the beach in Atlantic City. Stuffing sticky gum into her ears to keep the water out, Eugenie dove down, down, down. The salt stung her eyes, but she didn't want to miss a single fish. Constellations of sea stars speckled the pebbled sand. She imagined a silvery fin standing strong on her back, slicing through the ocean current. To others, sharks were ugly and scary, but Eugenie knew they were beautiful. As she glided through the cool water, she wished everyone could see sharks through her eyes. But the sharks were only in her mind for now. Eugenie decided to learn everything she could about them. So she dove. This time into books. Whale sharks, nurse sharks, tiger sharks, lemon sharks. Eugenie wanted to know about them all. She also joined the Queens County Aquarium Society as its youngest member. Eugenie's notebook filled with sharks. They swam in her daydreams and on the margins of her pages. At home, Eugenie's mother surprised her with an aquarium of her own. A 15-gallon tank was too small for sharks, but Eugenie saved her allowance to buy guppies, clownfish, and coral red snails. It felt as big as an ocean in her room. Their small apartment became an aquarium, a laboratory, a sanctuary. See Eugenie's sanctuary. Right. As she grew older, many were still telling Eugenie what to do. Forget those sharks. Be a secretary. Be a housewife. Eugenie wanted to study zoology, But some of her professors thought that women weren't smart enough to be scientists or brave enough to explore the oceans. And they said sharks were mindless monsters. Eugenie knew better. Her dream was as big as a whale shark. So again, Eugenie dove. Remember, don't give up, just like Eugenie did. Eugenie could have given up at this stage, but she didn't because she had a dream and she wanted to pursue it. She plunged into every course she could. Her laboratory became her home. From sunrise to sunset, she studied how fish grow, how they behave, and how they were put together both inside and out. And despite all the people who didn't believe in her, Eugenie was becoming one of the smartest students in her field. Even after she earned her degree, many still doubted her. See Eugenie studying, and proving the doubters wrong. But Eugenie's work was just beginning. Eager to make discoveries of her own, Eugenie finally dove into the open ocean. In the Red Sea, Eugenie collected hundreds of fish, including 3 new species that had not been discovered before. Red Sea sand diver, the barred Xenia pipefish, and the volcano tripplefin. On a research mission exploring the Palua Islands, Eugenie was diving alone when she encountered her first ever wild shark. She wasn't afraid. Instead, she thought it was beautiful. In Isla Mujeres, she dispelled the myth that sharks must keep moving to stay alive when she swam through dark caves, still and silent, full of resting sharks. Eugenie's daring heart grew bolder with each dive. Soon they began to call her Shark Lady. Eugenie had proven she was smart enough to be a scientist and brave enough to explore the oceans. As her courage grew, she began to love and understand her beloved sharks more and more. But she never forgot many still believed that sharks were mindless killers. Because of their scary reputation, humans were hunting sharks all over the world. Eugenie knew that sharks weren't stupid or mean. She was determined to prove everyone wrong. Eugenie fished through her mind and devised a brilliant experiment. Could she train a shark the way a person trains a dog? Were sharks smarter than anyone knew? They were. Eugenie was the first scientist in the world to train sharks and even learned they could remember their training for at least 2 months after. Sharks were not mindless killers. Sharks were beautiful. Sharks were smart. They deserved to be studied, protected, and loved. And Eugenie's dream was now a dream come true. Here's Eugenie and her dream coming true. So that's the end of the story. Again, it's called Shark Lady, the true story of how Eugenie Clark became the ocean's most fearless scientist, written by Jess Keating. And if there's one thing you could probably learn as the moral of this story, is that a lot of times there will be people out there who tell you can't be able to do something. Folks who think that you can't be able to do it because, in this case, you're a girl, because of the color of the skin, because of a lot of reasons out there that, people try to tell you about, like why you're different than others. But what we learned from Eugenie in this story is that if you don't listen to them, if you believe in yourself, if you keep going because there's not something that you have a passion about, that you want to learn more about, or a wrong that you want to be able to, rectify in some type of way, if you keep believing in yourself and you keep working hard and you don't listen to the naysayers out there, that there's nothing you can't achieve, just like Eugenie. So thank you for letting me share this story with you. Again, it's called Shark Lady by Jess Keating, and hope you guys had a good time.
Hey, okay, brother Jason. All right. That book reminds me of there's a really good movie. One of my favorite movies is called Whale Rider, and it's about this little girl who actually rides this whale, in the ocean beneath the water, and she too is doubted, if you will, and is told that she can't, that she can't do this, and there are all of these, beautiful male only traditions, and she just kind of breaks in and takes over, and it's a beautiful, beautiful story.
Definitely.
So girl power rules.
Definitely. Yes.
Hopefully they won't leave all the boys behind, but nonetheless, it's good to see girls empowered to do all the things that they should be doing and stuff, man.
The way I always like to look at it is, you should never feel that you're better than anyone, but you should never feel that someone or anyone else is better than you.
Absolutely.
And that's a good way to be able to look at it. We can all do, amazing things. And then to the extent that anyone tells you that you can't do something, you should immediately go into that mindset that, you could be able to prove them wrong. So
yes. Now, your little guy is little.
he is.
He's not even a year yet, is he?
He just turned. He's 13 months. He's 13
Okay,
months.
13
He
months.
just got to it.
Yeah. So are there any books in particular that you are reading to him already and stuff, or
there's this book called Mommy Special Hugs that we have from, and it's one of those books that you can customize, right?
Okay.
So I'm not sure if you heard about these, but there are certain companies you can build it. You put your name in it. You can also kind of shape like the parents or the family and the child, so they can probably feel like they're seeing themselves in the story. So it's a really nice one that someone, I think our Aunt Ella and Uncle Al got us in the very beginning. So that's really, we're at that stage where trying to keep his focus, to see it and what have you. But it's a process, and you start learning and you keep going with it. And, it's as much, at least at this stage, for him as it is for us.
Yeah, man. It's and it's so important to just sort of to start early. Brother Jermaine Sean Smith was on early with us, and he was saying how his daughter, she uses book reading as an opportunity to not go to sleep. And so they are literally up to 10 books, a night, nice. And she is still just sort of right there,
That's great.
And it's just kind of a tricky thing, you want them to go to sleep so they can get some rest, you can get rest, but at the same time, you don't want to shut down this beautiful bonding experience that is first a bonding experience, and then very quickly turns into all of a sudden your child starts to to read the words themselves.
Even as you say that, when I was a kid, my parents would probably say it took a little time to kind of get me to focus on reading. But my sister, she just read all the books all the time, and that's probably, and she's 2 years younger than me, but that's probably why she's still smarter to me this day.
man,
you get started early, you get those right habits, your imagination starts going, and there you are.
And there's something about girl focus that is a lot different than boy lack of focus, and come middle school time, when girls are just soaring, and boys are just, looking around, looking clueless,
Yeah.
it is really important to just sort of get the right books in their hands and stuff,
Right.
We were
Right.
talking earlier about little kids. I have absolutely no problem introducing the kids in our reading program to Captain Underpants and Dog Man and the Wimpy Kid, because I don't know what it is, but boys just love those books,
Yeah.
and
Okay. That's good to know. That's good to know. I'll put them on
oh
the
my
list.
God, those books are they're tremendous for boys. And it's all this, this potty humor, but they love those things. I mean,
At least it gets it started. It gets their eyes focused on it and learning reading. So there's
that's
something
right.
there for sure.
That's right.
For sure.
That's right, man. So look, all right. Well, look, man, I'm not going to hold you because I know you got work to do. But it was good seeing you, brother. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being a part of this effort, as we just sort of, create some more Jasons. You know what I'm saying? The scholars, who go on to great schools and just sort of make the most of the experience and stuff.
Yeah,
So
sounds good. And thanks again, for creating an outlet that we could be able to do this. Because, my thing, especially nowadays, you never know who's just going to happen to run across this and happen to read or see something. And then all of a sudden it just sparks something that just kind of puts them in some. You may never even know about it. You never.
That's right.
But by putting it out there and people, having an opportunity to be able to latch in, this may be that moment for them.
That's right.
You can really change somebody's life. So thank you for
that.
that.
And then to let people know about great organizations, like Dream Chasers and the program that you guys have, one of my favorite programs is this program Civic Duty that we have, and it's an awesome program. And we just resources is about the only thing that's holding us back, because we're ready to just start a new cohort and really just sort of expand some more minds, because that's what this is all about. Just letting folks know it's out there. Now, whether you want to take advantage of it, that's a whole nother thing. But I'm going to show you what's out there so that you can just at least make the decision and stuff. So
yeah, definitely. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you again, my friend. And
no problem.
Hope to see you soon.
Sounds good. Take care, Greg.
All right, Jason. Be well, man. All right, good people. We are now at 5:09, which means that in 51 minutes, this wonderful endeavor, will be drawing to a close. We have a couple of people who should be joining us shortly. Let's see. Okay, well, we got a minute. I know somebody's, caught in Rite Aid and all the rest of that good stuff. So hopefully they'll be able to get out of Rite Aid soon, although I wouldn't bet money on that. So what else? Just as a way of a reminder, you see my good old name and affiliation down there in the bottom left corner of your screen. My name is Greg Mays. My organization is A Better Jamaica. And we were started in 2007, which is kind of unbelievable. That's almost 16 years ago. And we started off when in the summer of 2006, I took a couple of nephews and a next door neighbor's child over to Forest Park, and we saw the Wizard of Oz, and it was awesome, the Wizard of Oz. And I said, why do we just have to leave our community to have a wonderful community building experience? And the answer was we did not. We just needed to start a nonprofit. So in January of 2007 is when I started this nonprofit, and we've been going strong ever since. We still show movies in the park, 21 movies spread across 2 different programs. Jamaica 311 is our site that has all these listings about happenings here in Jamaica, and the starter programs like Brother Jason just shared with us. Dream Chasers is his program. Their goal is to help kids get into specialized high schools here in New York City, which is a place that we are vastly underrepresented. And we have the Jamaica Ball, we have the Last Breeze of Summer, which is our outdoor version of the Jamaica Ball that started during COVID. We present these 34 live jazz shows at the Airtrain Jamaica station. We have my new favorite program, Civic Duty, that I run with 2 wonderfully talented, awesome brothers, Chris Teal and Ron Turner. And it's a hands-on civics education. So if you go to civicduty.nyc, you can see us in action, although I do need to add some more photos and the rest of that stuff to the site. But rather than talk about civics, we actually go. We go to a neighborhood association meeting so the young people can see that. We go to the community board meeting so they can see that. We go to a community board committee meeting so they can experience that. We go to the borough board. We met with the borough president. Borough President Donovan Richards spent wonderful time with us. We do some stuff in the city council, work with city council people. What else? What else? What else? Yeah. Far too many things, but it's all out of love for the collection of Southeast Queens communities that are commonly referred to as Jamaica. And and our newest program that we're piloting, if you go to jamaicafunk.com, you can see it. It is a light news website that features, that covers different events that have happened here in Jamaica. So Jamaica 311 and Jamaica Funk complement each other. Jamaica 311 just sort of lists activities that are coming up, and Jamaica Funk just covers many of those activities. And that site is going to expand and grow over time. So I think our next guest is here, and she would be the lovely and talented Dr. Leslie Austin Kennedy. Dr. Kennedy. And Dr. Kennedy is particularly special because she runs, what does she run? She runs the Jamaica what? The Jamaica Reads program for a better Jamaica. Yes, Jamaica Reads. And so, so that's why we're here today, Jamaica Reads, so that we can raise some funds and be in schools. So I think Dr. Kennedy is ready.
Yes.
There she is right there.
Yes. Excited about reading this book.
Yes, I see that book, Soul Way by Lupita Nyong'o, one of my favorite actors, has written that beautiful book,
How is the read-a-thon?
The read-a-thon is good. We're coming up on the close at 4 p.m. I'm not quite sure. When we did the read-a-thon in the subway, what did we do? In the subway, I think we were there for like 12 hours from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Okay. And that was insane.
I'm sure.
But there was an energy about it that was really wonderful, because we were just sort of live and people were like, what the hell are those people doing? They're just reading books, children's books in the subway. And it was really just designed to just, to bring awareness to the fact that far too few of our children are reading at grade level. So it's, we're still here. Then obviously when the pandemic came, we had to mix things up a little bit and go on, online, which actually was a very interesting kind of blessing, if you will, because we were able to just sort of raise some more money, and that's a good thing. So, as we stepped into today, we had already raised, $1,500, which is a good thing, because every dollar counts and all the rest of that stuff.
And our children need it.
Absolutely. And you know that firsthand as someone.
I know that firsthand.
In the trenches.
We were with some first graders this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And so it is exciting when the light bulb goes off and then they get excited about reading, and it's all good.
Yeah. That's what I was telling somebody. I was sharing earlier that when the children just understand that reading is just, putting sounds together, and those sounds are associated with the alphabet. And as soon as they understand that cat is cat, then everything just sort of, takes off from there. So.
It does. And the other thing that happens is it gives them an opportunity to dream, because a lot of times the children have not been exposed
Mm-hmm.
to a lot of things. And so by reading, the exposure comes through, and then they start to dream and imagine differently
Mm-hmm.
because they're exposed to so much more. So it's exciting on all kinds of levels.
It is. It is. It is indeed. So, you know, all of that. And thank you for being here. So you're going to read Silhouette. Let me
I
give you the
am.
stage so that you can knock this out, and we'll chat on the other end.
Okay, sounds good. So, Soulway. Soulway, as Mr. May said, is written by Academy Award-winning actress Lupita Nyong'o. And it starts, Soulway was born the color of midnight. And I think I may have to adjust my lighting so that you can see better. But that is a picture of that beautiful little girl. And she looked nothing like her family, not even a little, not even at all. Mama was the color of dawn, Baba the color of dusk, and Mitch, her sister, was the color of high noon. Hardly anyone at school looked like Soulway either. People gave her sister Mitch pet names like Sunshine and Ray and Beauty. People gave Soulway names like Blackie and Darky and Night. Soulway felt hurt every time. So she hid away while her sister made lots of friends. And so we have pictures of mom and dad, Baba, and her sister, Mitch. And as you can see, she doesn't look like them. Soulway dreamed of being the same color as her sister. She wanted real friends too. So she sits in her bed, wondering and dreaming, wanting to look like the other children as they are playing, they're jumping rope, and they're talking. So she got the biggest eraser she could find and tried to rub off a layer or two of her darkness. That hurt. She crept into Mama's room and helped herself to her makeup. Oh no, she would hear about this from Mama. Soulway decided to work from the inside out and ate only the lightest, brightest foods. So we can see where she is rubbing herself with the eraser and where she's using her mom's makeup. And then over here where she's eating white bread and bananas and coconut and everything white because she is trying to change the color of her skin. With a stomach ache, she went to bed early and turned to God for a miracle. Dear Lord, why do I look like midnight when my mother looks like dawn? Please make me as fair as the parents I'm from. I want to be beautiful, not just to pretend. I want to have daylight. I want to have friends. If you hear me, my Lord, and would like to comply, may I wake up as bright as the sun in the sky. Amen. So there she is on her knees before bed praying. When Mama came in to wake her for school the next morning, Soulway rose to find not a trace of daylight in her midnight skin. Soulway told Mama everything. And so Mom is trying to compose her and let her know that it's going to be all right. Mama asked, "What is your name?" "Soulway," she muttered. "And what does it mean?" "Star," Sowe whispered. Brightness is not in your skin, my love. Brightness is just who you are. As for beauty, Mama said, rubbing Sowe's stomach the way she always did to comfort her, you are beautiful. Sowe sighed. Well, you are beautiful to me, but you can't rely on what you look like to make you feel beautiful, my sweet. Real beauty comes from your mind and your heart. It begins with how you see yourself, not how others see you. Now, up you get and out you go. And so there is Sowe's mom talking to her about how beautiful she already is. How could she, as dark as she was, have brightness in her? How could she have beauty when no one but her mother seemed to see it? How could she be a star? That night, a shooting star appeared at Sowe's window. The night sent me, the star said, come with me. Sowe hopped onto the star and off they went. And so the shooting star comes and picks her up and carries her away. Long ago, at the beginning of time, said the star, there was night and day, and they were sisters. And here is a picture of the sisters, night and day. They loved each other very much, but people didn't treat the sisters the same. So here is day and here is night, and they are treated differently. So when people saw day, they said, lovely, nice, pretty. People gave day those pet names, and people gave night names like scary and bad and ugly. She felt hurt every time. Well, night got fed up and walked right off the earth. Day stayed behind and enjoyed making everybody happy in the sun. But then day grew too long. Day began to really miss her sister. So did everybody else. They had to be a way to get her back. Day set off to find night, and she did. So this is Day searching for night, her sister. I miss you, said Day. I miss you too, said night. But you don't know what it's like to be treated badly for being dark. You're right, I don't, Day replied. But what I do know is that we need you just the way you are. Come and see. Night returned and the people rejoiced. We need the darkest night to get the deepest rest. We need you so that we can grow and dream and keep our secrets to ourselves. The stars chimed in. Brightness isn't just for daylight. Light comes in all colors, and some light can only be seen in the dark. While day had a golden glow with night, everything had a silver sheen, elegant and fine. Turning pages. Day told her sister, when you are darkest is when you are most beautiful. It's when you are most you. Could it be that night did not need to change, not even a little, not even at all? Now that night and day were back together, A little bit of night returned to day in the form of shadows. A little bit of day returned to night in the form of moonlight. They were inseparable from that moment on and promised to celebrate the brightness in each other, whether people chose to see it or not. You see, the star explained, we need them both on their sunniest day and their darkest night, and every shade in between. Together, they make the world we know, light and dark, strong and beautiful. Sulway rose the next morning beaming. There could be no hiding anymore. She belonged out in the world, dark and beautiful, bright and strong. And so she wakes up and she's so excited to tell her mom that she's happy with who she is. And if she ever needed a reminder of her brightness, she could look up at the sky on the darkest night to see for herself. And so she's looking at all of the beautiful darkness, but then the pockets of light in the stars. Sulway felt beautiful inside and out. And there she is. I hope you enjoyed Sulway. And it's a story about how we have to be happy with who we are, that we're beautiful just the way we are. It doesn't matter what color we are, it doesn't matter what color our eyes are or our hair. Nothing matters. It's about how we feel about ourselves and recognizing that we are beautiful just the way we are. Thank you for staying with me.
Now, yeah. Well, that's a happier ending than the color, not the color purple, the bluest eye,
Uh,
you know? But interesting. And it's so funny, you know, when I think about Lupita Nyong'o, um, I think that she's an incredibly you know, beautiful woman,
absolutely.
you know? And it's just sort of, I'd imagine that there is some autobiographical kind of nature, you know, or background to that
And
book.
this story, yes.
Exactly, to the story. And it's just incredible to think that, you know, someone so beautiful, you know,
Mhm.
had to go through all of that in order to feel the way, you know, that they do about themselves, you know?
Yeah, I think it's not just, you know, in Sulway's story it was she was so dark, but I have a friend who the rest of the family was dark and she was light.
Hmm.
And there was a similar kind of disruption
Mm, mm,
and sadness
mhm.
as she was growing up, because I guess it is a natural kind of thing to want to look like everybody else.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
then when you think about it, that it's something really special when you look different,
Yeah. Yeah. Very much so. You
and
know?
being able to embrace that difference
Yeah.
and feel good about it.
Yeah. And to be open to people who are different, you know, and
Exactly.
welcoming, you know,
Exactly.
knowing that difference all, you know, often is isolating, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah. So I'm glad, you know, she's doing well with that book because I think it's a popular one, you know, for good reason.
Yeah, I actually bought it when it first came out.
Okay.
When I heard about the book, and the illustrations are absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
Illustrations were done by Vashti Harrison,
Yes.
and
Who's illustrated quite a few books and is a writer as well, right?
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
The illustrations are absolutely gorgeous, and so it certainly is, I think, a must have for people in their children's library.
Yes,
You know?
yes, yes. And it's all about a children's library. Look, Jordan, your son was on earlier, and I did not realize that, that he was quite the book person, that he is, and that he and Douglas have that in common, a love of books and reading. And he talked about how you instilled that, in him with your trips to Barnes and Noble, and how you were not going to buy the stack of books that he had, but he could certainly sit in the corner and read many of them.
Yes, yes, yes.
So he really, was reminiscing very fondly, about that experience and stuff.
Well, that's good to hear, because sometimes when you're in the trenches,
Right. You don't get that,
you don't get that.
No, no.
It's after the fact
Yeah.
that I think the reflection takes place, and it's like, well, that was a good thing.
Yes. And I was telling him, there was a woman at that Barnes and Noble and Union Turnpike, which I missed tremendously because it was such a
Yeah,
great
it
Barnes
was
and
so
Noble.
convenient.
Oh my God. And it was never super crowded, and there was a woman there. She was a fantastic children's bookseller. You go in there and you talk about, what your childhood liked. And she's like, oh, I've got just the book, and just go right to it and pick it off the shelf. And, she was amazing in that way. So yeah, I miss that.
I mean, reading just opens up the whole world.
Yeah.
I just wish that more of our children were off of devices. And in books, because it just opens up a whole world.
Absolutely. It absolutely does. So yikes. All right, look, I'm not going to hold you. Thank you for, getting here. I know.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. And all that good stuff. And, all for the children,
All for the children.
All for the children.
All right.
All right,
Blessings.
listen, we will talk. All right. Be well. Okay, good people, moving right along. We are finishing strong. All right, because I think our next wonderful guest, Linda Derry, is here. Linda, make yourself known. Look at that. I feel like a magician or something.
Oh my goodness.
How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I am well. All right, Linda. So I'm trying to think, when did you first read with us? It was in the subway for sure.
Definitely in the subway. Actually crazy. Definitely at the Jamaica Center, Parsons Archery Center.
Yes. You see that, right?
So it's a little bit of a both back and forth kind of thing. But I was I think one of the first read-a-thons.
I think it was one of the, if not the first, so you were a little younger than you are now,
I was.
And that's a good thing. So tell us, what have you been doing? And,
Well, as you can see, probably one of my biggest things, I continued a lot of my work with youth and the environment. As you can see right here,
that's
I'm
right.
Your Teen Miss Earth USA Eco, which means I've continued my pageant journey. I've continued my work educating youth about the environment, about the importance of education, because it was instilled in me very young. So I'm very happy to bring that to people. I'm a native of Queens. I'm right here by JFK, so Springfield Gardens. So I love working around youth in Queens specifically, just to give back to my hometown.
Yes. And I think, how's your mom doing? Because I think she brought you
great.
out.
It's crazy because my mom was supposed to be sitting over there, but she's at work today.
Okay. So you flying solo these days. I see.
It's really scary. But no, my mom is still with me. I'm 19. I just turned I didn't just turn 19. I'm 19. I'm gonna be 20 in May, but my mom still does absolutely everything with me. I'm a sophomore in college.
Okay, where are you in school?
Right now, Queens College.
Okay, awesome. And that's a good experience?
I love it. Yeah, it's really close to home. It's literally 30 minutes. My major is design and a minor in computer science.
Oh, wow.
So I'm definitely doing the things that I love. I love doing web design and software development. So very fun.
I hear that. And so web design in particular.
Yes, that's what I want to do. Hopefully as a career, I want to do UX UI design. I'm a tech girl. I love tech.
Okay, that's funny. I didn't even realize that. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I hear that loud and clear, and so this Miss Teen USA Eco, so that is still very much you.
Yes, definitely me. I've been doing pageants since I was 6 and environmental work since I was 8. So another thing that's been completely instilled in me since I was young. I have actually my fashion crown next to me. So this is my crown.
Okay.
It's a new crown, a brand new crown. I competed in Miss Earth system for 2 years, which is important to me because Miss Earth is one of the only one in the top 5 biggest pageants that has an extreme focus, and literally part of your score is on what you know about the environment and what you do for your community as a part of your environment.
Wow.
So just having that educational aspect as a part of the pageant is really important to me.
Yes, yeah. And what would you say, what's your latest just sort of, environmental endeavor, if you will?
Well, right now, actually, hopefully, if you guys can follow me around what I'm doing, my biggest thing is I plant daffodil seeds. For the first year that I competed, I planted over 155 daffodil seeds around Queens in 3 different locations at
Okay.
parks, local VFW, things like that.
Mhm.
So that's kind of my biggest thing right now. I just got over 2,000 daffodil seeds. So I'm looking for places to go around Queens to plant them,
Okay.
things of that nature. So yeah, I'm planting daffodil seeds and doing my cleanups, my fall cleanups, because the leaves are falling, and you
Yeah.
got to get those leaves off of the ground because of the mold they can create, especially when today it snows, yesterday it rains, things like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The leaves are falling off the trees kind of late this year, right? Normally they
Very late.
fall.
It was a late summer this year. That's why
Yeah.
everyone's sick. So we just got to make sure that we're keeping the environment as good as we can. Obviously, we can't control Mother Nature, but definitely having this kind of connection with the environment also makes me just feel and know that I'm helping the environment and helping my community.
Yeah, yeah. I told somebody the other day, it's like, the leaves are still on the trees. What the hell is going on?
Yeah.
You
And then
know?
the rain came and now they're all gone.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's crazy. Which reminds me of whose song is that? Then the rain came a fall, or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whose song is that. I have
That's not a me
lost.
question.
Oh God, it's a beautiful question. Beautiful song. Anyway, I want to say it's Seal. That's who it is, Seal.
Okay.
But I'm jacking the lyrics up,
Okay.
Okay, so what are you gonna read for us today?
Today I have a couple books depending on how time allows me to do.
Okay.
But it's very coincidental because I don't know if everyone here is from Queens, but it definitely snowed very briefly. But I love snow, so to me it snowed. So
Okay.
we have the Big Snowball,
Okay, the Big
a
Snowball. All right.
younger kind of book, and then we have Mickey's Weather Machine, which is also kind of about snow.
Look at you. Look at
I know I planned this from yesterday. I didn't even know it was gonna snow. I promise.
you.
And then also it's just kind of in the environmental realm of my title and me being with those kinds of things. And then
Yes.
if I have time, I also have a couple of poems from a local youth artist who's a teenager. Her name is Danielle Parchment, and it's called An Eclipse of Her Mind. So I have a couple of segments that I think are
Okay.
really
Okay.
important.
Well, let's do this. Let's read the first two
Yes.
because I know that our next reader is actually in the house already.
Yeah.
And depending upon just sort of, how much time she has,
Yes.
blah, blah, blah. So, yes, let's hear those first 2 books for sure.
Sure.
All right. Take.
Okay, so the first one is The Big Snowball. I'm showing my Instagram live too, just so that everyone can see. And this is actually a really fun book because a lot of the words are replaced with pictures. So it's a great fundamental activity. So we have The Big Snowball. Let's see, which way are we going? This way. Okay. This is a hill that was very tall. A little boy made a big snowball. This would be us today if Queens snowed a little bit harder than it did. He gave that snowball one hard throw. Off it went, and then, oh no, the snow was falling, the wind was blowing, the snowball flew. Even the dog is looking up, like, where is that snowball going? And kept on going. It went past the boys and girls on sleds. These are sleds. I haven't been on a sled since I was a kid. And it went over everybody's heads. You can see the snowball is just flying away. It stopped the cars. It stopped the trucks. This guy is really confused. He's like, where is the snowball going? It scared the feathers off of some ducks. Those kind of look like the ducks that are in Springfield Park. That's my local park. It's one of my favorites to go clean up. It chased away a dog and a cat. It knocked off many people's hats. They also look very confused. Like, what snowball just took my hat? I'd be very sad. Still, the snowball did not stop. It flew into the ice cream shop. Here, the snowball. I guess somebody opened the door for the snowball to go into the ice cream shop. And while Miss Jones was on the phone, it dropped into an ice cream cone. This is her ice cream cone. She's not even paying attention. And it looks just like ice cream. I wonder if anyone's going to be eating it. We'll see. Just then, the boy came in, of course. He was hungry as a horse after chasing around the snowball all day. He wanted something good to eat. I wonder what she has in her hand. So with $1, he bought a treat. Only $1. And look, she even put some whipped cream on it, some chocolate. I hope you guys like that kind of stuff on your ice cream. I love the nice cherry on top. That's all. No more snowball. Because he ate it. He ate his own snowball that he was chasing after all day. So yeah, that was the big snowball. And it's a wonderful adventure. It would be really cool if we had enough snow in Queens to do a big snowball adventure. I'll let you guys know and I'll update you. So within the same kind of realm of snow and weather and being a part of the environment, we have Disney's Mickey weather machine. And then for this one, I'm actually going to put on my crown. This is my Team Miss Earth crown. So just to be a little bit more festive in the environmental spirit. So this is Mickey's weather machine. Okay. This one is a smaller red book. Can we see? Can we see? Okay. One evening, while Morty and Ferdy were getting ready for bed, a big snowstorm began. Oh no, Ferdy cried. We were supposed to collect rocks tomorrow for show and tell. Now the snowstorm has ruined everything. Why does it snow in the winter, Uncle Mickey? Asked Morty. Mickey thought for a moment. Gosh, I sure wish the windy weather machine were here to answer your questions. The windy weather machine? What's that? Asked Ferdy. I want to know what that is too. I have no idea what the windy weather machine is. And then this is Mickey talking to his, I think, little cousins. Well, back when I was your age, I was given a wonderful birthday present, said Mickey. It could answer any question about the weather. Any question? Morty asked in a very sleepy voice. That's right, answered Mickey. And best of all, it can take you anywhere you wanted to go to find out about the weather firsthand. All you had to do was, well, gosh, boys, just look outside. Mickey pointed out the window. When the boys looked outside, they saw an old-fashioned airplane sitting in the snow. Wow, exclaimed Ferdy. Is that the windy weather machine, Uncle Mickey? It sure is, Mickey answered. Suddenly, he had a bright idea. Boys, let's learn about the weather. Blip, 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 blip. It's time for an adventure. Wendy's radio announced. Just climb aboard and I'll guide you through the seasons. Well, boys, what are we waiting for? Said Mickey. Let's take windy weather for a spin. As soon as they climbed aboard, Wendy took off. So here we have them. They are ready to go. They were just about to go to sleep, and now they are just ready to go. Soon, Mickey, Morty, and Ferdy found themselves in the middle of a winter wonderland. Let's go ice skating, Morty exclaimed. Look, said Mickey, Wendy even bought you ice skates. After the boys had skated around the lake, Ferdy asked, why does the lake freeze in the winter? It's colder in the winter, came the voice from Wendy's radio. When the water cools off, it eventually freezes or becomes solid. This cold also freezes rain and makes it into snow. Boy, Uncle Mickey, Wendy sure knows a lot of stuff about winter, said Morty, very impressed. I'm very impressed too. And this is also really good because it's great to learn about the environment and why exactly all these things happen, all these changes happen in winter. Look, Wendy brought us a sled too, said Ferdy. Seconds later, Mickey, Morty, and Ferdy were sledding down a snowy slope. At the bottom of the hill, the sled came to rest in front of a cave. Inside, a bear was snoring peacefully. I'm glad we didn't wake him, Ferdy whispered. That bear's in a very deep sleep called hibernation. Does anyone know what hibernation is? Mickey explained. In the winter, some animals like bears and squirrels fall asleep and live off the food they have eaten during the warmer months. Can anybody name any other animals that hibernate, maybe? Other than bears and squirrels? There's a lot of them. Hey, said Morty, looking around. It's still early, but the sun is beginning to set. That's because during the winter, the Earth tilts away from the sun. We get less sunlight every day. That makes it feel colder, and the daylight doesn't last as long, Wendy's radio reported. Well, said Mickey, since our day is almost over, I think it's time to go. They climbed back aboard Wendy and soon found themselves flying into a brand new season. This is super important because now, after daylight savings time happened a couple weeks ago, it's getting very dark very soon. As you can see, the sun is setting already. Where are we? Morty and Ferdy asked. It's spring, said Mickey, and we are on a farm. Look at all the baby animals, cried Morty. Not only is spring a time for new flowers and plants to bloom, crackled Wendy's radio, but it's also the time of year when horses, cows, sheep, and pigs are born. I did not know that. Let's see what else Wendy can show us about spring, said Mickey, as they climbed back on board on Wendy. So yeah, don't we wish it was spring right now? Does anyone wish it was spring? I wish it was spring. That's my birthday. A little while later, Morty and Ferdy hopped out of the Wendy and looked around. Wow, it sure is windy, Morty giggled. You know, said Mickey, I seem to remember that Wendy has some kites in the storage compartment. Soon the boys were flying their kites up, 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 and away. Yippee, said Ferdy. Why is it so windy? The air is getting warmer, Wendy's radio replied. Warm air sometimes fights with the leftover cold air of winter. That's what causes great gusts of wind to happen during the spring. So the combination of the temperatures of air is why we can fly kites really well in the spring. That's also why the coast of the beach are really windy, because over the ocean is so much colder or warmer in summer. Spring is also the season when all the birds and animals that went south for the winter come home, said Mickey as the boys scrambled up a ladder to peer at a bird's nest. It's the time for the animals who have gone to sleep to wake up and begin looking for food. Just then, big fat raindrops began to fall. Oh no, those are huge raindrops. Mickey pulled some rain gear out of Wendy's storage compartment. Hey, this is fun, said Ferdy, playing in the rain. It sure does rain a lot in the springtime. It does rain a lot. Rain helps the plants grow leaves and flowers, Wendy's radio said. Achoo, sneezed Mickey suddenly. Blip, 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 Wendy's radio announced. Time to get to warmer weather. I don't know if he has allergies or if he was just cold. It could be either or in the springtime. Soon, Mickey, Morty, and Ferdy were in swimming trunks playing by a beautiful big blue lake. That warm summer air sure feels good, said Morty. Wow. And that looks super fun, playing frisbee in the summer. That was a nice catch, too. Not only is the weather warmer, said Ferdy, jumping into the lake with a splash, but the days are longer, too. We could stay out here forever. That's because during the summer, the Earth tilts back toward the sun, Wendy's radio announced. We get more sunlight every day. That makes it feel warmer, and daylight lasts longer. That's the opposite of winter, cried Morty. Almost, Mickey replied. Almost the opposite of winter. They are really chilling. I've never seen Mickey in flip-flops. Come on. Summer is my favorite season, said Ferdy. Ah, said Mickey. That's because it's when most families take vacations. May we take a vacation, Uncle Mickey? Morty asked. Wendy flashed her lights, then her radio clicked on. I know the perfect place. Mickey, Morty, and Ferdy jumped back into the plane. Where do we think they're going for the summer break? For their vacation on summer? Where do they go? Let's see. Oh my goodness. Soon, Wendy landed in the middle of a cornfield. The corn is so high, shouted Morty and Ferdy as they jumped out. Farmers take extra special care of their crops during the summer to make sure that there is plenty of food to eat during the winter, said Wendy's radio. Speaking of food, said Mickey, let's eat. He pulled a picnic basket filled with goodies from Wendy's cockpit. Let's see. Soon night fell, and the darkened sky was filled with summer fireworks. Mickey, Morty, and Ferdy watched the sky while they ate. Those fireworks are great, said Ferdy. So is this picnic, said Morty. I love the lemonade the best. I could drink it all day long. I like apple cider, said Ferdy, but we have to wait until fall for that. Blip, 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 sounded Wendy's radio. Climb in, boys, Mickey said from the Wendy's cockpit. It sounds as if Wendy's ready to take us into our next season. Do you like apple cider or lemonade best? I like both. If I had to pick, apple cider probably. This time, Wendy landed right in Mickey's backyard. Wow, said Morty. It's windy like spring. What season is this? Asked Ferdy. It's fall, answered Mickey. This time the air is getting colder, explained Wendy's radio. It's fighting with the leftover warm air from summer because these gusts of wind. So almost like spring, where all the air is the cold air and the warm air is fighting. There's a lot of wind in the fall too. Why do leaves turn different colors during the fall? Morty asked Wendy. During the summer, trees make special chemicals that keep our leaves green. Their leaves green. Wendy's radio explained. But they can't do that in the cold, so the green fades, and then the leaves change color and fall off. Trees collect food through their leaves through the summer, said Mickey. They save enough food so that they could shed their leaves during the colder months. And sleep during the winter, like that bear we saw, Ferdy giggled. I guess you could say that, said Mickey, smiling. So it's almost like the leaves hibernate as well. Another important thing that happens during fall is that the crops, which have grown throughout the summer, are finally ready to be picked. This is called harvest time, said Wendy's radio. These apples sure look ready to be picked, Morty said as he plucked one off of the tree. Here's your apple cider, Ferdy, said Mickey, handing his nephew a glass. Suddenly, Mickey, Morty, and Ferdy heard the familiar blip, blip, blip from Wendy's radio. Time for me to rest, the radio announced. It's apple picking season. Although we're almost at winter, so maybe it's not apple picking season anymore. That's right, said Mickey. It's time for all of us to rest. Aw, Uncle Mickey, Morty protested. But as soon as he and Ferdy reached their beds, they fell fast asleep. The next morning, Morty and Ferdy woke up to see snow covering Uncle Mickey's backyard. Boy, I had some dream, exclaimed Ferdy. I dreamed that we went flying around in that weather machine Uncle Mickey told us about last night. I had the same dream, shouted Morty. Let's go find Uncle Mickey and tell him all about it. Was it really a dream? Let's find out. When the boys got to the garage, a big surprise was waiting for them. There was Mickey working on an airplane that had looked curiously like the windy weather machine. Maybe it wasn't a dream after all, Morty said. Maybe not, Freddie answered. And maybe, just maybe, they're about to have the best show and tell their school had ever seen. And the end. So those were my 2 books. Thank you guys so much for listening. And thank you guys so much for being with me reading my 2 books.
All right. Now, if you want, because Crystal, our next reader, she says she's got an extra couple of minutes. Do you want to read the excerpts from the or the selections from the other one?
I'll read 2. Those were my favorite ones.
Okay, let's do it. Here you go.
So once again, this is An Eclipse of Her Mind, Thoughts of a Teenage Girl by Danielle Parchment, which is really cool because I actually have my book signed by her. Very excited to Linda Derry. But I'm just going to read one of my favorite ones. It's called The Way Her Skin Glistens in the Sun. And I think this is very truthful to me. I'm literally about to print it out and put it on a poster like right over here. But it also is for anyone to hear, and I hope you really take these words into consideration. The way her skin glistens in the sun separates her from the rest. She's beautiful, gorgeous, almost majestic, and perfect in every way. The way she walks into a room lights up everyone's day. The way her skin glistens in the sun complements her dark head of curly hair. Her bright brown eyes pierce the sky. Her beautiful smile can make anyone feel warm inside. We are beautiful Black girls, perfect in every way, We are beautiful and elegant, goddesses of the earth, gracious creations that were instilled with power and strength since their birth. I think that's a very powerful poem and something that anybody can listen to and resonate with.
Yes, it is a lovely piece, you know. Now, who the author of that? Is she a friend of yours or just somebody who you stumbled upon? And
She's not a friend of mine, but I know she's a part of a couple of the community organizations that I've worked with in the past. So just in passing at an event, I knew that I saw her book signing, and I got her to sign it for me. But
yeah,
her name is Danielle Parchment, and this is clearly beautiful work. I just read it, the entirety of it, right
yeah,
before.
yeah,
So,
and it's a beautiful cover. The illustration on the cover as
and
well.
even every single page, oh, hello, every single page has
Yep,
illustrations.
yep, yep, yep.
Beautiful.
Okay. Well, you know, Linda, you are, you know, you were always, you know, an impressive young woman,
Oh,
but
thank
you are just, and you know, becoming even more impressive young woman
you.
to, you know, at 20 to just sort of, you know, have the lovely presence that you do, to commit yourself to just sort of things beyond yourself, you know, is really quite admirable and suggests that, you know, your future is might be even brighter than you know, uh,
Thank you.
but it is quite lovely. You know, do you write much at all, or?
I don't. I'm really good at creative writing in terms of like for assignments and stuff, but no, I don't personally write.
Yeah, but wait, you said you're good at creative writing.
I'm good at it. I don't practice it necessarily.
Okay, okay, I understand. I understand. You know, I think about our lovely poet laureate for oh God, the young woman from Harvard. What's her name? Um, and she, when did she do her poetry? At Joe Biden's inauguration.
Oh wow.
And she had that beautiful red headpiece on and that yellow coat or whatever, and
Hmm.
you know, but is just an extraordinary, you know, young poet and stuff. So in many ways, you remind me of her. So it's all
Thank you
good.
so much.
It's all good. All right. Well, thank you so much. Good luck in your future endeavors. You know,
Thank you.
Amanda Gorman. Yes, Crystal has chimed in with Amanda Gorman. Yes, that's what I was thinking of. But you know, just you know, are you thinking about going to grad school, or are you just gonna go out there and make all that money coding, or what's going on?
Cross your fingers for me. No, but just because of the coding, the career I want to go to,
Yep.
apparently it is not recommended I go to grad school, but rather to find a really potent and important internship. So
Yes.
my eyes are set ahead on finding an internship at a big tech company
Okay.
or a small tech company,
Yep.
whoever's gonna pay me for the internship.
Yes.
But yeah, that's what my eyes are set on. I have technically a year left. I should be graduating early just because of my APs and college now credits.
Okay.
But I'm adding on that minor and hopefully maybe another minor. Just to
Okay.
my last year. I might as well go for the other year, and I don't really
Yeah.
want to leave early.
Yeah. Yeah. No need to rush it. You know.
No
Uh,
need.
yeah. And your mother as well.
Yes, she's
Okay.
great. She's
Okay.
having fun.
Yes. 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 Give her my regards for sure.
Of course. I also wanted to say I didn't read the chat before, but thank you guys so much. You guys are so sweet. Thank you so much.
You
I
are
didn't
You're welcome. So, okay. Well, thank you very much. And we'll see you hopefully before next year.
Yes, hopefully.
Yes, yes, yes.
Have a great day, everybody. Thank you so much for listening.
All right. Be well, Linda. Okay, let's see. All right, it is 5:59 and 49 seconds, but we're in overtime, people. We're about to go on overtime because we have our last reader of the day, and she is someone whom has not read with us before, which is always a good thing. And so yeah, Crystal, come on up to the stage. There she is.
Hello, I'm Crystal. I'm an intern here at Queens Defenders, a law firm here in Queens. We do a lot of community outreach, and me personally, I help with the YJC, which is the Youth Justice Court, down at the libraries, and I also am a licensed cosmetologist.
Okay.
And that's a little bit about me.
Okay, lovely, lovely. And pronounce your last name for me, Crystal.
Okay, so Crystal Oyefeso. I have a Nigerian last name.
Yes, Oyefeso. See, I'd have messed that up. I was thinking, Oye. See, now that you've said it, the right pronunciation is in my head, you know?
Right.
Oyefeso. Okay, okay. You know, I think about David Oyelowo, and but this is Oyefeso. Got it, got it, got it. And where are you in school?
I graduated University at Albany, and I am looking to attend Howard next year, law school.
Wait. Hold on. Let me reach on down here without busting my behind. Oh, Lord. That would not be good if I busted my behind. Okay. That's what I'm talking about,
You got
baby.
the sweater out.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
So that's awesome. You know, my younger brother went to Howard Law School and all the rest of that stuff. And I can remember the very first day that he was there, we went together, and he has this ridiculous dry sense of humor. And we sat in the audience and laughed while the dean or somebody was just sharing some rather serious, highbrow, person next to you, left you might not be here. And my brother and I just giggled because we were 20, and just felt like giggling, So yeah, that's a very worthy, goal of Howard Law School. It's a lovely place, and all the rest of that good stuff. So yeah, so where'd you go undergrad? Did you say, or?
University at Albany.
Oh, Albany, yes, Albany. That was one of the schools that we visited with our civic duty program, and that was interesting. Yeah, it's a big campus to be, transferring, and it was winter when we were there. It was like, you know what, maybe we need to cut this tour short. But I'm sure in the summer it's quite beautiful. That big white plaza building with the fountains and the rest of
the fountain and the waterfall.
Yes. But the winter, the fountains, I don't think the fountains were flowing.
No, they turned it off.
Yeah. But it was lovely. And one of my favorite people is a UAlbany grad. So it's all good. But it was a good experience for you there?
Definitely. I met a lot of good friends and stuck to the books. I don't know nothing about that party side of UAlbany.
Okay. Not just a tiny bit. Nothing, huh?
No.
Okay. That sounds like what you told your parents, but we're going to leave that one with you. It's all good. Okay, so what are you going to read for us today?
So today I'll be reading Calling the Water Drum by Letitia Redding.
Okay, all right. The stage is yours.
All right, so Calling the Water Drum. Okay. Day after day, I pound my drum. Tap, tap, tap. My friend Corinne asks, Henry, why do you bang on that drum so? I don't answer. I close my eyes and I strike my drum again, the rhythm pulsing from my heart through my hands. And here he is, ignoring his bestie, slapping his drum. Corinne and I are the same age. She looks as if she could be my sister. And some days it feels as if she is. Corinne lives with her mother in the apartment next door. They have known my uncle Jaquise longer than me. We live on a long street that is noisy all day and all night with many different sounds. Inside of our apartment building, it's always cold and quiet. I don't like the quiet, and I thump that into my drum too. So here's his area. It's nice and noisy. We have a bus zooming through, some kids walking around, a little puppy in the corner. So this book has a little bit of Creole, and I'm Haitian, so we're going to learn some Creole today. My drum is really an old bucket. It is what I use to help. Mama carried water when we lived in Haiti. One day, Uncle Jaquise sent a letter across for us to leave Haiti and stay with him in New York. This made Mama and Papa very happy, and they hugged me many times. Uncle Jaquise sent money too. We needed it to buy a boat to cross to the other side of the Great Water. Papa said not to tell anyone in our village about the letter and money. Later, during our walk to the market, Mama said that once we crossed the water, I could go to school. This made me very happy. So here he is. And this is how they carry things in Haiti on their heads. It helps them to carry large amounts. I've seen pictures of my mother carry cantaloupes, 20 of them on her head. So we left Haiti in the middle of the night so no one could see us. I wondered if our friends would miss us. You will make new friends, Mama told me. We had only enough money to buy a rickety boat from a fisherman. The boat was so old it let in some water. At first, the boat rocked gently, but then the waves were rough and the boat rocked harder and harder as we moved away from the shore. We don't know how to swim, and we tried our best to hold on to the sides of the boat. I told my parents I was pe, which is scared. My mom put her arm around me and placed a finger on her lips, telling me to be quiet. There was a much larger boat in the distance with many lights. We paddled our boat away from it and into the darkness. So this is them paddling away into the darkness. Isn't that like so scary? You don't know how to swim, but yet you're in the middle of the ocean. The water was calmer further out at sea. I listened to the hum of Mama and Papa's voices over the water. A warm wind touched my face. The salty water gently tapped against our boat and splashed up my arms. When Papa grew tired of paddling, we drifted for a while. Mama showed me my uncle's letter again and then put it into my pocket. I fell asleep and dreamed about what our new life would be like. Would I like school? Would I make new friends? This is them drifting. During the night, the waves became rough again and our small boat rocked back and forth. The boat started to fill up with water. Papa scooped out the water with a bucket while Mama and I used our hands. Our boat overturned. Papa put me on top of the boat and gave me the bucket. Mama held on to the boat and Papa held on to Mama. The water swirled around my parents and pulled them away from the boat and from me. The waves pushed them further and further away until I couldn't see them anymore. So here's a little boy alone out at sea. All night I yelled, Mama, Papa. No one answered. In the morning, I saw another small boat nearby. The people saw me and pulled me inside. They had just left Haiti too. They asked me my name, but I could not speak. Instead, I looked for Mama and Papa in the foamy water. I saw nothing. That must be so scary. When we finally reached the shore, the boat people asked me my name again, but I still could not speak. I gave them the letter in my pocket that had my uncle's information. They sent for him in New York. I held on to my bucket. Everyone talked around me and whispered about how I came alone in the water. Here's them pulling the boat in. My uncle was kind to me, much like my papa, and he fed me rice and beans like my mama. When I first came to stay, Corinne asked me many questions that I could not answer. I had no words for anyone, nothing in Creole, and nothing in this English that my uncle tried to teach me. So Corinne took my bucket and slapped it side. 1 for yes, she said, 2 for no. I liked the song the bucket made, Bang. It called to me. I tapped 1 more, bang, bang. Sometimes I filled it with water, searching for a different sound. Dun, dun, dun. I took my bucket with me everywhere, even when we went out to play. One day, I picked up a branch and thumped the bucket. Twack, twack, twack. I couldn't stop the hitting until crick, the branch broke in my hand and it flung aside. See, this is his branch flying. I turned the bucket upside down and pounded it with my palms. A familiar sound came out. It was deep like Papa's voice and warm like Mama's laugh. So now the boy starts going around playing his drum. Every day I played my drum, pounding it until I was sweating. I got really good at drumming. After school, my uncle took me to the park and I sat with my drum. I didn't feel the frosty air as people gathered around and I listened to me play. Instead, I listened for the sound of my mama and papa. Okay. Sometimes Corinne comes to hear me play, but she doesn't stay long. She doesn't like crowds of people. She lost her father after a hurricane in Louisiana, and crowds make her think about the time after the hurricane. But today, there are no crowds around, and Corinne says softly, I miss my daddy, Henry. Do you miss your parents? I stop playing, and the sound rises like a wave in my throat. I open my mouth, and one word spills out, we, which means yes in Creole. So, yes, of course, he misses his parents. Corinne sits next to me and taps on the bench. Corinne's mom is there too. She laughs as Uncle Jacques slaps and dances to the beat. She joins in too. See them dancing. The sounds make me happy. I keep pounding my drum. I hope the rhythm pulsing from my heart through my hands reaches my mama and papa and Karen's father too. And that is the end. So the little boy was still able to find a happy home and somewhat of a life.
Now, he lost his parents? They fell overboard?
They're gone. They're in the sea.
Oh.
Very unfortunate, but he has his uncle and his bestie now.
He does. His bestie who lost, a parent,
Right.
Wow. That's kind of heavy duty, Yeah. Well, thank God he ran into the other boat, with the other Haitian folks on there, some come on board,
God, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's ending the readathon on a sober note. Sober but joyous. Because in the end, he has, like you said, his auntie and his uncle and his bestie.
Yes, there's still loss. I mean, there's still life after grief.
Yes, there is. And I guess that is the moral of the story, life after grief. Okay. Well, Crystal, how long you been working over there at Queens Defenders? You said it's an internship?
Yes, about like 5 months.
Oh, wow. Okay, so it's a long internship.
Yeah.
And how long will you be there?
I will be here for the foreseeable future.
Okay.
And with that note, I'm going to pass it off.
It's an open-ended internship. Well,
that's right.
Based on her sharing, I think that equals she gets to stay there until she's done. Until she goes on to law school intern.
That's true. No, she's learning a lot. She's really getting to see what it actually is to represent a young person in family court and on all the work that goes on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Like today I gave her like hundreds of pages of discovery to look at.
Okay, just because you felt like being nice,
I need the help.
Okay.
And she's enjoying it. She said actually it's 317 pages of discovery.
Yes. Okay. And hopefully she can kind of I don't know, speed read it or something.
The case is on tomorrow. You see, they send us 317 pages of discovery the day before the case is on.
Okay, I thought there was like a new law against that kind of thing.
It doesn't apply in family court.
Okay. Well, why is that? That's crazy.
Because family court is governed by a separate statute, so they would have to amend the Family Court Act to now include the new process because. Prior to the new discovery process in criminal court, family court actually was way more progressive in terms of providing discovery, up front. And
so in criminal court, you didn't even have to disclose.
No, literally, yeah. The day you're starting the trial, that's when they hand you the stuff. That's how it was in criminal court.
Okay, that doesn't even make any sense. You know what I'm saying? That's just what they call foul. So the lovely and talented Miss Curlin Joseph. I mean, how appropriate that you are finishing us off here at the 6 hour, 15-minute, and 50-second mark, for the Jamaica Read-a-thon. And as a board member of A Better Jamaica, that makes total sense.
Absolutely.
Yes. So it's been a good day. My phone has told me on several occasions now, time to stand up. You know how you're are you an iPhone person or you an Android person?
I'm an iPhone.
Okay, good. So you know what I'm talking about when it tells you to stand up,
Right.
So yeah, it's all good. So the work at the Queen's Defenders is y'all still doing your thing.
That's right. We're still representing children in family court. We still do our youth court program at 5 libraries and about 3 or 4 high schools.
Okay.
We do food distributions every week out of this office in Jamaica for the community. We do a lot of different Know Your Rights presentations all over Queens just to educate people about their rights.
Right. So that's a lot. And y'all put that all on, the interns, huh? What's that about? Crystal, do I need to speak up? Do I need to call the BCW?
Look, she goes to law school.
Oh, okay. I need to call the BIW, the Bureau of Intern Welfare.
To be fair, I didn't just give it to her. We shared it with the other interns.
Oh, so y'all got a little competition going on there. So whoever comes back with it first. I see how y'all are rolling at Queen's Defenders. Anyway. And the youth court that you all have going on. How long of a program is it?
So it runs all through the school year.
Okay.
So we started up in October, right? The beginning of October. Okay. And it goes all the way until June.
Okay.
And so we're at the Far Rockaway Library for Teens, Cambria Heights, Jamaica.
Okay.
Flushing, and Long Island City.
Okay. And they give you guys space to be there on a regular basis and stuff?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we're there every week.
Y'all must be important. You know what I'm saying?
They are. But the best thing though is that the young people do a mock trial around May.
Okay.
And actually earlier this year we did it at the Jamaica Library, and it was open to the public.
Oh wow.
Kids were fantastic.
Wow. And where do y'all do the mock trial in the Jamaica one? In the auditorium or?
Yeah, in the auditorium.
Got it. All right. Well, you're gonna have to invite me to those.
Okay.
If nothing else, I can publicize it so people know to come on out and check out the mock trial.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, anything else we need to know? The lovely and talented Miss Curlin Joseph, AKA.
Thank you for all that you do. I was trying to tell Crystal, I'm like, okay, he does this. He does the grandparents go to the school and they volunteer. He does the dance presentations in the park. He does movies in the park. He does the summer youth programs. He does civic engagement. I was running through the list.
Look,
I think we actually owe you a thank you.
And well, I appreciate that, and more, I'm learning my lesson, and I'm bringing super talented people with me so that they can help me on this journey. So y'all won't find me roaming around Jamaica Avenue one day.
But you know what? He also does jazz. He does the jazz at the Trade.
Yes. Looking like, some insane person walking down Jamaica Avenue. And then you could be like, damn, he used to have so much promise. He lost his mind, But I got Brother Teal running the movies for us, all summer long, and is one of the dynamic trio for Civic Duty, one of the adults in the room.
Mm-hmm.
And Dr. Kennedy with the Jamaica Reads program. So as we can afford some talent to make it happen, we do that. But God knows I need to write some more grants and all the rest of that good stuff, because hopefully we're gonna, I gotta get some money so we can do the second cohort of Civic Duty, because that was really fantastic. And then you, of course, participated when we read the Constitution over dinner.
We read the whole Constitution. Yes.
but we were eating at the same time, and it was a wonderful, outing. And I think the only thing we need to do next is that we need to have some fine china as opposed to the paper plates.
Right, because we also learned about etiquette.
That's right.
Like, so
That's
how
right.
while we read the Constitution.
It was a hell of an evening, because Gail taught us about the table settings and the rest of that good stuff, so we wouldn't go to the corporate dinner picking up the fork like this. how we eat at home with 5 brothers. Because with 4 brothers, we had to, defend the food. It was so crazy, if I think back to it. We used to hide food in the refrigerator. Like, you really gonna hide some food. But it was insane. It was insane. All right. Well, look, I'm gonna let you go, Kay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. And yeah. And Brother Teal says, he's waving, and it's time for him to get on the stage so we can introduce him and let folks know that pay attention to the little man behind the curtain, because that would be Teal for the day, moving people on and off the stage.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, wait, there he is, right there. There he is, right there. You want
to see who's putting all those comments in the chat?
That's right. That's the man behind the curtain. One of my favorite Wizard of Oz moments. When he's over there, pay no attention to the little man behind the curtain.
All right, bye, you guys.
Bye-bye. All right, we'll see you. Be well. Be well. Be well. All right, good people. This is Brother Teal right here, without whom, today's Jamaica Read-a-thon, without whom the Jamaica Read-a-thon would not have happened. Something like that,
Something like that.
Something like that. Brother Teal, as I've mentioned, runs our movie efforts during the summer, and thank God for that, because I had spent far too many summers with 6 summer youth employment workers, just doing the rest of that.
Going crazy.
Yes. And also, equally, if not more important, Brother Teal is one of the 3 grown-ups in the room for the civic duty program. And you met Brother Ron Turner earlier. And it's a beautiful thing to have talented people that you can rely on to help out when you need help, So yeah, and Brother Teal runs Champion Q. You know what I'm saying? So Brother Teal, tell us more about Champion Q, the soccer and the trunk or treat and all that good stuff.
All right. Hey everybody. I'm Teal. I enjoy just community and community engagement and things of that nature. So I created an organization that uses sports and a whole bunch of other, different ways to engage with the community. So I started a kickball game, an adult kickball game, about 6 years ago. So we're going strong every first week of September or last week of August when we play the game. Also do dodgeball, bumper ball. We do a trunk or treat event in Baisley Park. I always forget stuff. I mean, I work with Head Start programs with their adult population just to make sure that they understand that, how child development and things of that nature work and help them build human capital. So I just enjoy that type of stuff.
And is one of the best community conveners out here,
Yeah.
It's not easy convening folks, but folks come out, and that's what it's all about. And what I love about Brother Teal is how he brings out young families, or younger people with little kids like himself. He has 2 kids, and he's crazy because one is is, how old is Chase? 16 now?
Chase is 14.
Okay, going on 20.
And Charlie Rose is going on 6 months.
That's right. So 6 months and 14. That's a hell of a gap there, you know. So he just wants to parent until he's 90, but it's okay.
Yep.
It's all good. It's all good, you know. So, and then Regina, his lovely wife, you know, who is a member of the law enforcement community. So if he ever gets out of hand, she just puts him in handcuffs. You know what I'm saying?
It's all good. It's all good.
So it's all good, man. It's all good. All right. Well, look, man, this is it. It's you and I just sort of signing off for the umpteenth annual Jamaica Read-a-thon. And, you know, once again, thank you for helping out, man, and making it happen with us. And to all my beautiful people out here, you know, please go ahead and make a donation. We were already in great shape going into the Read-a-thon, having raised $1,500. And so that opportunity to donate is still going to be there, you know, for the next few days. But we appreciate you guys watching. We appreciate the donations.
Share the live, share on your social media.
Yes, 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 yes. And most importantly, most important, we appreciate the love. Yes, 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 yes. So Greg Mays with Brother Teal signing off for the Jamaica Read-a-thon. Peace, and we out.